9. The Sermon of John the Baptist, Antwerp, October 1562. Ortelius sat comfortably in his study, examining a Roman coin in the green-stained afternoon light that slanted through his round-paned windows. The coin showed Nero, the last of the Caesars, and dated from 30 years after the death of Christ. It was a fine piece, purchased in Rome. According to the dealer, the coin was from a treasure trove that a peasant had plowed up. 100 gold and 500 silver coins, sealed into a little red pot. Holding the coin close to his face, Ortelius imagined the fingers that had touched it, the eyes that had seen it, the slaves, the merchants, the persecuted Christians, Nero's brutal legionnaires. Perhaps this coin had passed through the hands of some aging soldier who'd seen the earthly face of the Savior. Deep in his peaceful reverie, Ortelius was wholly outside of time. But now there was a distant clamor, a strange dog barking in the hallway. Rome began slipping away, and when curly-haired little Helena came twittering into the study, the talismanic coin had become but a worn disk of metal. "It's Peter Bruegel to see you, Mynheer Ortelius." Her eyes were quite round with excitement. Bruegel was lively and of a sanguine color, quite unlike the wrung-out, pale wretch who'd passed through Antwerp 6 months ago. Vaff pranced at his side, beating his long tail. Bruegel wore a broad-brimmed red hat and a brown wool cloak. A big square satchel hung from his shoulder. And if Ortelius had any lingering fears about the state of their friendship, Bruegel's broad smile allayed them. "Amsterdam was good to you, Peter?" said Ortelius, springing to his feet to embrace his friend. "It was fine," said Bruegel. "A peaceful city of deep canals. The Hollanders have wonderful veal dumplings. I sold some drawings to a fellow named Herman Pilgrims. Ate a lot. Painted. Looked at ants. And, as you suggested, I spent some time with the scholar Dirk Coornhert. He's going to write verses to accompany some of my engravings. I see you have my 2 monkeys well installed." On his way north, Bruegel had made Ortelius a gift of a little foot-square piece he'd done in Mechlin on a leftover bit of panel, an image of 2 chained monkeys with Antwerp in the background. "Ah, and there's my convex mirror, too," continued Bruegel. "I'll come back and fetch that as soon as I'm properly settled in Brussels. Easy there, Vaff. You'll sweep everything off the shelves. How are things with Anya, Abraham?" "I set aside the amount you gave me," said Ortelius, slightly miffed to have Anya be the topic of Bruegel's very first question. What about Ortelius's own travels to Austria this winter, his longings, the compromises he made to keep up his position in the world? Or what about the growing wave of the Reformation in Antwerp and Ortelius's role in it? Frankly, Ortelius cared not a fig about the slatternly troublemaker Anya, and talking about her stirred up all his old guilt about having indirectly helped her betray Bruegel. But of course he didn't mention any of this. "And I had Helena tell Anya a small sum is there for her dowry. To tell you the truth, I haven't thought about Anya in months." "Helena?" Helena reappeared so quickly that she must have been right outside the open door. "Mynheer Bruegel is worried about Anya," Ortelius told her. "What's the latest word?" "It's all right for me to speak of Anya to you, Mynheer Bruegel," said Helena with a timorous air. "You're no longer angry with me?" Evidently Bruegel had at some point vented his choler at her over that tiresome business with Willeblad. Couldn't it finally be forgotten? What had Villeblads seen in Anya, wondered Ortelius, not for the first time. You'd think he'd want to be with someone more cultured. "Never fear, Helena. I've had a good rest in Amsterdam," said Bruegel. "I'm glad to be free of Anya, but I do worry about her. Give me the news." "She left Martin de Vos, you know, because he beat her," began Helena. "Just as I feared," cried Bruegel, beginning to pace around the room. So much for his calm state of mind. "Did you tell me this before?" Ortelius asked Helena. "Mynheer Ortelius has a poor ear for gossip," Helena said to Bruegel, favoring Ortelius with a rude roll of her eyes. "I was about to tell you that Anya's moved in with another painter, a fellow named Peter House. His pictures don't earn so well, but he gets steady work as an engraver. The big news is that he's asked Anya to marry him." "Peter House," said Ortelius, still trying to be part of the conversation. "I can't quite—" He was always at a bit of a loss when it came to the changing details of Antwerp's mating dance. "Good Peter House!" exclaimed Bruegel. "Bless the man! You know him, Abraham? A round fellow, a few years older than us. He paints imitations of Bosch, technically second-rate, yet exceedingly droll. I recall a fat, naked, egg-shaped man whose top half was a beehive with 2 eye-holes. The man was wearing black boots." Combined with the happy news about Anya, the thought of the beehive man made Bruegel laugh out loud. "Dear House," he repeated. "Do he and Anya get along well, Helena? Did she tell him about the dowry?" "Anya says Peter House is like you, without the clouds and mountains, Mynheer Bruegel," said Helena. "And, yes, he's satisfied with her dowry, such as it is. In fact, he hadn't expected so much as a stauver. He loves Anya for her merry self. They're posting the banns this week, and it's none too soon, as she's already carrying his child. Much of the dowry went for a cradle and some linens." "Anya with child," said Bruegel in a wondering tone, and fell silent. It occurred to Ortelius that for all the years Bruegel had lived with Anya, her womb never quickened to his touch. No wonder he looked discomfited. Perhaps this meant he'd never be a father. Bruegel ran his hand across the round flank of Ortelius's terrestrial globe and stared vacantly down at Vaff. "Lie down, boy. Lie down by the fire." Ortelius did what he could to break the mood. "Don't stand there gaping at us, Helena. Bring Mynheer Bruegel some beer, cheese, bread, and sausage as well, whatever you can find. And a pot of tea for me. You're hungry, aren't you, Peter?" "I am," said Bruegel, sitting carefully down on one of Ortelius's chairs as Helena left the room. "I'll try not to break any furniture. Remember that time with Hans Frankert? It was the day I got my first commissions. How goes it with the great oaf? I trust he and the others won't be scared to be seen with me any more. I'll never forget how you came to stand by me on the day Granvelle shipped me off to Mechlin, Abraham." "Thank you, Peter," said Ortelius, pushing away his memories of having gotten Helena to be Villeblad's messenger. "You deserve good friends. Frankert was married last month to Henny van Mander. What a celebration they had! 4 bagpipers and a roast pig." "Frankert married too," said Bruegel with a sigh. "What a lot can happen in 6 months. I feel like a laggard, Abraham. All I do is to make paintings and think about how to sell them. I cark and swink and fiddle with pigments, but I've no flesh and blood to call my own." He sighed again. "Well, let's not linger over my failure to start a family. The game's not over yet, eh? Tomorrow I'll be in Brussels, and then we'll see. Oh, that little Macon. What I'd give to have my arms around her. So is there any chance the good Frankert might finally buy an oil from me? I need some commissions so I can set up a proper studio. I'm tired of living from hand to mouth." "I don't think he and Henny have much left after the wedding," said Ortelius. "Hans has had some reverses. He started dealing in spices this summer, and he made the mistake of selling a large shipment of cloves to the Walloon Army's quartermaster. They gave him damn all in pay and told him that if he wanted satisfaction he could go to the foreigner." "What of Anthony Fugger?" said Bruegel. "You haven't heard?" said Ortelius. "The house of Fugger's about to go under. Spain owes them 5 million gold florins, and everyone's come to believe there's no hope of the Fuggers getting it back. Their credit is ruined, and they've begun selling off their assets. I've managed to acquire a few of Anthony's portrait miniatures. See them over there beneath your monkeys?" "I suppose you've been dealing through your friend Villeblad Charoux?" asked Bruegel, an edge in his voice. "No," said Ortelius, his pulse quickening as always at the thought of the divine man. "Villeblad left Fugger's employ to try and find a new station before the final collapse. But it seems no other merchant in Antwerp will have him. He's made too many enemies over the years." Unfortunately, Villeblad hadn't approached Ortelius for a position. Ortelius would have hired him in a heartbeat. In fact, he'd wanted to tell Villeblad this, but before he got the chance, his vision of beauty left Antwerp. "He moved to Brussels a few months ago," continued Ortelius. "It's said he found himself some kind of position there, though he doesn't want to tell any of us what it is. We still see him in town every few weeks. Perhaps he's again a secretary. I think he wishes he had a trade and a family of his own, the poor man. He's not happy. He's very taken with your picture of the 2 monkeys, you know. He visited here once, and I showed it to him. He quite took your meaning about how hard a thing it is to be a pawn for the high-born and the rich. Villeblad envies your artistic gifts, Peter. Really he does." "Am I to pity the man who stole my woman?" stormed Bruegel. "Forgiving your and Helena's roles in the business is one thing, but to forgive my arch-rival? I'm afraid I'm not that enlightened yet. Enough about the wretched Charoux. And you say Fugger's fallen on hard times? I hope Yongelink's not bankrupt, too?" "No, he's doing well. He was smart enough to unload his Habsburg loans last year. He's still a city tax collector, and they let him keep a cut of what he brings in. He's also in a partnership with a Frenchman named Daniel de Brown, importing wine from Burgundy. They're making good business. I should have a talk with him. As it happens, I can take you to see Jongelink later this afternoon," said Ortelius. "At his estate?" "Not exactly," said Ortelius, enjoying the chance to act mysterious. "A heretical hedge preacher was expected outside the city walls in an hour or two, and Ortelius and his friends were planning to go hear him. Hearing sermons by hedge preachers was an entertainment that had come into popularity while Bruegel had been out of town. Recently, Ortelius had been going to 1 or 2 a month. Of course, Ortelius was as good and devout a Catholic as ever, but in these times, with the foreigner using the clergy for his own worldly purposes, any reasonable man could feel the Church to be in need of reform. Heresy was, after all, a somewhat elastic concept when a man could be excommunicated and burned for owning a Bible. Many of the hedge preachers had useful and interesting things to say, and of course there was the pleasant excitement of sneaking out to see them. Not all that mortally dangerous an act, either, as so many people had begun to attend, including intellectuals as well as the disaffected lower classes. "Hush! I can't tell you more now," Ortelius told Bruegel. "Here comes Helena." Helena pushed aside some of the piles of books on the long table and set out the victuals. Vuff watched with interest from where he sat before the fire. There was a lull in their conversation while Bruegel did justice to his food and drink. Bruegel was a slow, thoughtful eater. It always seemed to Ortelius that his friend got more enjoyment out of his food than other men did. "You say you were painting in Amsterdam, Peter?" asked Ortelius. "Is that the new picture in your pouch?" "Indeed," said Bruegel, who held a pickle in one hand and a wedge of soft cheese in the other. "It's a commission that I got from William of Orange just before I left Mechelen. It was no small feat to convince so practical a man of affairs to buy a new work of art, especially when his palace is already full of them, like selling fleas to a dog. But I persuaded our William the Sly that my new work could serve the twin purposes of annoying Granvelle and impressing his new wife. He gave me a horse and a few florins to paint him The Suicide of Saul. We agreed upon a miniature, conveniently enough." "Can I look at it?" asked Ortelius, as Bruegel continued eating. Bruegel nodded, so Ortelius opened the flap of the square pouch and drew out a flat box, about 2 feet by 1 foot in size. "Set it down on the table and take the lid off carefully," said Bruegel, biting into a piece of bread. With gentle fingers, Ortelius lifted off the elegantly carpentered lid and uncovered a miniature world, a cosmic view of a river landscape with a rocky bluff filling the foreground. Crawling up through a defile in the bluff was an army of armored soldiers bearing lances. The massed lances formed a swirl of lines like the spines of a hedgehog, like the stalks of wheat in a trampled field. So many men in such a small picture. It reminded him of a dream he'd once had about a map that had tiny moving people within its dots of cities. "There was a flat stone in the garden of the inn where I stayed," said Bruegel. "One day this summer the ants crawled out from under it. It was their wedding day, with the new queens and their suitors in long, new-fledged wings, stiff and awkward. All morning they milled about, one on top of the other, drying their wings in the sun, and in the afternoon, one by one, they took to the air. They didn't know they were posing for my picture. As above, so below." "I remember The Suicide of Saul," said Ortelius, eager to show of his learning. "It closes the first book of Samuel. Saul was an Israelite king, a suspicious tyrant, unloved by God. When Saul lost his last battle and was on the point of being captured by the Philistines, he fell upon his sword to kill himself, and his armor-bearer did likewise." He leaned over the wonderfully detailed little painting, and yes, there they are in the corner, Saul already dead, and his armor-bearer following suit. How miserable they look. Explain again why William would commission this. I'd imagine a painting of a spaniel with a pile of partridges to be more his style. Ortelius permitted himself a little gout of venom. In truth, he was a little jealous that Bruegel had managed to befriend Prince William of Orange. "I suggested the theme," said Bruegel testily. I led William to the thought that Saul is like King Philip, with Cardinal Granvelle his armor-bearer. Aha! The death of the tyrant and his counselor, said Ortelius, peering closer. But you paint them so sympathetically. Every man's death is terrible, said Bruegel simply. The end of each man's world comes in his own lifetime. Mayhap in February, mayhap in September. In truth, the dead king is no more Philip than he is Saul. He's every man. I don't expect many men other than you to have the wit to grasp this, Abraham. Ortelius's pleasure at Bruegel's compliment was slightly dampened by the mention of every man, which reminded him again of the mocking caricature of him that Bruegel had put into one of his engravings. Better to focus on the present. He looked at the little painting some more, wondering at the delicacy of Bruegel's brush. Nobody else could have interpreted the story of Saul in quite this way. A Bible verse was itself like an ancient coin, a token passed from hand to hand down the ages. "So what's the mystery about our seeing Yangalink?" asked Bruegel presently. "Some of us are going outside the city walls an hour before sunset to see a hedge preacher," said Ortelius, happy to finally tell his big secret. Things had been developing while Bruegel was off in Mechlin and Amsterdam. A revolution was in ferment, and Ortelius was in the thick of it. "Hendrik Niklas, from the family of love." "A heretic?" said Bruegel, looking uneasy. "After the trouble with my lampoons, I don't think Niklas is worth hearing," said Ortelius. "He preaches the message of salvation through love. The brotherly kind of love, mind you. He's something of an ascetic. I have a book of his that one of Plantin's men secretly printed." Upon his recovery from his stab wound, Plantin had turned his full attention to producing books, and was by now the most successful printer in Antwerp, with 12 employees or more. "The land of peace," continued Ortelius. "It's hidden beneath my floorboards, but I can easily—" "No need to show it to me," said Bruegel hastily. "I don't want to dangle from the gibbet. I only stopped in Antwerp to check on my friends and to look for commissions, and then it's off to Brussels to court young Macon. I had some encouraging letters from her mother while I was in Amsterdam. She's 18 now, you know. If I can finally marry into that family, I'll be settled at last." Bruegel paused for a moment, contemplating his prospects. How very often Ortelius had heard him hold forth on this long-cherished obsession. Ortelius, for one, had nothing new to say about the Macons. Sensing his friend's disinterest in the topic, Bruegel changed back to the subject at hand. "How is it that your Hendrik Niklas hasn't been roasted over a slow fire?" "He moves too quickly," said Ortelius, "and now I must be quick too. It's time to go listen to him. Are you coming? Yangalink will assuredly be there. The meeting spot is the little wood near the Van Schoonbecke windmill. It'll be a large crowd, Peter. You've nothing to fear. There's safety in numbers. The authorities have no choice but to turn a blind eye, and of course you can sleep here tonight." "All right," said Bruegel slowly. He wiped the food off his hands and took a long last look at his new painting before safely boxing it back up. "Come, Vaff, we didn't travel enough yet today. We're going for an outing." He put his hat and cloak back on. "Lead the way, Abraham." It was the very end of October. They walked through the late afternoon streets, greeting the friends they ran across. Most of them seemed to be heading the same way. It was a bright day, though cool, with the sun low on the horizon. Long slanting shadows covered the streets. "There's several head sermons a week now," Ortelius told Bruegel. I've attended a number of them. It's fascinating to hear what the different preachers have to say. 2 weeks ago, I heard a fellow talking about how it's been 1,500 years now that people have been adding things onto the teachings of Christ. Of course, one likes to say the Pope is infallible. But is it so? We've been to Rome, Peter. We know what their popes are like. What if Christ speaks to us in our hearts, rather than only through a bishop or a pope? I wouldn't care to leave the church, said Bruegel, uneasily looking around. I was baptized. I go to confession. I attend Mass. I'll be buried in the church, and, God willing, I'll be married there, too. Why not? The church is Christ's body on earth. I agree, said Ortelius, but the church has become the tool of those who hate us. It's the body of Christ, but a body plagued with warts, wens, buboes, and all other manner of bilious growths. These hedge sermons concern freedom as much as they do religion. The foreigner's blood edicts against heresy are simply an excuse for killing us as he sees fit, and his bishops enforce them. The hedge preachers are the surgeons for reform. It's our duty as citizens to support them. Tell me more about the preachers you've seen, said Bruegel. They paused at a street corner to wait for Vaff to catch up with them. He'd been busy rolling in something, and as he drew near, they could smell that it had been a dead rat. Phooey! Bruegel pushed Vaff away with his foot, and now the dog ran on ahead of them. This summer I saw a little German Anabaptist who called for the murder of all the nobles and the priests, said Ortelius. His audience was quite a rough crowd, beggars and thieves, the lowest of the low. I slipped away early. But the Calvinist preachers are almost respectable. Any number of tradesmen and small gentry go to hear them. They say that religion should be entirely separate from the government. Very sound. Unfortunately, the Calvinists are iconoclasts. Iconoclasts? Said Bruegel. How do you mean? The Calvinists say religious art should be destroyed, said Ortelius. They say a house of worship is no place for paintings and sculpture. They liken a statue of Our Lady to the golden calf. They say that God commands us not to worship graven images. I've seen some paintings of Mary that are bovine indeed, said Bruegel, not taking this very seriously. If the Calvinists should ever prevail, perhaps I'll be glad that I never receive commissions from churches. They were drawing near the city gate. This fellow, Hendrik Niklas, what sect is he? Niklas insists he's a good Catholic, said Ortelius, though I doubt the inquisitors would agree. He speaks strongly in favor of individual prayer. Oh-ho, said Bruegel. I heard much about prayer from Viglius van Eta while I was staying in Mechelen. Eta serves with Granvelle on Margaret's Consulta. Once at dinner, I mentioned that I sometimes pray to God for help with my painting. Our man Eta delivered himself of a memorable tirade. Bruegel cocked his head and drew back his chin, putting on the persona of the choleric Eta. He shook his finger admonishingly at Ortelius, and spoke in a voice made old and cruel and thin. Those who pray in private have a contempt for all religion, and are neither more nor less than atheists. This vague fireside liberty should be by every possible means extirpated. Therefore did Christ institute shepherds to drive his wandering sheep back into the fold of the true church. Thus only can we guard the lambs against the ravening wolves, and prevent them being carried away from the flock of Christ to the flock of Belial." "Hush now," said Ortelius, a little chilled to imagine such mad, cruel words being said in earnest. How terrible it was that God's own church had become a cause for hatred. Perhaps Bruegel felt he could sit to one side and take his religion as it came, but Ortelius, for one, could not. "We're at the gate." Ortelius told the city gatekeeper they were out for a sunset stroll, and the man asked no further questions. No doubt he knew perfectly well where they were really going, but there were few in Antwerp who supported the Spanish rule. "How golden the light is just now," remarked Bruegel. "Look at the side of Van Schoonbecke's windmill." "We'll follow its shadow into the woods," said Ortelius. "Come on, Voff. Don't tarry." "Faugh! But he smells foul. In all honesty, I don't know how you can keep such a brute, Peter." "Ah, but he's such a clever dog," said Bruegel, bending over as if to pet the big white dog, and then smelling him, thinking better of it. "Voff can say his own name." He picked up a stone and shied it into the woods. "Run after it, Voff, and we'll follow you." Once they'd pushed through some bushes, they found a well-trodden path into the trees, and up ahead was a crowd of people. "It's a real Antwerp mixture," said Bruegel, looking pleased. Like Ortelius, he enjoyed crowds, particularly those as diverse as this one. Looking at Bruegel, Ortelius played a private game of trying to see the scene with the acuity of his artist friend's eyes. Closest to them was a Chinese spice merchant with a skull cap, silk breeches, and a long pigtail. At his side was a bearded gypsy in a striped blanket reading the palm of a tall, well-dressed man with a green and yellow silk scarf pulled across his face. The gypsy's wife wore a conical Chinese hat, and next to her was a Turk in a turban with a spike in the middle. To the right of this group sat 3 burgher ladies in fine silk dresses, and farther on was a pair of pug-nosed Flemish peasants wearing caps with ear-flaps. A whole council of dark-robed men in rough collars stood beyond them. Overhead, some city boys wriggled in the crotches of trees. Ortelius and Bruegel pushed in as far as they could, ending up behind a short, blond youth with a red cap 4 times the size of Bruegel's. On the far side of the crowd, the close-cropped head of Nicholas Jongelink was visible. His alert blue eyes noted Ortelius and Bruegel's arrival. He gave them a slight smile and a nod. In the midst of the crowd, Hendrik Nicolaas was standing on a stump preaching. He was a sinewy man with a kind, tired face. "The kingdom of heaven is within you," he was saying. "Seek, and ye shall find. This is what our Lord told us when he walked among men. God is in this grove as much as in the churches of the foreign bishops. Christ is in your heart as much as in the bread and wine of their Mass. Pray with me now, my dear ones." Nicolaas paused in silence, bowing his head and folding his hands against his chest. A late afternoon shaft of light illuminated him. Many in the crowd bowed their heads as well. Glancing over at Bruegel's folded hands and unbowed head, Ortelius couldn't decide if his friend were praying, looking at the faces in the crowd, or just waiting to talk to Jongelink. Hendrik Nicolaas preached some more, speaking of prayer and then of love, of a brotherly love for one's fellow man. "The only way to know peace is to be peaceful," he said, "and love is the only path to love." As he spoke, the sun sank below the horizon and the sky grew pink, then orange, then gray. Nicolaas ended by mentioning that he had a book of his teachings to sell. 2 peasant-clad assistants produced a great market basket with the books hidden beneath a layer of straw. The crowd broke up into conversing knots, and Vaff ambled forward to sniff at the basket. Ortelius turned to say something to Bruegel, but his friend was off like a shot, pushing his way through the people. By the time Ortelius caught up with the red-capped Bruegel, he'd all but sold Nicholas Jongelink a painting. "A large Tower of Babel, then," Bruegel was saying to the solemn, thin-lipped financier. "I painted a miniature of it years ago in Rome. It'll be a bit like the Colosseum and a bit like St. Peter's Basilica. The vanity of the human lust for power, eh? Ah, here's good Ortelius. Shall we three walk back to the city together? If you want to stop by Abraham's, Nicholas, I can show you my latest work, a miniature Suicide of Saul done for William of Orange." "I'd love to see it," said Jongelink. "I've heard rumors of the 3 great hell paintings you did for Margaret in Mechlin. They say one's still in her wonder chamber, but 2 were sent away, one to Madrid and the other to Vienna, I believe. It's a shame I won't see them." "The Vienna one would be my Dulla Grete," said Bruegel with a smile. "Never fear. I have a watercolor sketch of that one stored with my things at Abraham's." "Oh, thanks for telling me," said Ortelius, pretending to be put out, though secretly proud Bruegel trusted him. "A fine thing to be sitting on the next time my house gets searched. There's nothing heretical or subversive in my paintings," said Bruegel cockily. "Cardinal Granvelle himself buys them. As for Margaret's dislike of the Dulla Grete, well, she's a cretin. And why would you worry about my paintings when you have a copy of Nicholas's book?" "You've read it, Abraham?" said Jongelink, reaching into his cloak to draw out a little leather-bound volume. "I just purchased it myself. The Land of Peace. I liked what Nicholas said." He squinted at the book through his pince-nez spectacles, cradling the small volume in one huge hand. "No publisher's imprint on it, of course, but I'd swear it's Plantin's font." Ortelius looked around to see if anyone were listening. Happy to be in the know, he indulged his love of gossip. "It's one of Plantin's assistants who's been running them off. Christopher turns a blind eye." "Well, enough skullduggery for now," said Jongelink. "Let's head for town." On the way out, they passed the shrouded man who'd been having his palm read by the gypsy. The figure struck Ortelius as uncommonly familiar. He walked another 20 paces, and then it came clear. "I'll catch up with you on the road or at my house," Ortelius told Bruegel and Jongelink. "I just remembered I have to talk to someone." The men continued onward, accompanied by Vaff. Ortelius hurried back to the tall man with a scarf around his face, who'd just said something to the youths with the basket of books. One of the youths had turned white-faced and was hurrying away. The other youth was dragging the basket into a thicket and heaping leaves upon it. "Villeblad?" murmured Ortelius. "Villeblad Charoux? Hush!" A hazel eye glared at Ortelius from above the green and yellow scarf. "I can't be seen here," said Villeblad, for it was indeed he. "It could make great problems with my new employer. Follow me." Villeblad headed off into the woods, tracking a path that only he could see. Soon they were alone in a dim clearing, and Villeblad lowered his scarf. "So who is it that you work for, Villeblad?" An odd smile played across Villeblad's lips. "Don't tell your friends I was here, or they'll attack me, Abraham." "I promise to keep your secret." "I work for Cardinal Granvelle." Ortelius felt his throat go tight with fear. "You're an informer?" Villeblad's expression was of impatient contempt. "Do you think so little of me That I would condemn my old friends to the tyrant's inquisition? His breath smelled of cloves and gin. Although you work for Granvelle, you're against Spain? Said Ortelius uncertainly. He never quite understood Williblad's intricate, resentful allegiances. You want the truth? Said Williblad with a sigh. I'm against everyone. That's why I'm so alone. You're a rare exception, Abraham. You have an outlaw soul. The skewed compliment made Ortelius's head spin. Why do you hate all the others? He asked, eager to hear more. Give it some thought, man, said Williblad impatiently. The conquistadors who raped my mother and murdered her husband were white men. Spaniards, yes, but I'm sure lowlanders would have done the same thing. So I hate Europeans. My own tribe of Indians expelled me and put me upon Fugger's ship, so I hate them too. Fugger cared for me, but he took me lightly. I hate him. Granvelle is a swine and an intriguer. I hate him. Though I will say he was the only one to offer me a job commensurate with my skills. I would have given you a job, Williblad, said Ortelius softly, but you never asked. You're sure you don't hate me? Williblad gave him one of his rare smiles. No. You and some others in your circle are among my friends, those of you who've treated me with respect. I would never inform on such as you. So why are you at a hedge sermon? To warn Christopher Plantin. I'd expected to find him here. Plantin? The inquisitors will search his shop tonight. I heard Granvelle arranging to send them. Christopher must leave the country. Make sure that he gets the message. I mistrust those fellows who carried the basket of books. In their panic, they could neglect to warn him. Williblad's voice was low and calm. Ortelius stared at him, more fascinated than ever before. Williblad returned his gaze. For the first time, Ortelius was sure that Williblad knew he lusted for him. Come this way, Abraham, said Williblad, lithe as a man half his age. We'll find the road. Take my hand. They picked their way through the woods. Ortelius wished the brief walk would never end. Ah, to hold Williblad's strong, firm hand. And then they were out on the road. It was quite dark now, and Williblad left his face uncovered. How are things in Brussels? Asked Ortelius, just to hear his dream man talk. Good. Williblad dropped Ortelius's hand. There's a new woman I'm seducing. Perhaps you know her. Little Macon Kirke. But Bruegel wants to marry her, burst out Ortelius. I know it, said Williblad, as does Granvelle. He urged me to court her. I'm not quite sure why. Perhaps he wants to see Bruegel suffer. As do I. Bruegel insulted me at the Langevale. Remember how everyone laughed at me? I aim finally to show him who's the better man. But Williblad, began Ortelius. Enough, said Williblad, placing a finger on Ortelius's lips. Helpless with desire, Ortelius pushed his lips out, wantonly savoring the touch. Remember to tell no one you saw me here, especially not Bruegel. I'll give him my news of Macon at the proper time and in person, so I can savor the look upon his face. And, oh yes, make sure Plantin receives his warning. My horse is tethered behind this windmill here. Farewell, Abraham. As if to fully seal the secret, Williblad leaned forward and placed a soft kiss upon Ortelius's lips, and then he was gone, silently blending into the darkness on the other side of the road. Ortelius walked dizzily back to town, over and over, brushing his fingers against his mouth, trying to recall the sensation of Williblad's kiss. As he came in through the city gate, he saw a carriage just leaving. Planton and his wife. So they'd gotten the message after all. Just as well Ortelius didn't have to give it himself. It would have been hard to explain how he knew the Inquisitor's plans. Helena had already let Bruegel and Jongelink into the house. Ortelius found them in his study, looking at Bruegel's new miniature, with Vaff lying on the floor beside the fire. "There you are, Abraham," said Bruegel. "What's kept you?" Vaff sleepily beat his tail against the floor. A fellow cartographer. You wouldn't know him. He's preparing a new view of Brussels. Are you two quite comfortable? A glass of wine?" With Williblad's kiss still fresh on his lips, Ortelius needed time to digest what he'd just heard. There was no rush to tell Peter the bad news. "That would be just the thing," said Jongelink. "Would you heat up the poker to mull it with, Abraham?" Ortelius busied himself with positioning the poker, taking as long as possible, giving his mind time to spin. Why did someone as beautiful as Williblad have to act so evil? Why torment Peter in the same way for a second time? It was like a horrible recurring dream. Meanwhile, Jongelink drew his new book out of his coat pocket. The sight of Niklas' little volume made Ortelius tremble, knowing as he did that the Inquisitors were even now raiding Planton's print shop in search of it. He felt sick and dizzy with his secrets. Williblad after the young Macon. Bruegel had spoken of nothing but Macon for the last 5 or 10 years. To lose her to Williblad would crush him. "Put it away," said Ortelius to Jongelink, more sharply than he meant to. "Indeed," said Jongelink, slipping the book back into his pocket. "Tell me more about your plan for the Tower of Babel, Peter." Ortelius went to the hallway to call Helena for some wine and cake. Little of the next hour's conversation registered with him, and then he was seeing Jongelink to the door. He went upstairs and bid good night to his old mother, then made his way back to the study. Bruegel was sitting there, sketching some of the faces he'd seen at the hedge sermon. Ortelius could hardly meet his eyes. "Is something wrong, Abraham? You don't seem yourself tonight." Ortelius felt a wave of pity for his friend. He wanted to tell him the truth, but Williblad's kiss had enslaved him, at least for now. He hardened his heart and held back his secret. "I suppose I'm a bit chilled, is all. Let's have another glass of wine." "Fine," said Bruegel, though he was already a bit red in the face. "It's such a joy to hear Flemish spoken properly again. I could sit here and chat all night. I'll be on my way early tomorrow, though. I'd like to reach Brussels before nightfall." "Is the young Macon aware of your plans?" probed Ortelius. "That's still a bit of a problem," confessed Bruegel. "The old Macon's all for the marriage. She and I—" He got to his feet and checked that Helena wasn't listening at the door, then poured himself a bit more wine and flopped back down upon the couch. "Can you keep a secret, Abraham?" "Certainly," said Ortelius gloomily. He felt dreadfully unworthy of his friend's confidences, but the rush to confess was upon Bruegel, and he took no note of Ortelius's unease. "I had sex with the old Macon when I was 17. It was while she was carrying young Macon. Sometimes I worry that the girl knows. It happened like this. Master Kirke had gone off to North Africa aboard the fleet of Emperor Charles V. It was when Charles went to war against Suleiman the Magnificent's Admiral Barbarossa. Charles brought Master Kirke along to depict his triumphs, and indeed, in the fullness of time, Master Kirke helped produce a colossal series of extravagant tapestries, The Conquest of Tunis. "I've seen one of them at Fugger's," said Ortelius, hoping to change the subject. He didn't want to hear Bruegel's confidences. Why must the man be so thick-headed about the Macons? Why did he need to long for them so? "All covered with gold and silver threads," continued Ortelius urbanely. "I believe the Habsburgs stuck the Fuggers with the bill for all 12. "Quite likely," said Bruegel, not to be deflected from telling his tale. And here it came. "Well, while Master Kirke was conquering Tunis, I was conquering his wife, or rather, she was conquering me. She and I were alone in the house for 6 months with the maids and one other apprentice, a smeary 20-year-old fellow named Cornelius, who lived in the shed in the garden. Yes, Kirke quickened his Macon's womb and sailed off to Africa for adventure. One night, soon after Kirke left, I was walking down the hallway, and Macon called me into her room. It was lit by candles. She was lying on her back with her nightclothes pulled up and her legs in the air. I could see everything. I knew what a female looked like from my little games with Anya, but the sight of Macon, well, I'd almost say it frightened me. She was a grown woman, you understand, waiting for me in full readiness. It was, in its way, a terrible sight. I still don't know why she approached me in such wise. Perhaps loneliness, or the action of her swollen womb upon her humours. Who knows?" Bruegel paused, smiling ruefully. "The old Macon has never been the kind of woman to flirt with a man. If anything, she's rather stiff and cold, lacking in social graces. But there she was, on her back with her legs in the air. A moment of folly, very clumsy, very human." Ortelius shuddered at Bruegel's coarse image. Why did Bruegel perpetually have to discuss and depict such things? Ortelius had never seen a naked woman, and he didn't want to. "I've met Macon Verhulst," he said finally, "a dignified personage. I can hardly imagine what you're describing. Did you run away?" "Of course not," said Bruegel with a rueful laugh. "I was frightened, but I was 17. I stayed and swived her. She had me do it to her once or twice a day for the whole time that Master Kirke was gone. By the end, her belly was as big as your earth globe." "Did the others know?" asked Ortelius. "At first, nobody said anything," said Bruegel. "But secrets don't last long in a household. The other apprentice, Cornelius, made it clear that he knew where I went when I crept down the hallways of an evening. Though he lived in the shed, he was in the house nearly every night with the cook. There was a kind of mad lewdness in the air. Cornelius was jealous of my success with the mistress of the house, I suppose. It was he who told Master Kirke." "Oh, Lord," said Ortelius, laughing weakly. Despite himself, he'd been drawn into the tale. "What a life you lead, Peter." Soon after his return, Master Kirke called me into his studio, high on his house's 4th floor, an enormous high-ceilinged attic with gable windows. He was dressed as a Turk, in a green silk caftan the color of moonlight, wearing a turban and holding a curved scimitar. A canvas and a mirror stood before him. He'd been using himself as a model for an image of Suleiman the Magnificent. The sword put me ill at ease, the more so when he closed the door and placed the blade against my neck. "You've made merry company for my wife," said Master Kirke. I backed away, but he followed me, always with that great sharp blade at my throat. I begged for mercy. I told him I would leave his house forever if he so wished. He handed me the sword, put his face in his hands, and began to weep. "Kill me now if you plan to touch her again," he sobbed. "You're like a son to me, Peter. I don't want to lose you or my Macon, but I'd rather die than be a cuckold." In time, we smoothed things over. Indeed, we grew closer than before. I stayed on as his apprentice for 5 more years, and, good as my word, I never made love to old Macon again, nor, for her part, did she again petition me. "A happy ending, then," put in Ortelius, not wanting to hear any further talk about Bruegel's Macons. "Perhaps it's time for bed." "I'm not finished," said Bruegel stubbornly. "There's more to tell." He drank from his wine-glass and continued. "After young Macon was born, Master Kirke and old Macon were busy with their work, and it often fell upon me to care for the girl. She was a delight, the joy of the household. I'd carry her on my shoulders when I went out to make purchases for Kirke, and at home I'd draw her pictures and tell her tales. She was fond of me." Bruegel sighed. "But now I worry that she thinks of me as an uncle, or as her mother's lover." "How would she possibly know that?" cried Ortelius. "For the first months of her existence, I was drumming at her door," exclaimed Bruegel. "More fool I. Mightn't a homunculus sense such a thing? There's knowing, and there's knowing, eh? When a bird flies back from the south, she knows the nest where she hatched, without being able to tell any man how. Oh, Abraham, if young Macon feels me to be her mother's lover, then I'm as odious to her as a lecherous, unnatural father. What if she rejects my suit?" "But old Macon backs you, no?" Ortelius felt even sicker than before at the thought of that seasoned rake Velliblad seducing young Macon, and at Granville's behest. Should he tell? Impossible. Velliblad had asked him not to. There was no way he could tell. Bruegel would see the wolf in the fold soon enough. Yes, now that I'm free of Anya, old Macon's all for the marriage, prattled Bruegel. The union was always her and Master Kirke's wish. I was the best of their students, and old Macon bore no sons. They expected that in due time I'd come back into the house of Kirke. Old Macon is doing well enough, but her trade is small, and she has, I believe, not so good a head for business. "But you do?" said Ortelius, sadly smiling at his friend, at the Bruegel who refused to paint portraits, who turned his back on the Italianate style sought by the churches, who depicted people defecating, who drew seditious lampoons, who insulted the regent, who recently gave away 1/3 of his commissions for the sake of an unfaithful woman friend, and whose latest work was a miniature that had taken him 6 months to paint in exchange for a horse and a few coins. Bruegel caught some of what Ortelius was thinking. "I get commissions," he protested. "I sell everything I can paint or draw. But, yes, I'll grant that I'm not the shrewdest of men." He shook his head. "I make enough to live on, and that's it. When will I, alone, ever own a house? When will I, alone, have a full studio with apprentices to grind my paints? I'm tired of being a struggling artist, Abraham. I'm a master in my prime, and I live like a student. Who knows how much longer I have? Death comes when you have him least in mind. I hope and pray the Macons will take me in." "God grant that it be so," said Ortelius, on the point of tears. "No more talk, dear Peter. I must sleep." And so for the second time, Ortelius betrayed his closest friend. 10. The Peasant and the Birdsnester. Brussels, November 1562. The ride to Brussels took all of a long, wet day. Bruegel and Waff found lodging at an inn near the docks of the newly dug Willebroek Canal. The next morning they made their way to the Kerke House. It was a narrow, 4-story red-brick building in the Marolles district, a busy but not so fashionable neighborhood of merchants and artisans down the hill from the city's great palaces. The house was much messier than it had been in the days when Master Kerke was alive. Old Macon had always been a poor housekeeper. She met Bruegel at the door, her hair in an untidy gray bun, her wise face wreathed in smiles at the sight of Peter. They exchanged a few quiet words about why he'd come, and then she kissed him on the cheek and sent him upstairs to see her daughter. Bruegel found young Macon alone in a sunny studio on the second floor, sitting at a table sorting threads. His heart beat faster at seeing her, at scenting her breath in the room. For her part, Macon acted quite unromantic. "Peter Bruegel, have they thrown you out of Amsterdam as well?" Macon tossed her head and gave a little laugh. "Draw me a picture of a pig." She'd often greeted him with this request as a girl, and now, as in the old days, Bruegel sketched a pig in the air with his finger. The jumbled studio had Bruegel's children's games on one wall, paint-spotted Turkish rugs on an equally spotted inlaid wood floor, a brick fireplace with ashes all around it, a dusty couch mounded with skeins of thread, and 2 work tables, one covered with threads and tapestry cartoons, the other covered with paints. 3 tiny easels sitting upon the second table held miniatures that old Macon was working on. 2 high windows looked out upon the Hoogstraat, the crowded, narrow street that ran the length of the Marolles. Waff circled the room, then lay down at young Macon's feet. "It's wonderful to see you," said Bruegel, stepping closer. "You're quite the young woman now." Macon's long blonde hair was in braids that she wore piled upon her head, exposing a pale, alluring neck. Her lips were full and kissable. He wanted to reach out and pet her, but just now his hands felt like clumsy paws. His grin felt stupid. It was finally time to press his suit, and he hardly knew how to begin. "I'm overcome by your beauty." "Don't be silly. Sit down and tell me what you've seen. Draw me a real picture of a Hollander. I know you've got a pen and paper with you. You always do. Inky Peter." "What are the threads for?" asked Bruegel, not getting out his pen. "Mother's designing a tapestry for William of Orange's new wife, Princess Anna of Saxony. I've met her. A gossipy, lecherous little thing with a limp. She wants a hunt of the unicorn, with fine, strong huntsmen and a buxom virgin that looks like her." Bruegel recalled that the falconer's son, young Bengt Botts, had mentioned showing a falcon to the Macons at William's palace. "I went falconing with William while I was in Mechelen," said Bruegel, thinking Macon might be impressed. "And I've just finished a picture for him. I left it back at the inn." "I want to learn more about falconry. Why don't the falcons fly away? But why are you staying at an inn instead of with us?" "It's not fitting. There. He was finally approaching the topic. "Why not?" Macon's voice was sweet and bright, yet artificial. She was deliberately making it hard for him. "Because I'm courting you," exclaimed Bruegel. He felt his face burning. What an oaf he must seem! As if you didn't know. "Dear Macon, I want to marry you." Macon fell silent for a minute or two, looking down at her skeins of thread, moving a few of them back and forth with the tips of her delicate fingers. The noises from the street drifted in, voices in discussion, the hoofs of horses, the wheels of carts rumbling past, someone playing a hurdy-gurdy. "Mother told me to expect this," said Macon finally. "She wants it, too." "And you, Macon? Will you have me?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm not who you think I am. It's been forever since we've really talked. But now let's just be silly like the old days. Be my Inky Peter and draw me a falcon attacking a Holland pig." "All right," said Bruegel, and took out his pen. Though Macon's rebuff came as a severe disappointment, there was still room to hope. She had a point, after all. They hardly knew each other any more. First, they should get comfortable with each other again. Bruegel and Macon spent a pleasant hour together, chatting while he drew things for her, though every now and then he'd have to pause, quite overcome with longing for her. Every aspect of the girl seemed perfect to him. The curve of her bosom, the rhythm of her breath, the intimate scent of her hair and skin. Oh, how she had ripened! Old Macon joined them after a while, and showed Bruegel the cartoon for the unicorn tapestry, which indeed included some falcons. Old Macon wasn't happy with her drawing of a falcon in flight, and at her request, Bruegel rubbed it out and used a bit of charcoal to draw in a better one. Few could limn birds as well as he. While he was at it, he added a heron. The talk about William of Orange reminded him that he should deliver his picture, so after a bit he took his leave, with nothing about his and young Macon's future resolved. "She's been filled with fantasy of late," old Macon told him at the door. "She's not her old self." "Do I have a rival?" asked Bruegel, speaking quietly, lest young Macon overhear. "I don't know," said old Macon. She was a large-nosed woman with a generous mouth. "People come and go at our house on all sorts of business, and we're out in the city all the time. Perhaps she could have met someone. I'm not sure what she's up to. Of late she's shown an uncommon interest in going to afternoon mass, but if I try and accompany her, she says she'd rather not go." Lost in thought, Bruegel made his way to William's Nassau palace. Young Macon was certainly pretty enough to have attracted another man. When she'd said, "Maybe I'm not who you think I am," could she have possibly meant that she was no longer a virgin? The palace was a magnificent stone structure of arches and buttresses on a long hill near the Kirke house. A servant showed Bruegel and Waff into a vast wood-paneled dining hall with tapestries, stained glass windows, and a long linen-bedecked table laden with steaming food redolent of cinnamon, garlic, and cloves. William the Sly was sitting at one end, chatting with two other nobles. His customary bodyguard, Grauer, stood alertly behind his chair. The gimlet-eyed Grauer was the first to notice Bruegel's entrance. "It's our Bruegel," called William, "and the noble Waff. Peter, let me introduce you to Graf Egmont." Egmont was a handsome man with dark hair combed down over his forehead. He acknowledged Bruegel with a curt nod. "And I believe you know Phillips de Horne?" continued William. It had been years since Bruegel had seen Phillips de Horne. Phillips had grown a spade-shaped beard, and his head had turned bald. As usual, Bruegel wondered if Phillips might be his half-brother. Like Bruegel, he had gray eyes, but Bruegel could see little other resemblance to his own features. "Peter," said de Horne, getting to his feet, "William told me of your adventures in Mechelen with our regent de la Grete. I'm proud of you." He gave Bruegel a little pat on the shoulder. "Father did well to have this fellow educated," de Horne told the others. "He was a foundling at our Oifarenest farm." "With his paternity quite unknown, eh, Phillips?" said William, instinctively going to the heart of the matter. Bruegel dared not add anything. As a result of the old Graf's many kindnesses to him, he'd always felt himself to be under an unspoken agreement not to make any claims, but he dearly would have liked for once to discuss his paternity. Phillips merely frowned at William's sally and resumed his seat. "I brought Prince William's new painting," said Bruegel, pulling the box out of his pouch. It would be nice to have Phillips see what kind of man he was. William called a servant to clear a space on the table, and Bruegel set out The Suicide of Saul. "It's small," observed Egmont. Evidently he was a dunderhead. In the echo of his ignorant slight, the picture looked very tiny in this great arched hall. "A gem," said de Horne, leaning over it. "What mastery he has! Father knew it when he first saw him drawing on the wall of our barn. Explain the picture to us, Peter." Bruegel's heart bloomed and enfolded Phillips. Smiling in Phillips's eyes, Bruegel briefly summarized the story of Saul. When he was done, William pointed to the dying king and the dead armor-bearer in the painting's corner. "Bruegel doesn't like to say so out loud, but this is Philip, and this is Granvelle," said William. Grauer stepped forward a pace to peer at the dying men. His hard face split in a smile, and he winked at Bruegel. "Very subtle," said de Horne approvingly. "And very daring. The tyrant dies, to be replaced by whom?" "By me," said William confidently. "I'm the new David, out there on the horizon somewhere." "Why you instead of me?" said Egmont, not quite jokingly. "Because it's my picture," said William, playfully sidestepping the proffered debate. He raised his voice and called to the other end of the table, where a group of women sat. "Come see what Peter Bruegel's painted for us, Anna." A dark-haired little woman came rapidly their way, with several ladies following along. She moved with an irregular gait. Her spine was a bit crooked. She had a pretty face and a loud, gay voice. She liked the picture well enough and complimented Bruegel on the way he'd painted the trees. "A pity you're not known at the imperial court," she remarked. "My counselors in Saxony have never heard of you. And I wonder, do you ever paint women? I see nothing but soldiers in this little picture. Women, after all, are more than half the race." "My last painting was primarily of women," said Bruegel ingratiatingly. "It was called De la Grete. It was sent off to Vienna, so perhaps your counselors will hear of me soon." "How nice for you," said Princess Anna, maintaining her somewhat cutting manner. "What are you painting next, mein Herr Bruegel?" "A large Tower of Babel," he said, "as soon as I can set up a studio in Brussels. Perhaps you and Prince William would like to commission something else." "Maybe next year," said Princess Anna, "but not just now. I'm busy having Macon Verhulst produce some tapestries for me." "I've seen the cartoons," said Bruegel, wanting to show himself to be at ease in the artistic circles of Brussels. "I'm a good friend of Macon's. I helped her redraw the falcons just this morning." "She has a pretty daughter with a sweet figure," said the lively princess. "Young Macon," said Bruegel. Basking in the noble's attention, he decided to push himself forward a bit. "I'm more than fond of her." "You're not the only one," said Princess Anna, with a caustic shriek of laughter. Bruegel's stomach went hollow. It was as he'd feared. He had a rival. "How do you mean, Your Highness?" he asked, struggling to keep a calm face. Princess Anna nudged one of her ladies-in-waiting and said something to her in High German, too rapidly for Bruegel to understand. "Don't torment him with your gossip, Anna," interrupted William. "Take away his picture now, will you?" "I feed roses to pigs," thought Bruegel, watching one of the princess's ladies carry off his painting to who knew where. 6 months out of his life, and William and his wife might never look at it again. How selfish and idle were the nobles! Vaff was nosing at the edge of the table, trying to get a good scent of the food. It struck Bruegel that in some sense he was doing the same thing here himself, sniffing at the edge of the table. "Where are you staying in Brussels, Peter?" asked William, taking a scrap of clove-scented gristle from off his plate and giving it to the dog. "In an inn," said Bruegel, feeling numb from Princess Anna's news. "Eventually, I hope to move—" He stopped himself, not wanting to mention his hopes to this worldly, mocking company. He started over. "I hope to rent a large room." "I own some buildings in the Marolles," said William, in a friendly tone. "Talk to Grolsch, my purser, and he'll find you a sunny loft at a reasonable rate. That's him down there, bent over his plate. Be a bit cautious when you interrupt his feeding. Farewell, then. Come visit again when I've fewer guests. I'll show you my collection. Remember that I have a masterpiece by Bosch. It's called The Garden of Earthly Delights." Grauer shifted, and now William looked over Bruegel's shoulder at a new arrival. "Ah, Brederode, here you are. I'll send the steward for more wine." Egmont became immediately absorbed in discussing some point of governance with Brederode, and ignored Bruegel's dismissal. But de Hoorn gave him a friendly nod. Bruegel spoke with Grolsch about his need for a studio, and left the hall with Vaff. He felt himself every bit the impoverished, overworked, disinherited, and unmarriageable peasant. In the palace courtyard, Bengt Botts, the falconer's son, came dashing after Bruegel, his colourless hair flapping as he ran. Though it was cold, the boy hadn't paused to put on a coat. He was dressed in brown breeches and a loose red jerkin. His blue eyes were shining with excitement, and his pale cheeks were flushed. He was carrying a roll of papers in his hand. "Master Bruegel, I was upstairs when they carried up your new painting. Are you going to live in Brussels now?" "I am." The youth's joy at seeing him was balm to Bruegel's soul. "How are the falcons?" "Cruel and greedy as ever." The boy paused to catch his breath, his eyes searching Bruegel's face. "Master Bruegel, everyone says I draw very well, and I was wondering, could I be your apprentice?" The unexpected request brought Bruegel back to the day when he'd first approached Master Kirke with the same question. It was after Bruegel had run away from the school and found his way to Antwerp, the city of artists, and there he'd ended up on Master Kirke's doorstep, hat in hand, begging to be taken on as an apprentice. And now he said to Bengt what Master Kirke had said to him then. "You seem a likely lad, but it costs money to be my apprentice. People don't value what they get for free." "I don't have any money," said young Bengt, "and my father only wants me to be a falconer. But here, look at this." And just as Bruegel had done with Kirke, Bengt Botts handed over a roll of papers covered with drawings of people and animals. A November breeze rattled the papers as Bruegel looked through them. The years were moving on, and it was really time he had an apprentice. Perhaps there was a way. If the boy's skill was only moderate, he definitely liked to draw. There were dozens, no, scores of scenes of falconry and palace life. Young Bengt had the most important trait, the obsession to draw what he saw. "I'd like to have you," said Bruegel, handing the papers back to Bengt and patting him on the shoulder. "You have it in you to be an artist, Bengt. I wonder if Prince William would help you with the apprenticeship fee." In his own case, it had been old Graf de Horne who came up with the money. It was striking how the world liked to repeat itself, like some vast and intricate clock. "But there's no great urgency to sign on with me," he continued. "I don't have a proper studio yet." "Thank you, Master Bruegel," said Bengt ardently. "Thank you." He brushed his pale shock of hair back from his eyes. "Are you still planning to marry Macon?" "Did I tell you that?" asked Bruegel, back on his guard. "You hinted," said Bengt. "I saw her here again the other day. She's so pretty. You should get her before someone else does." "Is anyone else after her?" asked Bruegel, a little ashamed to be lowering himself to this level with the boy. "I wouldn't know," said Bengt, his pale face unreadable. Evidently he did know something, but he didn't want to say. A damp gust of wind buffeted them. "I've heard more than enough unpleasant mystery-mongering for today," thought Bruegel. "Come see me in a few months," he said, sourly closing off the conversation, "and see if Prince William will pay your fee. I truly won't take you on without it." The next few weeks passed quickly. Grolsch rented Bruegel a good loft above a candle shop on the Hoogstraat, just a block and a half from the Kirke house. Using the money Jongelink had advanced him, Bruegel set up a studio and some Spartan living arrangements. The Tower of Babel was clear in his mind from the miniature of it he'd painted years ago in Rome, and the work went quickly. In Mechlin, he'd grown used to working on more than one picture at once, so he went ahead and started a second version of the tower. The large one would be for Jongelink, and the small one for himself. Or for Macon. Ah, Macon. Try as he might to lose himself in his work, Bruegel was desperately in love with the girl. No longer was it the family workshop, the 4-story brick house, or the solid social standing that he sought. It was young Macon herself, the frisky rhythms of her walk, the cheerful clamor of her voice, the special tang of her breath, the pinks and yellows of her skin, the glowing warmth of her face, and the wise, funny, unexpected things she said. Bruegel wanted to live with her, to swell her with children, to care for her and love her for the rest of his days. But the situation remained unsettled. Macon refused to give a yes or no to his proposals, always saying she needed more time. It made Bruegel feel old and ugly to badger her. A growing sense of despair flooded around him like a swamp. At least old Macon was still his ally. She and Bruegel had any number of whispered conferences at her front door. She reported that her daughter was still going out on her own most afternoons. Bruegel went to Mass a few times to look for her, but she wasn't there. He considered following her, but decided it would be too absurd and ignoble. Better to wait. And if Macon wouldn't have him, well, then life would have to go on. Meanwhile, there was nothing to do but paint. It was mid-morning of a rainy day in late November when Villeblad Chiroux appeared in Bruegel's studio, well turned out as usual, this time in soft black leather, a white silk shirt, and a cloak and hat trimmed with white fur. His tall boots had silver buckles. His cloak dripped a little puddle onto Bruegel's floor. "Don't attack me with your paintbrush again," said Chiroux, not quite smiling. Vuff had started barking when Chiroux came in, but now the dog recognized the tall half-American and lay back down. "I'd heard you moved to Brussels," said Bruegel, prepared to be civil. He remembered Ortelius's remark that Bruegel and Villeblad should be friends. "Who are you working for?" "An old patron of yours," said Chiroux. "He'd like another picture by you." "Pleasant news," said Bruegel. "Have a seat. Which patron do you mean?" "Cardinal Granvelle," said Chiroux, still standing. "He'd like something inoffensive this time, a simple river landscape with a biblical scene." "Granvelle!" exclaimed Bruegel. Though he knew the cardinal lived in Brussels, Bruegel hadn't seen Granvelle yet, and that had seemed for the best. At their last meeting, Granvelle had been so very hostile. Though Bruegel had indeed stayed in exile for the prescribed 6 months, who knew but that Granvelle might suddenly choose to punish him some more? Yet now here was Villeblad with a fresh commission from the man. So be it. Bruegel always had a few ideas for new pictures in his head. The constant churning of his life seemed to unearth the ideas quite unbidden. He now proposed the one that seemed likeliest to fit Granvelle's request. "A flight into Egypt," said Bruegel. "Joseph in the foreground on a hill crest, leading Mary into who knows what. The future. A dark gully, and a great landscape spreading out beyond that." Speaking of the picture, he realized it would be an image of him and Macon. He made a little sketch of it on a piece of paper as he talked. "So it's Granvelle you're working for, eh? No wonder you didn't want to tell anyone in Antwerp. Even your friend Ortelius didn't seem to know. Well, I'm in no position to chide you. I've worked for him before, and now it seems I'll work for him again." He handed the sketch to Chiroux. "Do you think a flight into Egypt will suit?" "Indeed," said Chiroux, pocketing the paper after a cursory glance. "Let's work out the figures." They'd soon settled this, with a better payment than Bruegel had hoped for. But instead of leaving, Chiroux walked over to Bruegel's window and stared out through the rain. "Macon Kirke's house is just down the road," he said presently. "I can see it." "That's right," said Bruegel uneasily. A spasm of pain shot through his stomach. Chiroux had made free with his Anya. Oh, God! Could it be that— "Young Macon's very impressionable," said Chiroux. "A word from me, and she'd let you marry her." This was worse than anything Bruegel had feared. He took an uncertain step towards Villeblad. The older man placed one hand inside his cloak, and his voice took on a warning tone. "Don't rush at me, Peter. I have a knife, and I know how to use it. Hear me out. Don't try and wrestle with me like a peasant boy." "You've seduced her?" groaned Bruegel. His knees felt weak. He felt like throwing up. Granvelle sent me to her house to discuss a tapestry. I followed her to Mass the next day, and now most afternoons we walk in the park. She likes hearing about America, about the egrets and the alligators." "What do you want from the poor girl?" cried Bruegel in anguish. "If you have an honest marriage proposal, and if she prefers you, well, then I'll step aside. But walking in the park—" "What park do you mean?" "Granvelle's estate's not so far from here. It's commodious and private. On the rainy days we might sit in his library." Bruegel groaned again. "Granvelle put you up to this, didn't he? He hasn't forgiven me for the lampoon and for the delagrite." "There's more to life than paintings, Peter," said Chiru with a dismissive gesture. "Delagrite is forgotten, and the flight into Egypt is but a pretext for us to talk. Politics are what interest the primate. Connections and introductions. Granvelle deputized me to pluck your Macon so that I could ask a special favor from you." Bruegel would have lunged at Chiru now, but anticipating this, the tall, experienced man had drawn out his knife. Bruegel sat down on the edge of his bed, his stomach a filigree of pain. Sensing his master's distress, Vaff walked over and sniffed at him. Distractedly, Bruegel petted Vaff's thick white coat. He felt weak and stupid and beaten. Blearily he thought of Macon's bright, kissable face. If Velliblad kept up his game with her, she'd suffer greatly. The gossip, an unwed pregnancy, a full-blown scandal. Her reputation would be ruined. "What do you and Granvelle want from me?" he asked Velliblad finally. "I'll do what you say." "Very good," gloated Chiru. "I'm satisfied to see you so humble. It's a fine bit of revenge for our business at the Landuvale when you made the others laugh at me. Even though you're an artist, you're no better than me, you see?" The very fact that Velliblad had to say this gave the lie to it. The man's inner weakness gave Bruegel a bit of badly needed strength. "I'm about done with Macon in any case," continued Velliblad. "I'd rather not see her cast out of society. Better she ends up settled with you. She feels bad about her deceit, you know. I've had to dry many of her tears. Now keep your temper, Peter." "Yes. I'll break off with Macon if you'll do the one small favor for the Cardinal." Something odd was happening in Bruegel's head. The room had stopped looking real. It had started looking like a painting. Tall, dark Chiru, the bright window with the gray sky, the uneven, grimy boards of the floor, the peeling plaster on the walls, the convex mirror, some combs of beeswax in the corner, the pots and bowls of paint, the two panels of the Tower of Babel, the bed, and he himself upon it with the dog at his side. All of it was colors and shapes. There were 3 people in the picture, Bruegel and Velliblad with their tangled histories, and somehow Macon in the room as well, perched pale and alert to one side, invisibly watching them. They were like 3 trees with twisting trunks, their past and present in the picture's eternal now. "Did you hear me?" Chiru was saying querulously. "What?" "You're to take on one of Granvelle's countrymen as an apprentice, just for a month. The Cardinal himself will pay the fellow's apprenticeship fee, and after a month you're free to let him go." "A Frenchman?" a French-speaking Walloon from the province of Luxembourg. His name is Lazare. I believe he's Granville's great-nephew. He's interested in the arts. He wants to have the experience of associating with you and your clients." "Yet he's not an artist himself," said Bruegel, mechanically thinking out loud. "I could ask what he really wants in my studio, not that you'd tell me. I suppose he's an entrepreneur of some sort, or a spy. But I only have to keep him for a month? All right, then, I'll do it. I have no secrets for him to ferret out. And you'll break off with Macon?" "I'll do it as soon as the business with Lazare is completed. Sooner than a month, most likely." "How will I know when the business is completed?" "You'll know," said Chiru, putting away his knife and drawing out a purse. "Here's your advance for the flight into Egypt. I'll send Lazare right up to you." "He's outside?" Bruegel was beyond astonishment at Williblad's maneuvers. "Indeed," said Chiru, stepping to the window and waving his handkerchief. A figure detached himself from an entranceway across the street. "I'll be on my way now," said Chiru, walking rapidly to the door. But then, at the door, Chiru hesitated, turned back to look at Bruegel. His face had taken on a pensive air. "You're the one fit for Macon," he said softly. "You deserve the prize." "And, Bruegel," Chiru paused, as if debating within himself about whether to add something more. Heavy footsteps were coming up the stairs. "Have a care for Prince William," whispered Chiru. And then he was gone. Chiru's footsteps crossed the others on the stairs, and then a swarthy fellow with oily skin was in Bruegel's studio. He had a pointed little mustache and a prominent jaw. He looked much more like a hooligan than like a connoisseur of the arts. "Maître Bruegel," he said, bowing and removing his wet-plumed hat with an extravagant gesture that scattered drops of water across the room. "Je suis votre humble serviteur, Lazare." This time it was hard to get Vaf to stop barking. When the dog finally had been calmed down, it turned out that Lazare spoke no Flemish. But Bruegel knew a bit of French. Lazare asked what he might do to help. Bruegel made a half-hearted attempt to teach Lazare how to grind paints, but the fellow was both clumsy and unwilling to learn, and every time he came near Vaf, the dog growled. Bruegel sent him down the street to buy an oak panel for the flight into Egypt, but Lazare took 2 hours for the task and returned with wine on his breath, and the money for the oak panel spent upon an inferior piece of alder. Wearily, Bruegel and Vaf went out to get it replaced, and who should they meet on Hoogstraat but young Macon, skipping along with a hood to protect her from the drizzle. The sight of her filled Bruegel with sorrowful longing, as for a homeland to which he might never return. She greeted Bruegel cheerfully. "Hello, Peter. How's your tower today?" "I've just talked with Williblad Chiru," said Bruegel, drawing her out of the rain into a doorway. He rubbed his hand across his face to get the raindrops out of his eyebrows. "He told me he's been courting you. He's not a good man, Macon. I'm the one for you." He hadn't meant to say the last sentence, but there was no stopping himself. "I'm sure you are, Peter," said Macon, flaring up. "Everyone says so, and I'm to get busy hanging apples on the family tree before I've ever even had a sweetheart. Don't lecture me." She twisted away from him and ran off down the street. Vaf ran along after her, but seeing that Bruegel didn't follow, he returned to his master. At the corner, Macon paused and looked back at Bruegel. Were those tears on her cheeks, or drops of rain? Hopelessly, Bruegel supposed she was on her way to Granville's to meet Chiroux. He could only pray that Villeblad would keep his word once Lazare had completed his business, whatever that might be. Bruegel was in a black humor when he and Voff returned to his studio with a fresh panel of oak. Finding Lazare looking through his papers, he strode forward and cuffed him. He hadn't imagined that the thug could read. "I don't like having you here," Bruegel told him in curt French. "You're not fit to be my apprentice. Tell me frankly what you want to accomplish, and let's get it over with." Lazare was unwilling to give a direct answer, so Bruegel set him to work finishing the new oak panel. Lazare was to assiduously polish the wood by rubbing it with a damp cloth and sand, after which Bruegel would paint on a thin coat of quick-drying gesso, which Lazare would sand off, followed by a fresh coat of gesso, a fresh sanding, and so on, through 7 iterations, each time using a finer grit of sand. "I want the smoothest possible finish for the cardinal, and once we've finished the front of the panel, we'll start on the back." "The back?" said Lazare with a puzzled frown. "I see you know very little about the painter's craft," said Bruegel, grimly enjoying himself. "For the greatest works, we masters paint the sky onto the back of the panel. It adds a certain profondeur." Bruegel turned his attention away from the villain and went back to his painting. Let Lazare sand until his fingers bled, and maybe then he'd talk. And meanwhile, yes, Bruegel would paint. What else was there to do? Soon he was safe inside his picture, free of his worries about Macon. The tower was like life, with layer upon layer, detail upon detail, and the unfinished top in the clouds. The joke of the painting was that the inner parts and the outer parts of the tower didn't match. You could see the insides up above and the outsides down below. The structure was incompletable. After an hour of sanding, Lazare began to grumble. The work was not to the tough's liking. Bruegel coldly told him that this was the only task that he had for Lazare this month, and that, yes, 7 sandings of the front and the back of the panel could easily take several weeks. He told Lazare that if and when the cardinal's panel was smooth enough, he'd have Lazare start in on sanding some panels for the paintings to come. But if the work didn't suit him, well, then he could go home to his great-uncle with his mission incomplete. Lazare continued to sand and complain for a while longer. Bruegel kept an eye on him, using him as a model for one of the stonemasons who knelt before King Nimrod in the foreground of the large Tower of Babel. "I heard you sold your most recent picture to William of Orange," said Lazare finally. There was a sly glimmer in the man's small, muddy eyes. "Oh-ho," thought Bruegel. "The rat peeks out of his hole." "Prince William and I are great friends," he said encouragingly. "Does he ever come to your studio?" wondered Lazare. "Indeed," said Bruegel. "Would you like to meet him?" "Very much," said Lazare, sanding savagely. Bruegel painted on in silence, finishing off the details of a great mechanical hoist. The day's light was nearly gone, and it was time to stop. "William owns all the land around my village," said Lazare from the gloom. "His agents took away my family's farm. If I could speak with him, Then perhaps there would be justice." "Speak with him?" said Bruegel, feigning indifference as he washed the paint off his brushes. "What would you say?" "That's between me and him," said Lazar, sullenly throwing down his panel and his sanding cloth. "Once you introduce the two of us, I'll be off your hands. Why don't you ask him to come here tomorrow?" "We'll see," said Bruegel, maintaining his careless tone. It had by now occurred to him that Granvelle had sent Lazar to murder William. Giroux himself had suggested as much in those odd last remarks of his. It was hard to fully hate the mercurial Villeblad. Now let Granvelle see that Bruegel, too, could play at intrigue. "Off with you then, Lazar. I'll put some gesso on your panel to dry overnight. I'll expect you back for work quite early tomorrow morning." "I thought I'd be eating and sleeping here," protested the Walloon. "Like a proper apprentice." The long day's frustrations came crashing in on Bruegel. This cat's paw was to live here as his apprentice, instead of some friendly, talented fellow like young Banked-Bots? Was Bruegel to have no control over even this tiny, wretched studio? "Go to the Cardinals," he roared. "God knows it's not far. Give the fat, conniving sack of shit all the latest news about me. Out with you!" He strode menacingly towards Lazar. Lazar was powerful enough to snap Bruegel's back, but he was cowed by the older man's rage, and perhaps a little frightened by Vaff, who'd bared his teeth in a fierce growl. He clattered down the stairs into the rainy dusk. And now Bruegel was alone. Gradually his pulse slowed, and the steel entered his thoughts. He lit some candles and continued cleaning up from the day's work, and when that was done, he began pacing back and forth across the room, with Vaff anxiously dogging his steps. Normally, he'd go to the Kirkes of an evening, but today that was out of the question. Surely Macon had seen Giroux again today. Giroux had only promised to break off the affair after Lazar had done what it was he'd come to do. It was conceivable that this very afternoon Villeblad and Macon had lain together in Granvelle's library. It would be unbearable for Bruegel to see her. "Die nest weet, die weten, die roft, die haten," muttered Bruegel. It was a lowlands proverb about taking a girl's maidenhood. Who knows the nest knows it. Who robs the nest has it. In his mind's eye he saw a placid, unaware peasant pointing back over his shoulder towards a tree with a nest he plans some day to take. And there, wriggling in the crotch of the tree, as yet unseen by the peasant, was a birdsnester, the kind of fellow who takes a nest as soon as he sees it. The damnably smooth Villeblad. It was long past time for action. Bruegel found his cape and hat and set out into the darkness, hurrying towards William's palace with Vaff at his heels. He had the beginnings of a plan, and William the Sly could help him. The next morning Lazar arrived early. It was another rainy day. "Good news," Bruegel said over Vaff's barking. He'd hardly slept, so intense was his anticipation. "We're going to Prince William's palace today. Don't bother taking your cloak off. We can leave on the instant. He's expecting us. We're to get a tour of his collection. That should help slake your curiosity about art, eh?" "I'd hoped to meet him here in your studio," said Lazar, "in full privacy." "Never fear," said Bruegel heartily. "You won't find any of his courtiers in the painting gallery. They'll be in bed or at his dining table. You'll have ample opportunity to speak with William as privately as you wish. It's my intention that today our mutual business shall reach its climax." "You do me and my people a great service, Maître Bruegel," said Lazare, doffing his hat in one of his extravagant bows. Vaff snapped at the hat as it swept past. "Can we leave your dog at home?" "Very well," said Bruegel. "He had a good bit of exercise last night." As meddlesome Dame Fortuna would have it, Bruegel encountered Macon as soon as he entered the palace. The way to William's private sitting room led through the palace dining hall. Macon and her mother were sitting with Princess Anna at one of the endless linen-covered tables, studying the cartoons of the unicorn tapestry. Old Macon gave him an oddly exuberant wave. Young Macon jumped out of her seat and came hurrying across the stone floor. She had something to tell him. Her face was shining with her news. News about what? After yesterday, Bruegel didn't care to know. "Not now," said Bruegel before she could start. His face was a mask of ice, his belly a ball of flame. "I don't have time to talk with you." Her face fell. Some fierce part of Bruegel was glad to crush her. Perhaps this morning's little game would even end in his death. Let her taste sorrow. He pushed past Macon and hurried up the palace stairs, Lazare close at his heels. They found William in a wood-paneled sitting room before a fire, in conversation over white bread and spiced hot chocolate with his purser Grolsch. The room was cozy and warm, with a rich tapestry, an exquisite carpet on the floor, and finely carved chairs with silk-cushioned seats. On a bench by the velvet-curtained window sat a lute and a little pile of leather-bound books, and by the bench was a large celestial globe on a stand with legs twisted like climbing vines. A servant poured out the chocolate from a silver pot with a greyhound upon the lid, and the rich scent of cacao and cardamom filled the air. "Ah, Peter," said William, "I was expecting you. You've come to visit my collection, eh? Just another minute and I'll show you up personally." Bruegel noted that Grauer was nowhere to be seen. All was proceeding according to the plan that Bruegel and William had worked out last night. How sweet it was to be, for once, the driver of the steeds of fate. Bruegel smiled. "You're too kind, Prince William. I've taken the liberty of bringing along my new apprentice, Lazare." He switched into French. "Lazare is most honored to meet your lordship. He comes from Luxembourg." Lazare bowed and smiled unctuously, but Bruegel could see the emotions in his eyes. Granvelle had hand-picked this man for his hatred of Prince William. Lazare was an assassin. "Welcome to Brussels," said William in French, keeping well back from the Walloon. "So then, Peter and Lazare, we'll head up to the gallery. We'll take the spiral staircase over here. It's a handy thing. A bit of a secret passageway. It leads straight up from a little entrance down on the street. A good way for sneaking in and out of the palace when I've the need, eh? But hush, not a word to anyone else about it, least of all my wife." William winked and grinned, playing the womanizing braggart. Let Lazare believe he'd have a clear path of escape. William pushed aside a tapestry to reveal the low stone door in the wall. He popped through. Bruegel and Lazare followed. William rushed up the stairs at a run, with Bruegel behind him and with Lazare in the rear. Lazare made as if to push up past Bruegel, but the stairs were steep and narrow enough that Bruegel could easily block him with his elbows. He felt as powerful as a cat with a mouse. A minute later, they were emerging from behind another tapestry into the gallery. It was a long, wide hallway with bare wood floors, chilled with November. One side of the hall was all windows. The other was a wall hung with pictures, interrupted by two dark open doorways. William sped across the glossy floor like an ice skater, finally stopping before a huge triptych, fully 12 feet by 6 feet in size. From this angle, the light glared off the picture so that Bruegel couldn't make it out. Lazar brushed past Bruegel and pressed forward towards William, speaking rapidly in a low, penetrating voice. "A word with you, Prince," said the Walloon. "Do you know that your tax assessor took my father's farm, and that one of your soldiers dishonored my sister, eh? Do you know how many you've ruined in Luxembourg?" Matters were coming to a head. William took a step backwards, glancing anxiously towards the nearest doorway, but he gave no spoken response. "Nothing to say, Prince William," said Lazar, his voice tight with fury. "Here in your fine palace with your silver and your spices, you've no worries about a little person like myself, eh? Never give it a thought. Why would you? But now the little person's here, and by God, you'll pay the price." Bruegel plucked at Lazar's cloak, trying to slow him down. "Keep your distance, or I'll kill you, too," said Lazar, not even looking back. He shrugged, and his cloak fell free, making a velvet puddle on the floor. Lazar was holding a dagger. He strode onward, tense and alert, stalking his prey. Bruegel hung back. All gloomy desires for self-immolation fled from his mind. It occurred to him that neither he nor William were armed. He wished he'd paused to speak with Macon. What had she wanted to tell him? "I am ready," snarled Lazar, eyes fixed on William. "Are you?" He moved in for the kill. But as the assassin passed the darkened doorway in the wall, a figure sprang out at him with a roar. It was Grauer, swift as a falcon. There was the thud of flesh, a clatter, a shriek, and then Lazar was tottering about, his hands clenched over his belly, trying to staunch a great spreading stain of blood. His face wore an expression of surprise, reminding Bruegel of Father Michael, dead on the barn floor of that peasant wedding. No man ever believed that death would truly come for him. Grauer was holding Lazar's dagger as well as his own. Two more of William's guards appeared from the darkened doorway. "Finish him off, Prince William?" asked Grauer. "Not quite yet," said William, his voice a little shaky. "Question him." Lazar had slipped to his knees before the triptych. It was the masterpiece by Bosch called The Garden of Earthly Delights, with Eden on the left, Hell on the right, and the huge 6-foot square central panel filled with birds, fruits, and naked lovers. Kneeling before the picture, the wretched wounded Lazar seemed part of the painting's crooked world. The scene made Bruegel dizzy, and now, as in Mechlin, he felt Master Bosch beside him, gibbering into his ear. "Who sent you?" Grauer was saying to Lazar. "Get a physician," groaned Lazar. "A priest? I'm mortally wounded." "Who sent you, dog?" repeated Grauer, slapping Lazar across the face. By way of an answer, Lazar spat at Grauer. The spit was red with blood. "The Cardinal Granvelle sent him," said Bruegel, speaking loud enough to drown out Bosch's voice. "It's as I told you last night." "Is it true?" Grauer asked Lazar, pressing his knife so tight against the Walloon's neck that the blood began to flow. "The Cardinal
helped," whispered Lazar. "But it was my dead father who sent me."
Grauer glanced over at William. William nodded, and the knife swept across Lazar's throat. The blood spurted out, soaking Grauer's arm and splattering the bottom part of Bosch's great central panel. Bosch's shade pressed forward, more solid and animated than ever before, as if drawing substance from the blood steaming in the frigid air. In the past, the spirit had only murmured, of colors and forms and certain grotesqueries, but now he was speaking to Bruegel as clearly as the other voices in the room. "Clean off the blood," commanded Master Bosch. "Clean my picture." Bruegel stepped forward, drawing out his kerchief. He knelt down beside the twitching corpse of Lazar and began wiping the blood off the painting. He had to dampen a corner of the cloth with his spit to fully wipe the stains away. Lazar's hot, puddled blood began soaking into the knees of his breeches, a terrible sensation, a feeling from hell. As Bruegel labored to wipe off every spot, splatter, and drop, Master Bosch's voice was excitedly twittering, but the words were hard to understand. At the same time, William and his guards were talking among themselves, talking about Bruegel. They thought his behavior odd. "Not a glance for your unfortunate apprentice, Bruegel?" asked William dryly. "He's dead," said Bruegel, pausing from his work to take a quick glance around. "If left to stand, blood stains forever." Just then a page-boy came clattering down the hall, drawn by the commotion. His wide eyes took in the corpse and the crouched, blood-stained Bruegel. The boy fled downstairs to spread the news. What would Macon make of it? Bruegel was eager to see. For the first time since Williblad's visit to his studio, he felt a measure of peace. His ruse against Lazar had succeeded. With Bruegel's calm came a fading of his sense of Master Bosch's presence. Even so, he returned to his task of preservation, rubbing the bespattered image of a great pomegranate whose seeds spilled upon painted grass. "The man cares more about a painting than a human life," said Grauer, amiably chaffing him. "A colder fish than I." "It's not I who chose to kill Lazar," protested Bruegel, wanting to push away the blood guilt, although he knew some measure of the guilt was his. With the guilt came pity. Lazar had been a murderous villain, but he'd started as a village boy, the same as him. But enough weak thoughts. Lazar had been sacrificed for Macon. Was it enough? "What are you planning to do to the Cardinal and Chiru?" asked Bruegel. "I've no power over the Cardinal," said William, "but my men will take care of Chiru." Looking at Lazar's blood, Bruegel felt unable to hold something back. "You should know that Chiru gave me a hint," he said. "I don't think he wanted the assassination to succeed." "I know where to find Chiru," rasped one of the guards, as if ignoring Bruegel. "I'll go for him today." Don't kill him," said Bruegel. Despite everything, there was something about Williblad that touched his heart. But the man had to leave Macon alone. "Just make him leave Brussels." "He'll leave," said Grauer. "He'll want to leave." "Let it be so," said William. "Is there anything else I can do for you, Peter?" "Young Bengt Botts wants to be my apprentice," said Bruegel, dabbing a last few small drops of blood from 2 pairs of naked legs sticking out of a great hollow fruit. "Too pale? too coppery? Macon and Villiblad. One way or another, that was taken care of now. But would Macon want Bruegel? Soon he'd see. "Ah," said William. "Bengt mentioned the matter to me, but I didn't take it seriously. An unlettered boy like that, an artist? You actually want him?" "He hasn't got the money for my apprenticeship fee," said Bruegel, marveling at his own aplomb. He was like a gambler coolly picking up another trick. "Will you pay it?" "Of course," said William. "You've done me a great service in flushing this assassin." There was a hubbub coming up the main stairs. News of the attack had spread throughout the palace. Finished with cleaning the picture, Bruegel got to his feet, stepped back, and looked at it. Huge birds and pink lovers. A marvel. But yet, after all, only a picture of hell, or of something like it. Master Bosch's shade was quite gone. Poor dead Lazar lay curled on the floor, his head thrown back and his neck sticky with clotting blood. Bruegel had led him into this trap, and if he had to, he'd do it again. For Macon. And here she came, running out from the crowd coming down the hall. "Peter!" She ran towards him with her arms stretched out. Bruegel embraced her, marking her garments with his blood-wet trousers. "We heard the screams," said Macon. "The page said you were bloody on the floor. Oh, Peter, I thought you were dead." "I did it to make Villiblad leave you alone," said Bruegel. "There was no need, Peter. Yesterday, after I saw you in the street, I grasped my folly. I broke off with Villiblad. Oh, Peter, forgive me." Bruegel's eyes fell on the left wing of Bosch's masterpiece. Jesus stood between Adam and Eve, marrying them. In the central panel, the nude figures writhed in lust, and in the right wing they suffered the torments of the damned. Better by far to live in Eden. Any lingering anger he'd held towards Macon melted away. "I forgive you, Macon. Everyone has a past. He wanted to confess something to her, but he couldn't say it. Macon took a step back, looked him in the eyes, and plucked the thought out. "You were my mother's lover, weren't you?" "Yes," said Bruegel, his face flushing red. "Years ago. I was a boy, and she was lonely. Your father was off fighting the Turks." Macon gave a little nod, took a breath, and pressed on. "The thing is, I've been worried that... You're not my real father, are you?" "Oh, God, no, Macon. That would be monstrous. Your mother was already quickened when we had our affair. It ended before you were born. It was folly." Bruegel laughed giddily. Losing his secret was like shrugging off a stone. "Folly like me and Villiblad," said Macon with a tremulous smile. "You'll still have me?" "I love you, Macon," said Bruegel. "Will you marry me?" "Yes," said Macon. "Yes. I always thought I would." 11. The Adoration of the Kings. Brussels, May 1563 to December 1564. It was late of a balmy May evening. Macon and Peter were in the little garden behind the Kirke house, standing beneath a flowering plum tree. Tomorrow they would be wed. The house was full of voices and candlelight. Macon's mother had put on a preparatory dinner, and some of the guests were still here. "Look," said Macon, taking hold of the plum tree and shaking it. She'd shaken this tree every spring for as long as she could remember. "It's snowing." The sweet-smelling white petals drifted down onto her upturned face, and Peter kissed her. He was very affectionate tonight, every bit as excited as she. "I love having them fall on me," said Macon after the kiss. More than snow, the petals had always made her think of weddings. It was hard to believe her time was almost here. She and Peter shook the trunk some more. There seemed to be no end of blossoms upon the thickly branched little tree. Macon felt open and happy. She felt as if the petals were falling right through her heart. Peter hugged her, his arms strong around her, his lips smooth and warm in the midst of his beard. "Come on then, Peter," came a voice from the kitchen door. "It's almost midnight. Let's go back down the street to your studio." It was Peter's fussy old friend Abraham Ortelius from Antwerp. Ortelius had brought them a new wall map as a wedding gift when he came down yesterday, and had insisted on spending half of today getting it properly glued onto a wall. Not that it had been easy to find the wall space in the stuffed old Kirke house. In the end, they'd put the map in the kitchen. "It'll be good for Minamui to see it," Macon's mother had said with a laugh. "She still thinks the ocean boils below the equator." To which their cook Minamui had responded, "And how do you know it doesn't, Mevrov? You've never been there." Cocking her hands on her hips, the wiry old Minamui had squinted at the big new map. "Doesn't mean a damn thing to me. What's supposed to be where? The only part that makes sense are the little pictures of ships and sea monsters." "Peter," repeated Ortelius. "Wedding blossoms," sang Peter. "Look!" He gave the tree such a shake that the cloud of petals drifted as far as the kitchen door. Vaff, who was out in the yard with them, raised his nose to sniff at the falling flowers. "Lovely," said Ortelius. "My new house has trees like this, but they're not in bloom yet. I'll have to shake some petals for Williblad." Macon and Peter groaned in unison, then burst out laughing. Nothing could dampen their gaiety tonight. After the failed assassination attempt, Williblad had been driven out of Brussels by William the Sly's bodyguards. He'd ended up moving in with Ortelius back in Antwerp, where Ortelius had recently moved into a larger house. Ortelius gave him free room and board. In return, Williblad helped a bit with Ortelius's antiquities business. With Ortelius's mother recently dead and his sister relocated to London, Ortelius welcomed the company. Upon his arrival yesterday, Ortelius had been worried Peter might be angry with him for sheltering Williblad, but Peter seemed not to care, so long as Williblad remained in Antwerp. Macon had trouble visualizing what Ortelius and Williblad did together. Did Williblad sexually penetrate the man-loving bachelor? An incongruous thought. In any case, the love-smitten Ortelius seemed unable to stop talking about Williblad. They'd heard about nothing else from him for the last 2 days. It had made Macon and Peter uncomfortable at first, but Ortelius's constant repetition of Williblad's name had begun to have the effect of partly healing over the embarrassment. At least he hadn't brought Williblad here. Macon sometimes wondered what she'd seen in Williblad. Handsome, yes, but unhappy and empty-headed. Peter had more talent in his little finger than Williblad had in all of his beautiful body. And if Peter was a bit old, why, Williblad was a decade older. On the other hand, Williblad had been all hers. Macon was still upset about Peter and her mother. Couldn't Mother have had the decency to leave Peter alone for her daughter? And aged or not, Williblad's face and body were lovely. It still made Macon flush to think about their hours in Granville's library together. She kissed Peter again, pushing these thoughts away. Another figure appeared at the kitchen door. Marcus Note, a well-off widower who'd risen to the high political post of city father. He was Macon's mother's gentleman friend. "The deflowering's in progress," cried Note, seeing the drifting petals and the embracing couple. He'd had more than his share of wine tonight. "All you men get out of here," called Macon's mother from the kitchen. "It's time for me to have a talk with my daughter."
"Yes, yes," said Note. "Tell the girl about men."
Peter gave Macon a last kiss good-night, and then he, Ortelius, Vaff, and Note were on their way. Macon and her mother sat in the candlelit kitchen sharing a piece of cake.
"I'm so happy for you, Macon," said Macon's mother. "Peter's a wonderful man."
She had a glass of wine in front of her, and her smile was a little crooked. Once again, Macon felt a stab of anger about Peter and her mother. She felt a sudden need to lash out.
"I know about you and Peter," said Macon. "What do you mean?" said her mother, her face cautious. "I know that you lay with him when you were pregnant with me." Saying it out loud forced Macon to imagine it. It seemed she was always thinking about sex these days. She gazed at her mother's mouth, picturing Peter licking it. "Who told you that?"
said the mouth. "I guessed. And I asked Peter just to be sure. I'd been worried he might be my real father." Macon still had a lingering fear of this hideous prospect. "He's not, is he?"
"Of course not,"
cried Macon's mother. "You're Master Kirke's daughter through and through. You've got his orderliness and his head for business, not to mention his small nose. But it's true about you and Peter. Don't change the subject. How could you do this to me?"
"Cold, old ashes," sighed Macon's mother. "He was a boy. I was lonely and pregnant. You weren't even born. We were different people then. When your father found out, he nearly slit Peter's throat with a scimitar, the one that hangs on the wall in his old studio." She laughed ruefully. "Imagine this coming back again to haunt me. Sometimes I think life is too long. Don't even think about this ancient nonsense. I never do, and I'm sure Peter doesn't either." You're not after Peter any more, are you?" This was Macon's biggest fear, to be overshadowed forever by her mother. She wanted a husband who was all her own. Not for the first time, she wished she'd been allowed to pick out a boy of her own age. It was tiresome to always be thinking about the future of the family studios. And if her mother was going to go around mooning after Peter, it would be impossible. "Perish the thought! Your happiness is so much more important to me than anything else, Macon. And the grandchildren, why would an old crone like me meddle in that?" In the candlelight, Macon's mother looked both wise and sly. "You're not quite a crone, Mother. You have men visiting you all the time." "Marcus is a bit of a fool, isn't he?" said her mother with a smile. "If the truth be told, I'd never link up with another man. I value my freedom too highly. That's the reward for marrying an older man, you know. By the time you are middle-aged, you're on your own. Nobody to answer to, and you can amuse yourself by playing a few suitors." "Marcus was drunk tonight," said Macon. She herself had no head for wine. "Did you hear what he said about deflowering?" Macon giggled. She was secretly glad she had her experience with Veliblad to set off against Peter's affairs with Mother and with that goose-faced peasant Anya. She couldn't tell if her mother knew about Veliblad or not, but it was just as well to stop talking about the great issues. It was comfortable to gossip about the smaller things with Mother. "No matter about Marcus," said old Macon amiably. "I'm glad I had some wine in me for this conversation. Peter is yours
and yours alone."
The service was at a neighborhood church called Our Lady of the Chapel, just a few blocks down the Hoogstraat from the Kirke House. The priest was Father Ghislaine, a good old man, dear and familiar to the Kirke family. The guests were wonderfully turned out. The men wore dark tights and jackets, with slits in the leg-of-mutton sleeves revealing yellow and red silk linings. Each of the men had a formal Lowlands rough collar made of yards of starchy lace folded over and over in figure-8 loops. Peter's head upon his collar made Macon think of an egg in a china egg cup, an eager, excited egg. The women wore long-sleeved coats with fine tunics. Macon's tunic was of pale blue, and atop that she wore a sleeveless surcoat of yellow silk, embroidered with gold brocade outlines of leaves and flowers. She, too, had a lace ruff collar. Hers was open in front and rose up behind her head like a low halo. As was the custom for a bride, her hair hung free, quite golden in the sunlight. After the wedding, their party walked down Hoogstraat in their finery, with all the neighbors and shopkeepers smiling and cheering. Voff had escaped from where they'd penned him in the Kirke House garden and led the way down the street, tail held high. Back at the Kirke House, Minamui served a meal of oysters, wood snipe, and leeks, hares with a brown caper sauce, mountains of potatoes and onions, and cinnamon pancakes. Among the guests were Ortelius, Hans Frankert and his wife Henny van Mander, Marcus Note, and some of Macon's young friends, all very gay and cheerful. Rather than a rowdy, peasant-like affair with bagpipes, they had civilized conversation, and after the meal, some harpsichord music, played by Macon's friend, Susanna Smetchers. Peter and Macon danced together, Peter very handsome in his lace collar, though by now the folds were crumpled like the coastline on a map. Macon wished she felt more swept away with love. In the days before the wedding, Macon's mother had moved down into a little room beside her studio on the second floor, so that Peter and Macon could settle into the great third-floor bedroom that Macon's parents had once shared. In the mornings, Macon would wake up with Peter next to her in bed. Sometimes he'd be asleep, but if he were awake, he'd be on one elbow, looking out the window down into the street. They'd kiss and talk and have bread and chocolate in their room. The closer Macon got to Peter, the more she liked him. Though he had the kindness and wisdom of maturity, he retained the fire and the playfulness of a schoolboy. Macon's love for him began steadily to grow. She felt it to be like a fat winter turnip rather than like a spring flower that suddenly bursts into bloom. She tried once to explain her sense of this to Peter. "Oh, not a muddy turnip," he protested. "Let's say your love is a fine orange pumpkin. I'll water you and polish you and see how big you grow." Peter moved his studio into the Kirke House, setting up shop in Master Cooke's old workspace, the huge open attic on the 4th floor, a lovely place with a smooth wooden floor, gable windows, a fireplace, and a great peaked ceiling that rose from 8 feet near the walls to 20 feet at the ridge of the roof. His joy at occupying the studio was so great that Macon had to wonder if her house were not in the end the real reason he'd married her. She went ahead and asked him this. Peter insisted that, although he rejoiced in the studio, he'd live anywhere, so long as it was with her. In any case, the studio was, he insisted, more hers than his. He suggested they enjoy it together, and that he teach her all about painting. Whether Macon herself became a painter or not, if she was to be the lady of the house in a dynasty of artists, she would do well to know the secrets of the trade. Peter hung his beloved convex mirror above the mantelpiece, and Peter's pale blonde new apprentice, Bengt Butts, arrived along with the brushes and oils and paints. Bengt's father had been so angry with him for abandoning falconry that he wouldn't let him remain in Prince William's palace, so Bengt was to sleep on a cot in the studio. And thus the new workshop got under way. Peter had finished up his 2 Tower of Babel paintings in his Hoogstraat studio, delivering the large one to Nicholas Jongelink and making Macon a gift of the small one. She liked it quite a bit, especially when Peter pointed out his joke that the outsides and insides of the towers didn't match. "Like the church these days," he said, though he rarely spoke of religion. "Or like a person at disharmony with themselves. Life runs well only when what's above matches what's below." And he punctuated this by kissing Macon and intimately pressing her belly against his. So far, the new studio was seeming like fun. Peter's first task in the Kirke studio was to make good on his commission to paint A Flight into Egypt for Cardinal Granvelle. Blandly pretending his ignorance of Lazar's plan to assassinate Prince William, the cardinal had sent around a messenger to ask when Bruegel would deliver the finished work. As a second payment would be then due, it seemed as well to finish the picture. Peter had already started it in Hoogstraat, and he'd brought with him the pots of paint he'd made up for it. In the mornings, after breakfast and some comfortable time in bed, Peter would head upstairs and rouse Bengt, who tended to sleep late. At first, Macon felt like she still had to go downstairs to help in her mother's studio, running out to get paints for her miniatures or laying out threads for her tapestries. But being so dutiful made her weary, and then resentful. Was she to be her mother's girl forever? After a week of this, she snapped something angry at old Macon, and her mother quickly relieved her of her old obligations. "Don't worry about me, Macon," said her mother, holding a tiny brush with a dab of red paint. She was working on a miniature portrait of William of Orange's wife. Somehow she'd gotten a bit of the paint on the tip of her big nose. "I can take care of the things in my studio. Really, I can. Have fun getting to know your husband. That's more important. And how about this for a new job? Why don't you start running all our business affairs? I'd rather have you as a manager than an assistant, and then I can be the one to sigh and roll her eyes." She laughed easily, and Macon's spirits surged sky high. So Macon began starting the days by going up to Peter's studio with him. Peter decided to use Macon as a model for the Mary in his flight into Egypt. It was pleasant to pose, to sit, and to be looked at by her lively new husband. It was remarkable to see how he could transform her into colors and curves. Just to train Bengt's hand, Peter set him to work trying to make a watercolor copy of Peter's picture while he worked. As Peter painted, he talked to Macon and Bengt, telling them the tricks and recipes of the painter's craft. A few of Peter's phrases were familiar. Though Macon's father had died when she was only 6, she still had some memories of hearing him teaching Peter. One of the familiar sayings was, "An egg is mostly water," to explain how egg-mixed paint could dry so fast. "Mix 3 shades of 3 shades," was her father's injunction for getting smooth colorings, and "look through your painting like a window," was his old rubric for laying out a scene in perspective. Macon had always wondered about that last one. As a child, she'd practiced looking through all kinds of things as if they were windows, including the faces of her friends. Peter had many other sayings new to Macon, many of them relating to his uncanny ability to paint his lively little women and men. He sometimes called them his pachters, the Flemish word for tenant farmers. If Peter's canvases were his estates, the picture's painted inhabitants were his tenants. Among his teachings were these: "A runner flies, a walker glides. Better too fat than too thin. A hat makes a head. See what your pachter sees. Objects are alive." And, Peter delivered this one in a challenging tone, "The world is a parable." "You mean the painting is a parable, don't you, Master Bruegel?" said Bengt,
who enjoyed the give and take of discussion. "That goes without saying," answered Peter. "No, I said the world is a parable. God made the world, and he made it a parable. The world's like God's painting." "If the world's a painting, then who commissioned it?" demanded Bengt. "You're the patron, the pactor, and the paint," said Peter. "The Trinity." "How so the paint?" asked Bengt. "The red is your blood, the black your bile, the yellow your choler, and the cool green is your phlegm." The lessons and the logic-chopping word games mystified Macon a little, and once Peter was through using her as a model, she began spending a bit less time in the studio. And a good thing, too, as life in the Kirke house was going on as usual, and her mother truly had abandoned all control over the finances. So Macon learned how to be a businesswoman. She gave Mainamui money for shopping, collected the fees from her mother's patrons, paid the taxman his share of what they earned, and so on and so on. Things were tighter than she'd ever realized. Indeed, the Kirke workshop was not so far removed from bankruptcy. No wonder Mother had been so keen to have Peter join the family. Every few months, Jerome Koch would send down some undocumented payments for his sales of Peter's engravings, and Peter mentioned wondering if he might be underpaid. So Macon got Jerome to give them a proper accounting, and ended up getting him a bit more money than before, which helped. The one member of the household who doubted Macon's acumen was old Mainamui. The day came when she tried to pooh-pooh Macon's decisions and to go around her to her mother, but old Macon stood solidly behind her daughter. "Let her make her own mistakes," said Mother. "They'll never be as bad as mine." Before long, Peter was finished with the flight into Egypt, with Mary Macon on a donkey, and Joseph Peter starting down the slope ahead of her, his head and face covered by a hat. The distant prospects of the picture showed a lovely sunny river landscape, but for now Joseph and Mary were heading down into a dark canyon they'd have to traverse before reaching their promised land. Macon gasped when she saw the composition, so perfectly did it seem to express their situation. In the end, all would be well between her and Peter, she felt sure of it, but in the meantime there were their financial problems, the growing political unrest of the lowlands, and the lingering memories of her delirious affair with Williblad. Macon still felt just a bit unsure of her love for Peter. Yes, the love was a fine big pumpkin by now, but why couldn't it be a bright thorny rose to pierce her heart? Discussing his flight into Egypt with her, Peter chose not to explore the meaning of the dark canyon. Instead, he talked about a toppled pagan idol he'd painted in. It was sticking out from a little wooden shrine beside the path the painted couple trod. "That's the cardinal," remarked Peter, pointing out the fallen idol with the end of his brush. "Sometimes a painting makes things so. Granville won't be in the lowlands much longer." Not wanting to see his tormentor Granville again himself, and perhaps not wanting to risk a tongue-lashing about the idol, Peter had Bengt deliver the panel to the cardinal. Bengt reported that Granville had paid the remainder of the fee with barely a glance at the picture. Evidently the primate had other things on his mind. Indeed, the lowlands were in great ferment. Politics was all that anyone talked about in the markets. The high nobles had presented King Philip with a petition that he lighten his edicts against heresy and end the slaughter of his citizens. Meanwhile, the money from the final sale of the painting came in handy, though Macon felt the overall price had been too low. She'd taken it upon herself to visit the Brussels Schildersband to get an idea of the going prices for paintings the size and quality of Peter's. She urged him to let her help him negotiate his fees from now on, and he gladly agreed. Politics and finances interested Peter much less than what he could see and think and paint. Macon got her chance to serve as the negotiator for his next commission, which was to be his largest panel yet, done for Jongelink, who had been exceedingly pleased with his Tower of Babel. The new picture was to be a bearing of the cross, a scene of Christ carrying his cross, but drawn as a Flemish crowd scene. It was a composition that had been done numerous times by other Flemish painters. Indeed, Jongelink owned a similar scene by Harry Met de Blesse. Jongelink paid a visit to Brussels specifically to ask Peter to do something like it. When he proposed a sum to Peter, Peter said neither yes nor no, but asked him to return on the morrow so he could discuss the offer with his manager, his Macon. As they discussed the painting that evening, Peter paced about his fine, big attic studio with its many windows, telling Macon that he was set upon making the biggest and best Flemish bearing of the cross yet, the one that would finish off this particular genre for once and for all. It touched her to see how high he set his sights. She fully believed he could attain his ambitions, and she wanted to see him properly paid. That night, Macon did some figuring from the going rates and from her estimates of the costs of making the work Peter wanted, and concluded that Jongelink should triple the figure. To Peter's surprise, Jongelink accepted the counteroffer. His elation was extreme. Peter and Bengt ran out and purchased a huge, well-aged oak panel, the largest they could find, 5 feet by 4 feet in size. And now, before starting, he wanted to make up a fresh batch of paints. He insisted that Macon be in on this. "So you can teach our sons and daughters some day," he reminded her. Macon was getting to like this idea. The talk of their descendants had changed from being a burden to being a pleasant prospect. More workers to fill the accounts of the studio, and truly, how sweet it would be to see a child who was half Macon and half Peter. The trade secrets of making paints were quite new to Macon. Her father had died too young to teach her, and her mother had never had the temperament for fiddling with such alchemical processes. Instead, the old Macon bought the paints for her miniatures ready-mixed from her artist friend Anne Smitchers, who had a busy studio just a few streets away. Peter told Macon they'd make pigments of white, yellow, black, green, blue, and red. For the white and yellow, Peter, Bengt, and Macon refurbished Master Kirke's stack for making white lead. The stack, abandoned for years, now consisted of a dozen clay pots arranged beneath the midden heap beside the shed in the corner of the garden. Some were cracked, and Peter replaced them. He poured a few inches of apple vinegar in each of the pots, and then he had Bengt and Macon put a number of beaten sheets of lead into each vessel. The sheets, pounded to the thinness of paper, were separated by pebbles so that the vinegar would touch all the surfaces. They covered the stack of pots back up with rotting compost and household dung. Vaff became so interested in this process that they put a fence around the stack to keep him from rolling in it or digging it up. According to Peter, the decay of the offal released a fire element, which over the period of a few weeks would combine with the fire within lead and vinegar to turn the earthen elements of lead into an air element of fine flaking white. Though his schooling had been quite brief, Peter seemed to have soaked up an uncanny ability to mirror the workings of the scholastic mind. Macon chaffed him about it a little in private, asking him which element made his penis rise. In any case, the point of the stack was that, washed and ground, the white lead would serve as the finest kind of white pigment, far superior in durability to marble dust or to ground eggshells. And once you had the white lead, you could heat part of it in a crucible, transmuting it into a fine yellow pigment called massicot. "For the black we need bone," said Peter when the stack was done. "Or better yet, ivory." Something jogged loose in Macon's memory. She ran and found a charred old walrus tusk from one of the basement closets. She'd occasionally played with the talismanic object as a girl, thinking of it as some eldritch northern queen's scepter. Walrus tusk was, said Peter, the best possible source of black pigment. They heated the tusk over a fire, astonished by its fishy stench, and then scraped off a quantity of the blackened ivory. "Now for the colors," said the busy Peter on the next day. "The water and air of our parable world." He produced a sack of special rocks, crumbly nuggets of azurite and malachite in shades of blue and green. The way to get the pigments from the ore was a process called levigation. Peter had Bengt crush the rocks and told Macon to shake them up with water, the blue ore in one flask and the green in the other. The earthy dross settled to the bottom of the flasks, while the colorful powders swirled about in the fluid. Macon liked this part. The dust in the water was pretty. They poured off the bright waters and levigated the mixtures again. The results were 2 heaps of fine, powdery pigment that were set out in the sunlight to dry. Finally, for his red, Peter used a vermilion cinnabar that Hans Frankert had imported from Austria. This ore was said to be a blend of mercury and sulfur. It was a terribly dangerous substance with a lethal affinity for the blood humor. Artists who carelessly inhaled cinnabar dust had been known to die within months, yellow, wizened, and smelling of urine. Peter implored Macon to never handle the cinnabar herself, and he insisted that Bengt wrap a triple kerchief around his face before grinding it up on a table in the garden. Rather than letting the powdered pigments wait, Peter deemed it better to mix them up into finished paint right away. They heated a mixture of balsamic turpentine with walnut oil and then melted a block of beeswax into the liquid. They split the smooth, sticky medium among 4 pots and folded in the bright dusts. And then, finally, there were 4 little vessels of paint, a black, a green, a blue, and a red, each with a layer of oil to cover it. Frankly, Macon wondered if she could remember every step, but she knew she'd have many chances to see it all again. It was a little odd to think of her whole future life being already planned out for her. "Remember, Macon," said Peter, "white, yellow, and red are poisonous, while black, green, and blue are safe. It's the fire element that's deadly." "Indeed," thought Macon with a tiny inward sigh. "The fire is what damages your heart. Better, of course, to be a safe old wife, working with water and earth." While all the paint-making had been going on, Bengt had also been sanding Peter's new panel for him. Peter brushed the panel with a mixture of plaster and horsehoof glue, giving it a firm white surface. And then he was ready to start populating it. In these early stages of the picture, Peter worked with pencil and paper, first getting his pactors right, and then sketching them onto the panel. Just for the fun of it, Macon took her own paper and began practicing drawing along with Bengt. But even though her parents were artists, she didn't have the touch. While the lines sprang into life from Bengt's long, pale fingers, Macon's drawings came out crooked and stiff. Peter encouraged her anyway, but soon she gave it up. One day, to postpone having to go downstairs and work on the business accounts, she hit on the idea of helping Peter make up stories about the characters he drew. As Peter said, the more you know about the Pactors' lives, the better you could draw them. And Macon was better than he at imagining other people's lives and minds. So for the next few weeks, Macon would go up to the studio in the morning and spend some time with Peter and Bengt telling stories about the people they drew. Here was a mounted soldier with 2 nose holes and a face like an empty skull. Macon said his family had died of leprosy, and he'd gone into the army as a boy, sending part of his pay to cover the feeding of a single cow that he'd inherited on a cousin's farm, but that his cousin had long since butchered and eaten the cow without telling him. A workman with a shovel trudged along with 4 other workmen, one of them wearing a tight red hat with flaps. Macon said they'd dug a tulip garden that afternoon for a lady who hadn't paid them, and now were trying to get good spots to watch the crucifixion, with the hope of meeting someone there to give them more work. But it was hard to make plans, as the man in the tight red hat was deaf from scarlet fever. A man ran across the scene with a heavy sack over his shoulder. Macon said the sack was full of spoiled grain the man had stolen to feed his sick son, Vim, who was home alone because his wife had followed Mary Magdalene to the Sermon on the Mount and had never come home, and that the man had been too busy with his son to listen to the gossip of the streets, so he was surprised to see Jesus here in the procession. Over by the fallen Christ and his cross, a fat man in chain mail blew a long, curving horn. Macon said he liked to practice blowing it a lot during the daytime and even at night, and a neighbor had threatened to kill him, but the horn blower was friends with a local inquisitor, and he'd had the complaining neighbor burned as a heretic. In front of him was a cart with the 2 thieves in it. One thief made confession to a sly Simeon monk. The other thief stared white-faced into the heavens. Macon said the confessing man had robbed and killed 6 merchants, and the staring man had murdered his mother, but that when hanging on their crosses, it would be the staring man who turned out to be the good thief, the one who asked the Lord to save him. The wheels of their cart were covered in mud, and the draft horse was knee-deep in water. His name was Pard, and he liked nothing better than rolling on his back in a sunny meadow, but he wasn't going to be doing that today. In the foreground were a husband and wife struggling with 3 soldiers and a bald old Pharisee. The Pharisee had the husband by one arm, pulling him towards the fallen Christ. 2 of the soldiers were pushing and pulling the husband as well. They wanted him to help carry the cross. The wife was hanging on to the husband. The 3rd soldier, who wore striped tights, was threatening the wife with a pike. Her jaw was set, and her husband's feet were braced. "Put a rosary at her waist," said Macon. "She says novenas, but she doesn't want her husband to help the Lord. And have the husband be looking to her for help. She's stronger than him." The weeks turned into months before all of Peter's figures were sketched in. Macon went up to the studio less and less often. There were too many people, too much to think about. How could Peter stay focused upon his little world for so long? Meanwhile, Bengt harvested the white lead, cooked some of it into yellow massicot, and started a fresh batch in the stack. Finally, the drawing was done. For the last 2 figures in the picture, Peter had drawn a skulking, anguished Judas, and beside Judas he had set a self-portrait of himself in profile. Peter standing there with his hands folded, calm and noble, gazing at the fallen little Christ in the center of the scene. It was all quite lovely, but Macon found that juggling the family finances interested her more, perhaps because this work was all hers. Mother had recently landed another tapestry commission, and to bring the money in faster, Macon hit on the notion of patching together some of their old tapestry cartoons and having another studio take over some of the fabrication. Peter's advance from Yongelink was used up by now, and it was a daily balancing act to keep the house of Kirkus solvent. Even though she wanted Peter to finish his picture and get paid, Macon would perhaps have liked it better if he'd spent more time in bed with her in the mornings. These days, no sooner was he awake than he was running up the stairs to his studio. "Come, watch me start the underpainting," urged Peter. "That's worth knowing about, too." So again, Macon started spending a bit of time in the studio each morning. It was, in fact, the one way to be sure she saw her husband before dinner time. Peter dipped out bits of the red and the yellow, the white and the black, made up some shades of ochre, and thinned them with a mixture of egg and walnut oil. Inch by inch he went across the panel, creating a delicate underpainting in light tones that still let the drawing show through. And when, a week or two later, this was done, he went over the picture again, highlighting the bright spots with white lead. The intricacy of the process staggered Macon. Her mother's miniatures took nothing like so long, but Peter seemed never to weary of his labors, and, considering all that he set himself to do, he worked rapidly. Each detail of his picture seemed endlessly capable of arousing his interest. In the afternoons, Peter would quit work, wash himself off, and Macon would take him and Voff out to walk the streets of Brussels. But even outdoors, Peter's attention seemed, more often than not, to be up in the fourth-floor studio with his little characters. His obsession with his work was beginning to make her jealous. The town was in a ferment of gossip about whether the foreigner might accede to the nobles' petition to soften the strictures against heresy. More and more people had become openly Calvinist. And then, in March of 1564, the word came out that Cardinal Granvelle was leaving. At King Philip's request, the cardinal was to visit his mother in France for an indefinitely long period of time. People imagined that now King Philip would weaken his edicts and come to more reasonable terms with the citizenry of the lowlands. Little did they know that the king was but biding his time, and that his persecutions would double and redouble in savagery over the years to come. But for a few happy months, the citizens could dream that their freedom was at hand. The news of Granvelle's dismissal came out just at the start of Carnival, and the revelry was wild and unrestrained. Frankert and Henny came down from Antwerp to visit. Macon put them up in an extra room that was squeezed in on the second floor between her mother's bedroom and studio. Some wag had painted "For Immediate Sale" on the door of Granvelle's palace. Many dressed up like priests and cardinals for the riotous masking. Peter, the Macons, and what seemed like half of Brussels were invited to a great celebration at William the Sly's. At Frankert's urging, Macon and Peter drank rather more than their custom. Fat Frankert could hold any amount of alcohol and still dance with his wife, but Peter grew more and more disheveled and stupid. He couldn't stop talking about having wiped blood from the Boche in William's gallery, and then nothing would do but that he and Frankert disappear upstairs with candles to study the Garden of Earthly Delights. Macon's mother and Marcus Note were devouring pancakes at the long dining table. Henny was deep in a discussion of tapestries with Anne Smitchers, and for the moment Macon was quite dizzy and alone. "You look very lovely," said a familiar voice. Macon turned. The tall man behind her wore a cardinal's cape and a copper mask shaped like the sun. His cape hung open to reveal a black jersey and tight breeches with a prominent red codpiece. "Villeblad." "Hush," he said, holding out his arm. "I'm not welcome here. Can we go off and talk in private?" "I'm married now." Yet she found herself placing her hand upon his arm. A kind of shock traveled through her fingers. She took a quick, dizzy look around the room. Nobody was watching them. Peter had abandoned her, and nobody cared. "I think we might find a quiet parlor over here," said Villeblad, steering her through the crowd. And then they were alone in a small, book-lined room that made Macon instantly think of the cardinal's library. Well, not quite alone, as one of Lady Anna's ladies-in-waiting had fallen into a stuporous slumber upon one of the room's 2 couches. Williblad took off his mask and closed the door. To Macon's surprise, his fine straight nose had gone crooked. "Oh, Williblad, what happened to you?" she said, raising her hand to her own nose.
"William the Sly's men gave me quite a beating the night they told me to leave town. They broke my nose and one of my arms. Perhaps your Peter told them to."
"Oh, you poor thing." Seeing the sadness in his eyes, she stepped forward and gave his face a little caress. "You're still handsome, though."
"You're wonderful to say that." He seemed so needy for love. With a flourish, he removed his red cape and tossed it over the head of the inert woman on the couch. "To ensure that the parrot stays asleep," he said with his old smile. He strode across the room and plopped down on the other couch. "Come sit with me, Macon. Just like old times. I've missed your kisses." She sat by him, and he pressed her hand. He was hungry for her touch. Macon had really meant to just talk with Williblad about how happy she was with Peter, but she felt so sorry about the broken nose that somehow one thing led to another, and before long Williblad was on top of her, with her dress pulled up around her waist, and his codpiece all undone. How he made her heart pound. Suddenly the door to the parlor swung open. It was the pale young Bengt Botts. He flushed bright pink and quickly left, slamming the door behind him. The lady-in-waiting beneath the cape stirred and grumbled, fumbling at the heavy silk. Macon twisted free of Williblad and ran out into the great noisy hall. She found Peter, took him home, and made love to him like never before. A month later, Macon realized that she was pregnant. Peter was thrilled to see Macon's belly swell. For her part, Macon was dreadfully uneasy. She and Williblad had stopped before he'd reached his climax, but perhaps that didn't make a difference. With these things one never knew. "How does it feel?" Peter wanted to know.
"It feels strange," said Macon. "There's someone tiny alive inside me, and only God knows what she, or he, looks like."
Summer and fall shaded into the hardest winter that any of them could remember, with the ground frozen solid from the start of November. It was bitter cold outside, with icicles hanging down off the eaves. A fire burned in every room. As Macon swelled, Peter grew more romantic. He worked a bit less and chatted with her more. He was learning how to be a loving husband. And for Macon's part, with the baby on its way, she appreciated more than ever Peter's ability to earn money with his labors. Sometimes, lying in a patch of sunshine on their bed, she'd imagined them coming out of the dark canyon and into the bright plain of their future. Macon would become the matriarch of a great line of artists. With Peter so affectionate, and Macon's hopes so high, she no longer had any thoughts of any other man. The one shadow upon her pleasure was the apprentice, Bengt Botts. The boy stared at her provokingly when their paths crossed. She did her best to avoid him. How could she have let herself get re-entangled with Williblad? God willing, he'd gone straight back to Antwerp. There'd been no sign of him since Carnival, and thankfully no visits from Ortelius. The business with Williblad at the palace was nothing but a half-remembered fever dream, and if Bengt would only keep his counsel, it need never have even happened. Peter was on the home stretch with his bearing of the cross. He'd given the painting a low, cloudy sky that receded off into vast distances. There were any number of crows flying about. The closer Macon looked, the more of them she could find. Peter loved crows, loved to draw them, loved the sounds of their caws, loved to speculate about their behavior, loved to point them out to Macon whenever they were outside. The wearisome Bengt, whose skill seemed to be coming along quickly, worked at Peter's side,
painting a watercolor copy of the bearing of the cross on a large piece of paper. Peter had it in his mind that soon he'd have a proper workshop, producing multiple copies of his compositions. Bencht's copy would be saved for Bruegel's archives, to be used as the model for the finished copies to come. Bencht's presence was becoming more and more of a burden for Machen. Though the boy had said nothing to Peter yet, Machen felt sure that he was constantly thinking about the sight of her beneath Williblad. She began to imagine that the quiet, bloodless lad had some hope of making love to her himself. He actually seemed to be making calf eyes at her. Did he take young Machen for as great a goose as old Machen? She treated Bengt with icy hauteur. She was a woman now, the manager of the family business, a wife, and very nearly a mother. When Peter finished his bearing of the cross for Jongelink in November, the snow lay very deep upon the ground. Jongelink had business in Brussels anyway, so he came to fetch his picture with a horse-drawn delivery sled. Bruegel made sure to have Machen with him throughout their discussions. As they'd been hoping, Jongelink loved the painting so much that he immediately commissioned a new one. With his strong, loving arm around Machen, Peter suggested he paint an Adoration of the Kings, with Mary and her baby, painted as a winter scene. Jongelink gladly acceded, and once again Machen was able to negotiate for Peter a much larger fee than he would have accepted on his own, and a good thing, too, as the family coffers were all but empty. "You've a good business head," Jongelink told Machen, closing the deal with a squeeze of his large hand. "Peter's a lucky man to have such a helpmeet." And then, at the very bottom of the year, Machen's child was born in Brussels, a boy. To Machen's enormous relief, the babe was pink, like Peter, not copper-skinned like Williblad. They had a christening party. Ortelius came down from Antwerp to be the godfather, without Williblad, of course, and Peter invited William of Orange. To their surprise, William arrived accompanied by Graf Philips de Hoorn. Machen sat with the babe in her lap, and the three guests presented gifts, just like Magi, each of them uncommonly interested in looking at what the others had brought, with kindly Father Ghislain to one side. William gave them a fine gilded censer filled with clove incense. The Graf had brought a large silver chocolate pot with his family coat of arms, the pot filled to the brim with costly nutmegs, and Ortelius presented a nef, a golden ship with an enameled seashell set into it, the shell filled with saffron strands, and a carved ebony monkey leaning out of the shell. Exquisite objects of great virtu, and more spices than one could purchase with several months' work. But for Peter, the greatest gift was plainly the moment when the Graf embraced him like a brother. It would have been a perfect day if it weren't for Bengt. Yes, at the christening party, Bengt took it upon himself to lean over and whisper something into Peter's ear. From the jut of Peter's jaw, Machen knew right away what Bengt had said. Peter glared at Bengt, then leaned over to pet the baby. "My son," he said, loud and clear. "Peter Bruegel the younger." Later that evening, before bed, dreading the moment when they'd be alone, Machen heard Peter saying something odd to Bengt. "The attic's haunted," he was telling the boy. "The ghost of Master Kirke. I've seen him there once or twice. If you persist in your calumnies of his daughter, I don't like to think what could happen to you." "I know what I saw," said Bengt stubbornly, the color rising to his cheeks. And then, seeing Machen listening, he ran upstairs to his cot. In their bedroom, little Peter was lying in a basket, his bright eyes fixed upon the nearest candle. Machen picked him up and began nursing him. How full and swollen her breasts were. Her husband sat silent off in the corner of the room, bending over something. Finally, Macon could stand it no longer. "It's true Bengt saw me with Willibald at that carnival party," she burst out. "It's terrible the way that boy creeps around. I only did it because I felt sorry for Willibald. Your friends broke his arm and nose."
"Does that mean you have to couple with the man? With my apprentice looking on? I'm glad they broke Willibald's nose. He nearly ruined you. That assassin friend of his could have cut my throat. Willibald's lucky that Prince William left him a nose at all. He shouldn't stick it where it doesn't belong."
Peter looked at her, his face wild and sad. For some reason he was holding some cloth and an old sword in his lap. What mad project did he plan? Certainly he was making no gesture to threaten her or the baby.
"Aren't I enough for you, Macon?" he pled.
"Oh, you're fine, Peter. You're wonderful," said Macon, the baby nursing at her breast. "It wasn't really what Bengt thinks he saw. I don't know how it happened. Maybe at first I felt trapped, about having to be an old wife already. I didn't realize yet how much I'd come to like our life together. Oh, Peter, don't let this ruin everything."
"Trapped," said Peter in a gentle, musing tone.
"I know the feeling, Macon. I'm trapped by my career. We're God's flowers, planted only to bloom and die. But while it lasts, oh, Macon, it could be so sweet to work and live together. You're my heart."
"Don't fret so, Peter," said Macon, touched by his words.
She glimpsed the broad sunny plain of a happy future together.
"Let's forget my mistake. And, yes, the baby is yours."
"I know," said Peter, holding up a piece of moonlight green silk. Now Macon recognized it as her father's old Moroccan caftan.
"But Bengt questions us,"
added Peter with an odd little smile. "I'm going to put a scare into him, shut him up for good." He had her father's turban as well, and the sword in his lap was her father's broad, curved scimitar. Peter took out a whetstone and began sharpening the blade.
"Don't harm Bengt, Peter. You're frightening me."
"I won't. But Prince William once advised me never to wield a sword that isn't sharp." The stone made a slithery sound, moving up and down the damask steel. "I'm going to sit up for a few hours," said Peter presently, "to properly scare Bengt. I'll wait for the dead of the night."
"Oh, stop this foolishness and get in bed."
"I have to do this," said Peter, stubbornly continuing to sharpen the scimitar. He looked over at her, and now she could see there were tears in his eyes. "And you know, Macon, as long as the sword's good and sharp, maybe you should go ahead and slit my throat if you don't love me." His voice broke, but still his hand moved steadily up and down along the curve of the sword. Macon switched Peter the Younger to her other breast.
"You men and your dignity,"
she sighed.
"Your swords and your codpieces. Look at me. I'm nursing your son. I'm your wife. What more could you want? You've enjoyed forgiveness. Learn to forgive."
"Say you won't go with Willibald again," persisted Peter.
"Maybe you should be a better husband," said Macon, suddenly annoyed by his doubts. "That means talking to me in the morning before you run upstairs. And it means seeing me when you stop work. Seeing me and not your pictures." But now the pulling of the little baby's mouth on her nipple softened her heart. "Oh, don't worry, dear Peter. Of course I won't go with Willibald again. That time at Prince William's palace was a silly, drunken dream." Peter set down the sword and came over to kiss her. "The Holy Family," he murmured, smiling at Macon and little Peter in the candlelight. "Yes," said Macon, feeling the moment realer than real, feeling herself as one with all the mothers up and down time. It was like being in a painting. How miraculous the baby was, how perfect in every detail. There was a tiny bubble of milk at the corner of his little triangle mouth. "Now come to bed." "I will," said Peter. Macon drifted off to sleep in the strong arms of her loving husband, but wild shrieks awoke her in the dead of night. It was Bengt, quite mad with terror. Though she didn't see him, Macon heard Bengt go crashing down all 3 flights of stairs, then heard the door open, and heard Bengt's light footsteps running off into the night. Downstairs, Vaff began violently barking. An eerie glow appeared at their bedroom door, and Peter came gliding in, dressed in the caftan and turban, with a scimitar and a little green glassed lantern in his hand. His face was pale green. He'd covered it with watercolor paint. "That'll do it," he said, chuckling, and Macon, comprehending the jape he'd pulled, began to giggle too. "What's happened?" cried Macon's mother from the 2nd floor, and then Mainamui was calling out from her room off the kitchen on the 1st floor. "Have we been robbed?" "It was young Bengt," called Peter down the stairs. "I think he had a bad dream." "He didn't even close the front door," complained Manamui's voice. "What a nonsense! Quiet down now, Vaff." Of course the baby woke up and began squalling, so Macon changed him and began nursing him again. Peter cleaned his face, hid his costume away, and took the sword back up to its place upon the studio wall. The next morning they slept late, waking only to baby Peter's crying. Macon and Peter spent a friendly couple of hours in bed, chatting and watching the baby, enjoying the bread and chocolate that Mainamui brought up. As they were talking, Macon came up with an idea for a commission big enough to pay their bills for the next 2 years. Peter should ask Yongalink to purchase a series of panels based upon the seasons or the months of the year. Why make a deal for only 1 painting at a time when you could sell 4 or even 12 of them? Doing a series was a common enough practice, so why not Peter? He liked the idea immediately. Macon could see that it set him to dreaming great things. Bengt appeared around noon, looking paler than usual. "What was wrong with you last night?" demanded Macon's mother. "You woke us all." I saw a ghost," said Bengt uneasily. "I think it was your husband." "I see," said Macon's mother. Macon could sense that her mother had guessed every bit of the whole story. "Perhaps you've done something to anger Master Kirke's spirit," her mother told Bengt. "If that's the case, you better not do it again." "I won't," said Bengt abjectly. "Then let's go upstairs," said Peter. "We have work to do. Macon has a plan for our grandest commission yet when we finish the Adoration of the Kings." 12. The Hunters in the Snow. Brussels, January 1566. "It's possible that the foreigner thinks of you, Peter," said William of Orange, looking down at the paper in his hands. It was a copy of King Philip's letter to his sister, the Regent Margaret, a much-copied-out epistle which, since its arrival in Brussels in November, had been spreading around the lowlands like news of the plague. The letter treated of the king's refusal to soften the blood edicts,
and of methods to best keep down the lowlands citizenry. Prince William had brought a copy over to Bruegel's studio to share it with him. He smoothed his short reddish hair forward and read the contemptible words. "I cannot but be very much affected by the lampoons which are continually spread abroad and posted up in the lowlands without the offenders being punished. This, of course, happens because the authors of earlier ones were not punished." William paused and gave Bruegel a worried look, then continued reading. "You should consider what remains of my authority and yours, and of the service of God, when it is possible to do such things with impunity in your very presence, madam, my dear sister. Therefore I pray you take the necessary measures so that this does not remain unpunished." "I don't draw lampoons these days," said Bruegel, feeling very easy in his skin. "The tyrant's fulminations mean nothing to me." It was a cold midday in January, with a few flakes of snow falling outside. Bruegel, Macon, William, and old Macon were sitting in his great attic studio, warmed by a crackling fire, the convex mirror shining reassuringly from the wall. Bruegel's son, little Peter, lay on a cloak on the floor, pawing at Waff. His apprentice Bengt was at work with boards and a hammer, making up crates for Bruegel's 6 new pictures, 3 of them leaning against the walls, and 3 on easels. "Look around you, Prince William," said Bruegel, wondering a bit at William's blindness to anything except the latest doings of the court. "Look at my new paintings. They're very far indeed from being lampoons." And what paintings they were! Bruegel's grandest commission yet, a cycle of 6 seasons for Jongelink, who'd built himself a new house in Antwerp with the profits from his somewhat questionable dealings with the wine importer, Daniel de Bruyn. Jongelink's house had a hexagonal salon waiting for Bruegel's seasons. To make up 6 times of the year, Bruegel had split both spring and summer in 2. He depicted early spring as a gloomy day, late spring as the merrymakers, early summer as haymaking, late summer as the harvesters, fall as the return of the herd, and winter as the hunters in the snow. Bruegel had been busy with the pictures for nearly a year now, working at the very limit of his powers, and as of last night, he was done. He'd painted the wheel of life, the cosmic cycle of man and nature. His 6 panels showed people moving about as part of the landscape, as tightly knit into the world as trees or crows, the human lives a natural part of Earth's seasonal changes. As above, so below. His great work was finished. For once, he felt fully at peace. Today he was sitting and resting while Bengt got the pictures boxed up, preparatory to hauling them to Antwerp on a great spring-cushioned wagon that Hans Frankert was going to lend him. The wagon was to arrive tomorrow morning, complete with 2 strong horses and a teamster. "Now I know how you felt when you had little Peter," said Bruegel to Macon, admiring the curve of her cheek. "I remember your expression so well. It's wonderful to give birth, to push your creation out. I'm empty." "Not for long," said Macon, giving him a loving smile and patting his head. "My horn of plenty." Despite his year-long immersion in the work, Bruegel and Macon were on better terms than ever. He'd begun making a point of starting slow in the mornings, always allowing an hour or 2 for chat with Macon and for playing with their growing baby boy. It was time well spent, and a relief for his frequently aching stomach. For her part, Macon seemed more enthralled with the new works than anything Bruegel had ever done. "Aren't the panels a sight, Prince William?" urged Macon. "Indeed," said William, giving the miraculous paintings a cursory look. Politics meant so much more to him than art. Like all the nobles, he was eternally self-absorbed, as if their wars and edicts were as important as the truly real. But Yongelink would know how to esteem the work, as would the steady stream of cultured people who passed through Yongelink's house. Bruegel felt sure the seasons would make his reputation once and for all. "And listen to the part where he affirms the blood edicts against heresy," continued William, turning his attention back to his copy of Philip's letter. "It's very nearly satanic." Again he read aloud, his voice trembling with anger. "Since the men condemned to die advance to execution not in silence, but as martyrs dying for a cause, you should consider whether they ought not to be executed in secret in some way or other, though it is true that a public execution also serves to set an example." "I went to a public execution last Sunday," put in Bengt. "A tortured jubilee." Bruegel's apprentice had matured over the last year. His voice had deepened a bit, his body had fleshed out, and he'd taken to wearing his hair cropped to a short blonde stubble that matched the fresh growth on his chin. Bengt had been a tremendous help in finishing the 6 panels. He was nearly as proud of the work as Bruegel. By now, Bruegel and the boy got along as well as uncle and nephew. It hadn't taken long for Bengt to figure out who Master Kirk as Ghost had really been, and it had become a comfortable joke. Even so, Bengt had learned to treat Macon with caution and respect. "Their arch-heretic said very little once they'd ripped his tongue out," continued Bengt, who'd acquired a discursive, confident manner of speaking. "It was the velvet-maker Leblas. Did you hear about him? A fanatical Calvinist. On Christmas Day he went to the cathedral, snatched the consecrated wafer of the host, broke it into bits, threw the fragments on the ground, and trampled them, crying out, 'Do you take this thing to be Jesus Christ?'" Bengt shook his head at the thought. Why would a man do such a thing? "You were at his execution?" said Prince William, eager for fresh news from the streets. "Tell me about it." "It took all morning," said Bengt. "First, they burnt 3 ordinary heretics, 2 men and a woman who'd done little more than read the Bible together. When called upon for last words, all 3 avowed their faith in the church. In return, the priests granted them the mercy of having the executioner strangle them before lighting the faggots around them." "And Leblas?" pressed William. "No recanting for this fellow," said Bengt. "He was yelling all manner of things, but, as I said, the executioners tore his tongue out by the roots. They waved it around and threw it into the crowd. It landed near me, in fact, still twitching. Horrible. Vaff wanted to eat it. Can you imagine? I held him back. Another dog made off with it. And then Leblas's right hand and foot were burned and twisted off with hot irons, the very hand and foot he'd used against the host. They threw those into a slow fire they had left over from the 3 other heretics, a big mound of coals and embers. To finish Leblas, they fastened his arms and legs behind his back and hung him by a chain over the fire to roast. His clothes charred away, and then his skin began to brown and bubble. It was disgusting, much worse than anything the Falcons ever did. I made some drawings." Bruegel smiled at Bengt. He'd taught the youth always to carry pen and paper. You never knew what you might run across. "Our Bruegel's making an artist of you, eh, Bengt?" said William the Sly. "Everything grist for the mill. That's one way to face these times. The inquisitors grow more mad and evil all the time."
"What's going to happen, Prince William?" asked Macon. Bruegel glanced over at his wife. She was a bit worried about tomorrow's trip. She was going to leave little Peter with old Macon and accompany Bengt and Bruegel to Jongelinks in Antwerp to see the new paintings installed. Macon had matured over the past year, too. Her face was firmer, a bit more rounded. She was enjoying motherhood and her stewardship of the finances. Bruegel's relationship with her had grown as sturdy as an oak table. Bruegel felt a rush of affection every time he looked at Macon, every time he heard the music of her voice. He silently prayed that the storms of war would spare his family. "The small nobles are banding together into a league," said William. "They've asked me to join, but I'm not ready to set myself so clearly against the tyrant. There may still be some way to work with him." "What will the League of Nobles do?" wondered Macon's mother. "Well, Philip resides in Spain, with no plan of returning here," said William. "The nobles still hope they can persuade the Regent Margaret here in Brussels to stop enforcing the blood edicts. And if she refuses, who knows?" He sighed and got to his feet. "But I did want to warn you not to draw lampoons, Peter, at least not for engravings, and having thus cleared my conscience, I'd also like you to consider privately doing another political painting for me. My friends have enjoyed your Suicide of Saul very much, and they admire how you've used a biblical tale to so aptly present a telling allegory." "I'm grateful to hear that, Prince William," said Bruegel. "I'd be honored to execute more paintings for you. But there's no current need for concern about lampoons. This year I've been taking the broader view. You might say I've crawled up to the summit of our angry anthill to have a look at the pastures around. Not that events aren't conspiring to draw me back inside." William looked around, finally seeming to see Bruegel's new landscapes. The tree-pruning, waffle-eating peasants of the stormy, gloomy day. The circle of dancing maids and youths beside the pond in the merrymakers. The three women calmly walking out to rake the field in haymaking. The dozy, picnicking peasants of the harvesters. The cows and the plain-faced landsmen of the return of the herd. The bedraggled hunters and their pack of dogs in The Hunters in the Snow, the hunters passing an inn and heading down the crest of a hill into a vast snowy landscape filled with the tiny figures of their fellow humans. "My heart flies right into it," said William, standing before the last picture. "It reminds me of childhood, when my world was new. God bless you, Bruegel." William looked around, his expression soft. Now the return of the herd caught his eye. "How different these are from your hell paintings, Peter. Harmony replaces chaos. The birds, the peasants, the cows, all at one with the world." "If you look closely at that particular picture, you'll see a gibbet in the middle distance," put in Bengt. "It's the only evil thing in all 6 pictures. Master Bruegel added it Sunday night after I told him about Leblas's execution. If you look very closely, you can even see Waff by the gibbet." Bengt shared Bruegel's love for fantastic elaboration. "And perhaps you can find Leblas's tongue at Waff's feet," said Bruegel, with a rueful smile. It had been a wonderful year, the best year of his life, and who knew now what would come next? Yes, I've a feeling you ants will soon pull me back into your tunnels. And let me be one of the number pulling at you," said William. "The Prince of Ants." As I say, I'd like you to consider doing something more for me with a political tone. The Princess Anna has been urging me to acquire another Bruegel painting, I might add. One of her counselors told her that your De la Grete made quite an impression at the Habsburg court in Vienna, and that now the Archduke Rudolph has carried it off to Prague. Our Bruegel of Brussels begins to acquire the cachet of imperial fashion. This was sweet music to Bruegel's ears. Early the next morning, Frankert's wagon arrived, big and strong, with springs, enormous spoked wheels, and a cloth cover to protect the cargo. The teamster driving the wagon was none other than the same Max Wagemaker who'd been with Frankert that time in the Alps, 14 years ago. Incredible how the years were mounting up. Though thinner and more wrinkled, the leathery Max was as lively and loud as ever. "The famous Peter Bruegel!" he cried, when Bruegel opened the door to him. "I tell people I saw you sell your first drawing. I suppose this round-cheeked little vixen is your wife? Lucky man. I'm Max Wagemaker, Mevrouw Bruegel, much honored to make your acquaintance." "Tell me about Peter being famous," said Macon with a smile. "His engravings," said Max. "Everyone has seen them. I liked that matched pair especially, the Fat Kitchen and the Thin Kitchen. Hans Frankert has those up in his dining room. The thin men are trying to drag a fat man inside the thin kitchen, and the fat men are throwing a thin man out of the fat kitchen. He makes a face like this." Max bent over with an angry, open-mouthed grimace, and then burst out laughing. "I hope you folks run a fat kitchen. The inn didn't have any porridge ready when I got up. I wouldn't mind some hot chocolate and scrambled eggs and fried potatoes and plump sausages before I start helping you move your pictures. What floor is your studio on?" "I'll tell you after you've eaten," said Bruegel. "Come on inside." Later they got the crated panels loaded onto the wagon, and then Bruegel, Macon, Bengt, Waff, and Max set out on the road to Antwerp, the two powerful draft horses picking their way across the ice and snow. They moved along at a rapid clip, with Macon and Wagemaker sitting on a bench at the front of the wagon, and Bengt and Bruegel sitting on the wagon's back, where they could keep an eye on the crated pictures. Waff alternated between running alongside them and jumping aboard. The road led through the open countryside towards Mechelen, accompanied for a bit by the newly dug Willebroek Canal, which eventually veered off to the west, taking a short-cut to the Scheldt. The bright, overcast sky was colored a shade of whitish green that bespoke more snow today. They rattled through little villages and past frozen marshes with skaters upon them. "Have you thought what you'll paint next, Master Bruegel?" asked Bengt. "Something for Prince William, I suppose," said Bruegel, "if not another piece for Jongelink. Right now, for once, I'm empty. Just a pair of eyes. It's a fine day, eh? Look how many birds are out and about." A flock of starlings fluttered up from some hawthorn thickets. 3 black-billed crows cawed from a pine tree, and now Waff flushed a whirring covey of quail. The damp black branches and twigs stood out against the snow like fresh-painted ivory black lines. But no man had labored over this exquisite tracery. God had put it here for free. Up ahead was a cluster of farmhouses beside a pond. The snow-covered roofs were yellow-tinted white lozenges. The pond ice mirrored the sky's pale green. Craning towards the front of the wagons, he could see Macon happily chatting with Max. How wonderful it was to be alive.
"I used to dream I was a falcon," said Bengt. "In the most beautiful dream of all, I was flying through the snow, the big flakes coming at me."
"You're a born artist," said Bruegel, savoring the image. "Is your father still angry with you?" "No," said Bengt. "We've made up. It helps that he's found a new assistant, one of my cousins from Valkensvaart. Do you think little Peter will be a painter?" "I hope so," said Bruegel. "He's my son." He emphasized the remark with an elbow to Bengt's ribs. "No squawks from me," said Bengt with a smile. "I'd hate to face Master Kirke's scimitar again." "Do you know anything about your own father?" asked Bengt after a bit. "Most likely it was Philips de Horna's tutor," said Bruegel, "though it could also have been Philips's father. The old Graf was always so kind to me when I was young, and you saw how Philips embraced me at young Peter's christening." "Why don't you ask him straight out?" "It could put him in an awkward spot," said Bruegel. "If he were to say that I'm his brother, then he'd have the worry that I might try to claim an inheritance." "Every bastard thinks he's nobility," shouted Max, who'd overheard them. "Forget your dreams of glory and be glad you don't know your parents. Mine were drunken animals with 7 children. I ran away when I was 10 years old, and they didn't even notice. I grew up sleeping in the stables at the inn. Given the choice, I prefer living with horses." It seemed that every village they passed had a gallows and some wheels on poles. The most recently hanged heretic was always left to dangle from the gibbet until a new one arrived, and then the old body would be placed atop a wagon wheel on a pole for the crows. Some villages had several wheels, and many of the wheels were laden with more than one body. This year had brought more executions than ever, and the coming year seemed likely to bring many more. Under Philip's edicts, it took almost nothing to be executed for heresy. Not only was it proof of heresy for a solitary person to sing a psalm, or to read the Bible, or to pray, it was equally a capital offense to fail to report any friend or family member who indulged in such anathematized acts of piety. There was hardly a man or a woman in the lowlands who wasn't technically subject to execution, and where facts were lacking, they could easily be made up. The Spanish rulers and their clergy were free to kill whomsoever they chose. Not only did they seek out the rebellious, the wealthy people and landowners were also being executed so that Spain could claim their goods. When they approached Antwerp, it was near dusk. Liberal, worldly Antwerp was the one place in the lowlands where the Inquisition was still mild. For the benefit of trade, the regent and her minions tolerated some freedom of thought in this rich port. The single gallows outside the city held a body that had hung so long in the sun and rain that it resembled a homely bundle of faded rags, the bones like clean weathered wood. The taxman at the gate knew of Bruegel, and upon seeing the 6 crated pictures, demanded some pieces of silver. Bruegel paid him, and then they were rolling down the familiar streets. It was comfortable to see the spire of the Our Lady Cathedral once again. Fresh snow began to fall. Nicholas Jongelink's house was on a fine big lot at the eastern edge of the city. Lights in the windows brightened the falling snow, and as they approached they could hear voices. In the front hall, Jongelink had gathered some guests to greet them. Jongelink's sculptor brother, Jacob, Christopher Planten and wife Floris, and Martin de Vos, big Hans Frankert and his wife Henny van Mander, good old Abraham Ortelius, and Willibald Cheroux.
Bruegel hadn't seen Giroux since his studio back in Hoogstraat. Giroux's nose was flat and crooked. Grauer and his men had indeed broken it, most thoroughly. When they were planning the trip, Majken had wondered out loud if it would be too awkward for her to face Willibald, but Bruegel had urged her to come. It was Majken who'd planted the germ of the Seasons panels in his mind, she who'd negotiated a proper fee with Yankelink, she who'd stood by him during this long year of creation, she who was his beloved, and Bruegel wanted her to share the glory of the final installation, and despite any doubts, Majken too wanted to be here for the great event. "Hello, Peter," said Willibald, walking right up to Bruegel. "You're looking well. I can see that marriage agrees with you. You're a lucky man." Willibald himself looked not quite so finely turned out as in the old days. Though he was dressed in maroon velvet, the material showed some signs of wear, and for the first time there were silver strands in his smooth black head of hair. Bruegel went ahead and shook his hand. In the end, after all, it had been Bruegel who'd won Majken, and today, of all days, he could afford to be big-hearted. "And I'm pleased to see you as well, Mevrouw Bruegel," said Willibald, kissing Majken's hand and executing a bow. "You keep away from me," said Majken, with a disarming laugh. Willibald smiled rakishly, then drifted off across the hall to drink and talk with Franz Floris. Bruegel felt proud of how easily she'd handled him. He and Majken looked at each other, feeling they'd weathered the initial encounter in good form. It seemed that all would be well. Yongelink's footmen carried the 6 paintings through the hall and into a special hexagonal salon. With Benkt's help, they uncrated them, with Waff very much underfoot. The guests came in to watch. "Be careful not to shatter those boxes," called Yankelink as they worked. "I may need to use them again." "What for, Nicholas?" exclaimed Bruegel. "You'll not want to part with these panels any time soon." But Yankelink didn't answer him. Bruegel felt a preliminary flicker of unease across his tender stomach. But what was there to worry about? The pictures clearly belonged here. Benkt had prepared hooks on the backs of the panels, and before long the wonderful Seasons were on the salon's 6 walls. It was a noble room, with cream-colored walls painted with green vines, a marble floor inlaid with pink alabaster roses, a great chandelier, and any number of candle-filled sconces. A few standing chandeliers were brought in as well to increase the lighting. The air was perfumed by a great heated silver bowl of red wine spiced with cloves and nutmeg. For an hour the excited guests walked this way and that, exclaiming over the new works. Ortelius was particularly transported. He kept making notes on a piece of paper. Even the vain Floris could do nothing but call for a toast. They raised their glasses, and Ortelius stepped forward to deliver an erudite, richly rhetorical encomium. Eupompus, the painter, on being asked whom of his predecessors he had chosen as a master, replied by pointing to a crowd of men. "It is nature itself that we must imitate, not an artist," declaimed Ortelius, reading from his piece of paper. "This observation so well applies to our friend Bruegel that he turns the maxim on its head. More than the painter's painter, Bruegel is the painter's nature, and I mean by this that he deserves to be imitated by all. Our Bruegel paints the things that can't be painted. In these works around us there is as much thought as paint. Yet Bruegel adds no false elegance to his paintings. More than any other, he paints the world as it is, and in this wise he achieves true beauty. Let us drink to our friend, the most perfect artist of his century." Flushed with excitement, Ortelius raised both his arms high, then drank from his cup. The others cheered and drank as well. Bruegel was glowing. He felt as if his bones were made of light. How good it was to be here. Macon was beaming, and even Williblad across the room was giving him a warm and friendly smile. "I'm honored to know you, Peter," said Hans Frankert, standing at his side.
"What a nice speech Ortelius gave," added his wife Henny. She was a handsome woman with a kind, thin face. "You must be very proud, Peter."
"It's wonderful to have all of you here," said Bruegel, looking around the room. His eyes were wet from his emotion at Ortelius's kind words, and the many candles seemed surrounded by halos. He laughed a little foolishly, at a loss for words.
"And how is little Peter?" asked Henny. "We've been meaning to get down to Brussels to visit you and Macon. Is the boy walking yet?"
"Since Christmas," said Bruegel, for the moment too overcome to say more.
"He practiced by leaning on Voff and letting the dog lead him around," added Macon with a laugh. "Voff's been very patient."
Hearing his name, the white-haired wolfhound nuzzled her hand. Still more guests were arriving, including none other than Peter House and Anya, who squealed and came running up to him, her big cheeks squeezing her eyes into slits. She'd grown rather stout. Anya was another person whom Bruegel and Macon had been uneasy about encountering at Jongelinck's.
"Well, well, Peter, we're both old married parents now."
Anya made an awkward curtsy to Macon, not quite able to bring herself to say hello to her old rival. Not that Macon had ever thought of herself that way. What an unequal contest it had been. Bruegel thanked his stars for letting him end up with Macon. Anya mimed a quick look around the room.
"What enormous pictures! We're glad to have a chance to see them. And what a palace your patron Jongelink has."
"Mynheer Bruegel," said round Peter House, with a formal bow that he had punctuated with the sound of a fart. "I'm simply bursting with pleasure to see you." He fanned the air, clapped Bruegel on the back, and lowered his voice as if to a confidential tone. "I thought you'd broken in Anya for me, but she's as wild as an ass in a lion's skin."
"Did you want a wife or a cabbage?" said Anya, on the last word shooting a hard look at Macon. "I'll go take a closer look at the pictures. Is anyone shitting, Peter?"
"Of course," said Bruegel with a grin.
"In the yard of the farmhouse at the back of the harvesters." "How common she is," remarked Macon as Anya walked off. "What did she mean by that question?"
"Oh, when I was doing my drawings for the 7 Sins, Anya and I used to joke about what might be my artistic trademark. Bosch had his owls. I have my shitting men," said Bruegel calmly. If Anya was a bit coarse, she was still part of Bruegel's past. One's life was a seamless whole. Today it seemed as though everything could fit together. Even Williblad. He was still on the far side of the room, with Ortelius fluttering about to keep his wine-glass full.
"Williblad's drinking too much," remarked Macon. "I hope he doesn't make trouble. Do remember that you promised not to get into a fight."
"I've forgiven him," said Bruegel, almost meaning it. Williblad really looked quite pathetic. He was a drunkard with a smashed face, making his living as something like a manservant. Bruegel squeezed Macon's hand and added, "I was sorry to see how badly they damaged his nose."
"Ortelius doesn't seem to mind," said Macon,
not liking the sight of the map-maker's attentions to Williblad. Now Floris and DeVos approached, Floris rather red in the face. Bruegel braced himself to listen to Floris brag about his career, as usual, but in the presence of the 6 large landscapes, even Floris had to momentarily deviate from his customary torrent of self-regard. "The hunters in the snow," he said. "Exquisite. The dogs against the glowing snow, their legs and curly tails." He glanced at Vaff. "This beast is one of them, no?" "Indeed," said Bruegel. "I was just studying your gloomy day, like this," said DeVos, making a little viewing frame by sticking out his thumbs and forefingers and joining them with one hand turned over. For the moment, even this friend of Bruegel's youth seemed to be in awe of him. "I was looking, continued DeVos, "and each little piece is a perfect composition, worlds within worlds. It's as Ortelius says, Bruegel's work is like nature herself." "I like that idea," said Macon, holding up her hands to make her own little frame. "I'm going to try it." She wandered over to look at the panels again, discussing them with the other guests, and, Bruegel noticed, coincidentally moving closer to Williblad. He told himself it didn't matter if they talked. He trusted Macon. But his stomach didn't fully seem to realize this. By now, Floris had heard enough talk about Bruegel's prowess. "Perhaps in a bit we can go look at my Labors of Hercules, eh?" he asked Bruegel. "Jungelink has the series installed in a slightly larger salon than this, and he's got my liberal arts series as well. 20 pictures by me, all told. How many of yours does he own?" "I thought about this on the ride up," said Bruegel, turning to this topic with satisfaction. "A pleasant topic. I make it 16. The Fall of Icarus. The merchant's driven from the temple that he got from Fugger. A pair of landscapes called The Parable of the Sower and The Temptation of St. Anthony. My Lowlands Proverbs. The Battle of Carnival and Lent. The Wine of St. Martin, that's St. Martin on a horse with a crowd of guzzling beggars. And then there's my big Tower of Babel, the Bearing of the Cross, the Adoration of the Kings, and now the 6 Seasons." While listing the pictures, he'd been ticking them off on his fingers, with DeVos helping by holding out some of his fingers, too. "Yes, 16 in all," concluded Bruegel. To him it seemed like an amazingly high number, more pictures than he could hold in his mind at the same time. "The greater part of your life's work, isn't it?" said Floris, with a shake of his head. Here it came. The man never tired of doling out Olympian advice. "You paint too slowly, Peter. With fellows like DeVos helping me, I turn out twice that many pictures in a single year." Bruegel resisted pointing out that all Floris's pictures were alike, and that none of them were memorable. Instead, he just said, "You should meet my apprentice," and motioned to Bengt, who'd been absorbed in talking to one of Jungelink's daughters, a lively red-haired girl with a weak chin. Bengt was pleased to meet a famous artist, but when the overbearing Floris suggested that he might be willing to take Bengt Botts on as his own apprentice, Bengt demurred. "Master Bruegel still has so much to give me," said Bengt. "The world is a parable he's teaching me to understand." Bengt was learning well. For the moment, Floris was silenced. "Stout lad," said Bruegel, clapping Bengt on the shoulder. It was good to have this youth to stand by him. And now Macon rejoined him as well. He truly felt like the master of his destiny. His wife, his apprentice, and this room filled with his finest paintings. It was all just as he'd always dreamed. And then Youngalink walked over, with the stork-like Jerome Cock at his side. "Nicholas tells me he's not going to order any new pictures from you for a while," cawed Cock. "So take a rest from painting and draw me something new to sell." "Hush, Jerome," said Youngalink. "I need to give Peter and Franz the bad news myself."
"You don't like the new panels?" exclaimed Macon, ready for battle. "How can you say such a thing?"
"They're exquisite," said the embarrassed Youngalink, awkwardly paddling the air with his oversized hands. "But the thing is, I'm in severe financial straits. The Antwerp City Fathers feel I was delinquent in not collecting excise taxes upon Daniel de Braune's wine. There's talk of malfeasance. I don't know who's been speaking to them. I'd hoped de Braune could help me set things right, but he's dropped out of sight. I'm sure he'll return from Burgundy in good time, but meanwhile I'm to give the city cash or goods worth, tens of thousands of guilders, more than you can imagine."
"It's a shame you went in with a Frenchman," snapped Florus. "Filthy curs! But painters like Bruegel and I can find other customers, eh?"
Florus's face suddenly darkened. "You are going to pay Peter the agreed-upon price for his seasons, aren't you, Nicholas?" For all his self-centeredness, Florus was always ready to defend the rights of his fellow artists. "Of course," said Youngalink, taking out a purse of gold. "I'll make good on it now. I just wish I would be able to enjoy owning your seasons for a bit longer, Peter." "What do you mean by that?" said Bruegel, the ground seeming to give way beneath his feet. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. To make up for my debt to the city, I'm turning over a good part of my art collection to them next month. All 16 of your pictures, Peter, and 20 by you, Franz. They're part of what the city will receive. They'll be crated up and kept in storage. If all goes well, I should have them back quite soon. But—" Macon said something, and then Florus interrupted with some other comment. But Bruegel had stopped listening. His stomach felt as if he'd been kicked by a mule. The better part of his life's work was to be boxed up and stored in an attic of the town hall? The fools! All in vain! Youngalink tried to press a bag of gold coins into his hand. Bruegel pushed him away. Macon took the gold for him. Youngalink's bad news had spread quickly among the guests. What had begun as a christening had taken on the air of a funeral. With Bengt and Macon trailing after him, Bruegel took one last sad walk around the salon, bidding farewell to his paintings. The paint was scarcely dry on the hunters in the snow. This was the hardest one to let go of, this perfect picture. So like today's ride through the snow, the world is a parable. "Hard news, Master Bruegel," murmured Bengt. "It won't be forever," consoled Macon. And, yes, she was right. Today was gone forever, yet his picture would live on. A crate was no coffin, and someday it would spring open again. His soundly constructed painting would be no worse for the wait. To wait and to wait. Bruegel heaved a deep, weary sigh. A sigh from the bottom of his aching gut. The thing was, so much of his life had already been spent waiting, and who knew how much more time remained? The party was breaking up. Youngalink had a bedroom prepared for Bruegel and Macon, But in his anger at the financier's poor stewardship of his paintings, Bruegel haughtily insisted they had somewhere better to stay. Jongelink took the slight ungraciously. Macon spoke with him for a bit to smooth things over, and while she was talking, Bruegel walked around the now deserted hexagonal salon yet one more time, and then he, Macon, and Bengt were bundled up and standing outside, the last glimpses of his pictures still swimming in Bruegel's eyes. "Where are we going to sleep?" wondered Macon. It was a bitter cold night, with tiny dust-like flakes of snow falling. The other guests had already departed, with Wagenmaker and his wagon long gone as well. Bruegel, Macon, Bengt, and Waff were alone in the mansion's courtyard. "We can walk to the market square from here," said Bruegel. "It's not so far. We'll get a room over the Blue Boat Tavern. Do you have Jongelink's gold in a safe place, Macon? We wouldn't want to lose that, too." "Right here," said Macon, patting her breasts. "But, Peter, the Blue Boat will have lice and bedbugs. I don't want to bring lice home to little Peter. Most of the Blue Boat customers are soldiers and whores. We'll barely sleep at all." "It'll have to do," said Bruegel, barely stopping himself from adding a remark that Anya had liked the Blue Boat fine. In truth, he felt a little abashed at losing his temper with Jongelink. A minute ago they'd been inside the mansion, and now they were freezing in the snow, thanks to Bruegel's pig-headedness. But how could Jongelink simply box up his panels and put them in storage with the city? He turned halfway back towards the mansion's door, almost wanting to go back inside and argue some more. "Come on, then, Peter," said Macon, tugging his sleeve. "I only hope we don't meet a cut-purse in the streets." "You've got me and Waff," said Bengt, throwing back his head and blowing out a frosty plume of breath. "Lord, but it's cold. Mevrouw Bruegel's right. Let's be on our way." As it happened, two figures were waiting for them in the darkness beyond Jongelink's gate. Waff yelped in fear, and Bengt started backwards so abruptly that he stepped on Bruegel's foot. But it was only Ortelius and Willeblad. "Come back to my house, Peter," said Ortelius. "I invite you three to spend the night."
"Jongelink is a crooked bastard to do this to you," said Willeblad Chiru, throwing his arm across Bruegel's shoulders. The dashing half-American was quite drunk. "Come on home with Abraham and me, and we'll talk about old times. I promise not to mention anything about fucking Macon. Damn me for a honking goose. I just did. Forgive me, Macon. Throw paint on me if you like, Peter. I envy you. I'd like to be a painter." "Scurvy fop," said Bruegel, with an anger that was partly feigned. In truth, he welcomed the distraction. It was better to be trading words with Chiru than to be grieving over the loss of his pictures. "Macon's lucky she escaped you. What is it you do for Ortelius now? Are you his valet? How far you've fallen." "Macon lucky?"
slurred Chiru. As the five of them walked down the snowy lane together, men stepped outside into the crisp, cold night.
"It's you who's lucky, Peter. A twice-plowed field bears richer harvest. You should do me honor."
For all the sting in what Chiru said, Bruegel sensed more despair than malice behind his banter. But even so, this was too much. "Hold your tongue," he said, struggling to keep his voice even. "And no, Abraham, we don't want to stay with you." The blood in Bruegel's temples was pounding. Macon grabbed his arm, lest he do something rash. Towing Macon along, Bruegel strode forward through the snow, seeking to leave Willeblad and Ortelius behind. He had no wish to end this long day with a drunken street brawl. Maddeningly, the besotted Chiru kept pace. The man was beyond controlling. "You ask what I do with Ortelius?" continued Chiru. "Well, most nights I let him unfasten my codpiece, and he plunders the treasures of the New World, like so many others before him, eh? Whoops." In his haste to keep up with Bruegel, Chiru had lost his footing. His feet shot out from under him, and he fell jarringly to the ground. For the moment, none of the four others made a move to help him up. Only Vaff seemed to have pity for the coppery man, stepping forward to give his side an encouraging nudge with his long white nose. "Careful there, Viliblad," said Ortelius, glaring down at Chiru. "And tell Peter and Bengt you were joking about what you said before." "About my codpiece?" asked Chiru. "But in relation to you or to Macon?" "Damn the man," said Bengt. "Don't speak of my master's wife that way, Chiru. Let's kick his ribs in, Master Bruegel. I saw some soldiers do it to a sailor last week." "Don't," said Macon quietly. There was a moment of silence. Bruegel looked down at Chiru, moved by his evident despair and by his poor crooked nose. He and Viliblad were little gnats in the great spinning world. Why make things harder for each other? Why not behave as if he were finally enlightened? "The world's kicked us all enough," said Bruegel. He leaned over and held out his hand. "Come on, Viliblad." "All right," said Viliblad, taking Bruegel's hand and slowly rising to his feet. "And you'll stay with us tonight?" said Ortelius. "I'd much prefer that to the lousy tavern," said Macon. "And you behave yourself, Viliblad. We've all heard more than enough nonsense from you." "Agreed," said Viliblad, his voice regaining its vigor. "Forgive me, one and all." "All right, then," said Bruegel. "Yes, we'll stay with you, Abraham." "Thank you." They walked on. "Let me start afresh," said Viliblad presently. "What I do for Ortelius is that I help him with his trade. I have a way of seeing things that other men overlook. The tracker's eye. This business with your pictures going to Antwerp, for instance, Peter. I wonder if Granvelle might be behind it. All the way from Rome?" "How so?" said Bruegel cautiously. Was Viliblad preparing to beard him once again? "De Braune used to visit the cardinal at his house in Brussels," said Chiru, "and I've heard Granvelle mention that the Austrian Habsburgs have a passion for your work. Indeed, the de la Grite made so powerful an impression upon them that they engaged Granvelle to send them copies of all your engravings. Mayhap our departed cardinal has intrigued to get your works away from Jongelink and into the city's hands, so that they can eventually pass to the Archduke. A grateful Antwerp's gift to its imperial rulers, don't you see? They're all thieving bastards." Though Bruegel was somewhat intrigued by Viliblad's theory, he didn't answer. Certainly it was an interesting thought to imagine that people might be machinating to get control of Jongelink's hoard of paintings by him, but he was too upset by the loss to want to probe the matter today. His stomach was greatly paining him. "Just be quiet," Macon told Viliblad. "Don't rub salt in Peter's wound." Ortelius's new house had a larger study, with a magnificent array of glass cases holding his treasured coins.
A big fire crackled in a hearth surmounted by a marble mantelpiece. Bruegel and Macon sat with Ortelius and Bengt before the fire, drinking tea and chatting, with Williblad lolling on the couch with a glass of clove gin. For now, Williblad was absorbed in his drinking, staring off into space. Vaff fell asleep with his head upon Chirou's feet. The dog seemed uncommonly attracted to him. Typical, thought Bruegel wryly. Anya, Macon, and even Vaff liked Chirou. The firelight glinted off the coins in Ortelius's cases, and on the wall hung his pair of Bruegel paintings, the two monkeys from Mechelen and a monochrome grisaille Bruegel had painted just before the seasons. This was The Death of the Virgin, a detailed contemporary-looking image of Mary on her deathbed, surrounded by the spirits of saints and martyrs from every period of history. A pious work, suited to Ortelius's love for the Church's finer traditions. Bruegel had expected to sell it to the Brussels Cathedral. In fact, Macon had arranged a commission, but upon seeing the work, the bishop had rejected it as too strange. The image failed to be a composition that had been painted 10,000 times. Macon raged to see her man's work go for nothing, but it had done Bruegel good to paint it. He'd made a gift of it to Ortelius, who'd been quite melancholic of the death of his mother. "I love this painting so," said Ortelius, gazing into it. "In this light, the huddled figures look almost alive. How sweet and humble you've made them. And your tones of gray, Peter. For you, gray is a color." "I was thinking of our suffering people when I painted it," said Bruegel. "I'd just heard that 3 men back in my home village were burnt at the stake. Perhaps the bishop sensed my sentiments, my unspoken questions about how our land can continue." "Your seasons are the answer," said Ortelius. "A fine refreshment from these evil times. It's an incalculable loss that Jungelink lets them slip through his fingers. You've caught the whole great world within those panels, a work never to be excelled." Ortelius stared into the fire for a while, evidently going over the works in his mind. Nobody else spoke. After a time, Ortelius looked at Bruegel with a wry smile. "This is like petitioning the Lord on the 7th day," he said. "But I'm wondering what you'll paint next." "I think we can get some commissions from Prince William," said Macon. "It's back into the ant-hill," added Bruegel, feeling weary and bitter. "William delivered himself of a heartfelt warning that I not draw more lampoons, and then he turned around and asked me to paint him some biblical scenes with anti-Spanish meanings. He's primed to pay a handsome price, don't you think, Macon? His wife, Anna, has heard the same news that Williblad mentioned, that my work is known in the imperial court. Do you think they realize the Dulle Griet shows their cousin Margaret? Perhaps so. Perhaps it makes them laugh. In any case, being known at court is the measure by which a petty noble like Princess Anna judges an artist's worth. Perhaps I'll take William's next picture a bit further than I did my suicide of Saul." As rapidly as the cosmic harmony of the misappropriated seasons was fading away for Bruegel, the desire to fight his oppressors was welling back up. "Why not a slaughter of the innocents?" said Chirou, suddenly breaking his seeming stupor. "Do you realize that under Philip's new dispensation they might execute 60,000 citizens of the lowlands this coming year?" "How do you invent a number like that?" demanded Bengt, who seemed still to be spoiling for a fight with Williblad. "What do you even imagine it means?" "I pay attention to your wretched native land's affairs," said Williblad tartly.
Viglius van Eta was in Antwerp the other day, and he told the city council that the Inquisition plans to start saving about 200 men and women a day across the lowlands. I learned to reckon at the University of Leuven, my rib-kicking little friend, and the way it works is that 200 executions times 300 days makes a schedule of some 60,000 of executions for the year of your almighty Lord, 1566. A slaughter of the innocents, vaster and bloodier than King Herod with the babies.
Carew paused and shook his head.
It's a filthy, bloody book, your Bible. Imagine, if you will, my boys, a land with no God and no priests. I was raised in just such an earthly paradise. More's the pity I had to leave it for Europe's foul superstitions.
"You should go to bed, Viliblad," said Ortelius. "You're much the worse for drink. Please, Bengt, don't repeat anything he says."
"He speaks against the Bible and God?" said Bengt, his contempt for Viliblad tinged with surprise. "I've never heard talk like that, not even from the heretics at the stake."
He regarded Viliblad with the expression of a boy teasing a mad dog.
"No God, Viliblad? Who then made the world?" "There is no God, and the world made itself," said Carew, draining his glass and slouching back in his chair. "That's why I like Peter's Seasons so much. He shows people in landscapes without the burden of any religious flummery."
Bruegel was happy to hear a bit more praise, even from this source. With Yongelink's celebration cut so sadly short, he hadn't gotten nearly enough, but he didn't quite agree with what Viliblad was saying. "Religion's in those panels just the same," said Bruegel. "Nature is God's body."
"And men the lice upon her," said Carew. "Why not leave us vermin out of your next picture entirely? Paint the land alone, and once you've mastered that, paint a landscape with no land at all."
"How do you mean?" said Bruegel, smiling a little at Carew's fantasy.
"Paint something with no human name upon it. Paint a color, or a shape, or something that's not a picture of anything. When I was a boy, there was an elder of our tribe who'd pour out different colored sands to make wonderful patterns, sunbursts and stars and whorls and zigzags."
Carew's voice trailed off and his head dropped back against the cushions. He closed his eyes and smiled, perhaps visualizing the designs he described.
"Paint them yourself, you infidel," said Bengt, "and good luck finding a patron for your shit smears."
But Carew didn't answer. He'd fallen asleep.
"Viliblad takes advantage of me because I admire him so," said Ortelius.
"He succumbs to dissipation." He ran his hands across his face and returned to the topic they'd been talking about before Carew's interruption.
"It's a dreadful thing about your paintings going into storage with the city, Peter." "I'll paint more," said Bruegel shortly.
This crowning day to his year of work had ended in disappointment and strife. A sudden spasm seized his stomach. He was going to vomit. Not wanting to make too big a mess, he bent over the ash scuttle by the side of the fire and heaved up what seemed like a very large amount of sour, coppery-tasting liquid. Looking watery-eyed into the scuttle, he could see that it was quite red. At first he thought the color was from Yongelink's wine. But no. He'd vomited blood. 13. The Beggars, Antwerp, August 1566.
Ortelius woke well after sunup, naked in his bed, with Williblad beside him, the two of them filmed with sweat. It was late August, the air in the bedroom very still and close. Williblad was asleep, a peaceful expression upon the beloved face that was so often twisted in anger or contempt. Williblad had returned from the taverns very late last night, drunk and in a stormy, lustful humor. It had been pleasant work to soothe him. The voices of Peter and Macon floated up from the kitchen, where they were chatting with Helena. They'd arrived yesterday, come to Antwerp to deliver 3 new paintings to William of Orange, with the inevitable Waff at their heels. William had been in charge of Antwerp since April. Ortelius slipped quietly out of bed, sponged himself off at the basin, and pulled on a silk shirt and some linen knee-breeches. It was shaping up to be another beastly hot day.
"Do I hear Bruegel and Macon?"
It was Williblad, his reddened eyes wide open. "They arrived after you went out last night," said Ortelius, "and we were all in bed before you returned. Do you remember how you woke me?" A smile stole across Ortelius's lips.
"I can't fathom the fact that I gave up Macon to become a sodomist," said Williblad, his words as harsh as a slap in the face. He was unkind so much of the time. "I don't think I'll be staying with you much longer, Abraham." He rubbed his hands against his temples, ruffling his silvered hair. Ortelius was used to this kind of thing from Williblad. Now he was supposed to beg and to say how much he needed Williblad, but today he didn't feel like it. For the first time it crossed his mind that he could in fact let Williblad go. The thought frightened him, and so he tried to smooth things over. "Please, Williblad, you say that every morning." "Last night I met a woman like myself," said Williblad, staring abstractly at the wall. "Down by the docks. A fellow prostitute, also spawned by a great navigator. Well, not quite a prostitute, a laundress in a brothel. Nié Saram from the Spice Islands. She says she came to Europe on Magellan's ship, the same year I arrived on Ponce de Leon's. She's as weathered as I, but perhaps we could make a life together, a decent, non-Christian life." This was considerably further than Williblad usually took his morning complaints. Had he really found a woman? Imagining a female in Williblad's embrace made Ortelius quite ill with jealousy. "Have some elixir," he said shortly. Ortelius kept a decanter of gin and cloves in his wardrobe. Usually a few drams were enough to dissipate Williblad's morning melancholy. Rather than waiting for any further response from Williblad, Ortelius left his room and started down the hallway. Williblad's mention of a decent life had set him to thinking. Was it truly a sin for Ortelius and Williblad to be living together? Williblad was far from being a prostitute. He was Ortelius's partner. The philosopher Plato taught that in the earliest days of creation, humans had been androgynous. Perhaps the division into male and female resulted only from the original sin. Perhaps androgyny was the true pre-Adamite decency. But all this was vain logic-chopping. Ortelius was profoundly glad, as he was every morning, that his mother and sister weren't here to see how he and Williblad lived. There'd be no use telling Mother about Plato. She was dead 3 years now, dear old thing, and his sister Elizabeth was married and living with her husband in London. Thinking of London sent his mind's eye flying upwards to look down at the earth from a viewpoint where England and the lowlands were both visible. Williblad's unpleasant remarks had jarred him into a loose, speculative state of mind. As he descended the stairs, He imagined a viewpoint that flew yet higher, and he dreamed, not for the first or last time, of mapping heaven. The new house's kitchen was a fine big room with a black and white tiled floor. Bruegel and Macon were sitting at a square wooden table with the morning light shining in from the garden window. A blue and white china vase with pink peonies stood on the deep window-sill, a little view of Antwerp upon the side of the vase. How clean and pleasant it all was! How decent! "Hello, Abraham," said Bruegel, who was eating a plate of curdled milk with honey. Bruegel's face was lined. He'd begun to age, but he wore a smile. "Helena's balancing my humors, and most skillfully, too. Is it true, Helena, that you've married?" "I finally found the love of my life," said curly-haired Helena, standing by the shiny copper stove they used for summer cooking. "I just knew the day would come. It was love at first sight." She giggled deliriously. "Where does your prince have his castle?" asked Bruegel. "My man Franz works for the merchant Hillis Hoftmann, loading and unloading his ships and running errands when all the ships are at sea. We have our own rooms at the warehouse. It really is like a castle, Mynheer Bruegel, and I'm to be a mother soon as well." She giggled again. "Congratulations," said Bruegel. "To be sure," said Helena, patting her belly. "Oh, I forgot to put some ground nutmeg on your curds, Mynheer Bruegel. Here we are, then." She bent over his plate. "Excellent suggestion," said Macon. "Peter needs to eat better and to work less." She herself was busy eating smoked herring and fried new potatoes, her cheeks smooth and rosy from her night's sleep. "Good morning, Abraham. Where's Williblad?" The expected question. Williblad had long since told Ortelius all about his past escapades with Bruegel's wife. "Just rising, I believe, but I warn you, it's not wise to speak with him too early in the day." And that was an understatement. How serious had Williblad been about that woman he said he'd met? Vaff appeared from under the table, wagging his shaggy white tail at the sight of Ortelius. Helena had already equipped the wolfhound with a beef bone, which he held clutched at a rakish angle in his jaws. "Helena says there's to be a great hedge sermon today," said Bruegel. "A Joachim Moded is preaching." "Ah, yes," said Ortelius, pushing Vaff aside and sitting down at the breakfast table. Helena had thoughtfully set out silver forks and some good china with blue roses on it. "Moded of Zvala, one of the fieriest of the Swiss Calvinists. He started preaching yesterday, and he's not done yet. I think half the city will go out to see him today, 10,000 or more. These gatherings aren't so solemn as one might suppose. They've become almost like fairs, wouldn't you say, Helena? The enterprising Calvinists set up all manner of booths and games around the edges. It's the kind of thing you might like to draw or paint, Peter. We should go out there for the day." "It's quite safe?" inquired Macon. "With our William the Sly in charge of Antwerp, there's no more fear of heresy trials?" "There hasn't been an execution since the end of March," said Ortelius, accepting a china cup of coffee from Helena. He prepared to launch into narration. Talking was a good way to keep your mind off your cares. "The day of the ill burnt. Perhaps you haven't heard the full story. It was Easter Monday. The sheriff and the ecclesiastics had prepared a baker's dozen of convicted heretics to burn at the stake. It struck me as numerically fitting for Eastertide. 13 heretics to match the 13 of our Lord and his 12 apostles. Pythagoras taught that the numbers are even more elemental than the humors, In any case, Williblad and I went to see the grim affair.
One stays abreast. The heretics all had shaved heads, and their heads were bloody on top. It seems our executioners have been learning new barbarities from the Spanish, who make a ritual of scraping the scalps of the condemned with broken glass to remove, they say, the chrism oil of baptism. A most unpleasant sight for an Easter Monday. In Brussels, they've started using a square on the hill above our house for burnings, said Bruegel. Sometimes the wind catches the smoke and it blows right down into our windows. A smell like burnt hair and roast shit. It goes right down to my stomach. And to think men pretend to do this in Christ's name, said Ortelius, with a shake of his head. What savage folly! But, Peter, you haven't told me enough about how it goes with this unhappy stomach. You put a terrible scare into me this winter when you vomited blood. Last night you said your symptoms have abated. Did you consult a physician? God forbid, said Macon. We asked one doctor's opinion, and he prescribed salts of mercury, when every painter knows that mercury turns your blood to choler and bile. No, Peter's been listening to his insides, and they tell him to eat only sweet and phlegmatic food, lots of milk. And he's being more and more careful with his paints. He has Bengt brushing on most of the reds, whites, and yellows. Enough about my aching gut, said Bruegel, with a sour belch and a wave of his hand. Tell us more about the day of the ill burnt. Thank you, Helena, said Ortelius, as the maid set his breakfast before him. Breakfast rolls with butter, a dish of fresh-picked cherries from his garden, and a single scrambled egg, the meat of the egg in a little mound beside the immaculate blown-out shell. Very well, then. On the day of the ill burnt, one of the condemned women was a thin girl, like a peeled stick. She was the lover of a young monk, and the two of them had been found with a copy of Hendrik Nicolaas's book, Terra Pacis, Dreaming of Love and Peace. As the executioner tied the girl to the stake, she kept screaming that she was afraid of the flames, and her mother ran forward and gave the man a florin so that he'd perform the rude mercy of strangling her before lighting the faggots. But as the executioner turned back towards the girl, a cobblestone struck him square in the back of the skull. It laid him out cold as a cod. And then the stones began flying like potatoes at a drunk peasant harvest festival. 2 of the executioners were killed, and the 3 others resigned their posts on the spot. In fact, they helped the crowd cut free the heretics, and the 13 condemned men and women disappeared down the alleyways like rabbits into the thickets. But couldn't the constables still recognize the ill-burnt by their shaved heads? Asked Macon. I'd wager that most of the ill-burnt ones caught ships for England before the sun went down, said Ortelius, finishing his egg and picking up the shell. As he talked, he took a bit of lead from his pocket and began sketching a world map onto the eggshell, starting with the view of England and the lowlands he'd been imagining before. England's all but Protestant these days, you know. I was in England last month to visit my sister. She has a fine son. I call him Carbo, because of his father's name being Cole. Ortelius smiled at his little pun and glanced up from the egg. He did what he could to keep himself amused. I'm heartened by the tale of the ill-burnt, said Bruegel. We can have our freedom if we take it. What manner of man cast the first stone? None other than my dear nature's nobleman, Viliblad Chiru, said Ortelius, warmed by his remembered pride. In the proper context,
rash folly could be exemplary courage. He turned the eggshell in his fingers and sketched the proud peninsula of Florida. Not so much because he loves Calvinism, you understand, but because he hates executioners.
"That's Velliblad all over," said Macon.
Ortelius set aside this morning's sour words and smiled to think of Velliblad. Having the man from Florida in his bedroom made it an exotic treasure chamber. How could Velliblad speak of leaving, and how could it be that Ortelius sometimes welcomed the thought?
"And it was the day of the ill-burnt that brought William of Orange to Antwerp?" pressed Bruegel, not wanting Macon's thoughts to linger over Velliblad. Bruegel remained a bit uneasy about the other man's hold upon his wife's fancy. "That's right," said Ortelius, coming out of his reverie about his partner. "The beadles and bailiffs had completely lost control. The lower elements were running riot. The mayor called upon the regent, and she in turn deputized William to rule Antwerp for the nonce. One of William's hereditary titles happens to be Burgrave of Antwerp, so he had a plausible claim to power. When he and his little army arrived, we all cheered him. Lord knows any solid burgher like myself wants order in our town, preferably a rational and humanistic order, such as our pragmatic William the Sly can provide. Many have taken to wearing wide-brimmed black hats like Calvin, and if you walk down an Antwerp street of an evening these days, you can hear Calvinist psalms being sung. But what harm does that do anyone? Does the risen Christ care if a plate of collection money goes to Geneva instead of to Rome? Does our Savior care about a hat?" "Well said," agreed Bruegel. "And what's the status of the Spanish taxes in Antwerp these times? Nobody asked me for the 20th penny when I brought in my paintings yesterday. Ordinarily, 1 out of each 20 pennies exchanged in any transaction were to go to Philip." "No, William hasn't been collecting taxes," said Ortelius, sketching away on his egg. With his years of practice, he could finish the whole world in a matter of minutes. "It's a way of ensuring his popularity. I'm sure the regent and Philip are quite upset. But tell me about your 3 new paintings. I never got to see them." "As it happens, one was of the hedge sermon you and I went to some years ago," said Bruegel. "I made it the Sermon of John the Baptist. I'm sorry I didn't show it to you, Abraham, but with everything in such disorder, I wanted to make sure I found William and got paid before something untoward happens, and I gave him a numbering at Bethlehem and a slaughter of the innocents as well. I did these as a pair of winter scenes in a Flemish village, a place like my own Grota Bruegel. It was pleasant to paint snow in this heat. Not that I painted all of it." "Bengt brushed on most of the white for him," said Macon, "and it worked out very well. Prince William was pleased with them, no, Peter?" "Not pleased enough," said Bruegel. "He looked at them for half an hour, then put them back in their crates to send to his estate in Germany. Dillenburg. At the very least, he could have sent them home to Brussels. All my roses go to pigs." He winced and pressed his hands against his stomach. "I can't be bitter. It hurts me. I'll say something nice. One of William's courtiers deemed the slaughter of the innocents a wonderfully apropos image for our times." Bruegel winced again. "Did I mention that it shows Spanish and Walloon mercenaries killing babies?" "So you took my advice." It was Velliblad, standing in the kitchen door, rubbing his eyes.
He was wearing a curious costume, a shapeless gray robe with a cloth belt. "Hello, Macon and Peter." Voff trotted over to lick Williblad's hand. "Greetings, Williblad," said Bruegel. "That's right. It was indeed you who first suggested a slaughter. I'm in your debt. Lie down and chew your bone, Voff." "Good morning, Williblad," said Macon in a honeyed tone. "Abraham told us of your heroism on the day of the ill-burnt." "Best not speak of it," said Williblad with a frown. "Mark my words. The executioners will return to their duties. As you well know, the Regent Margaret still refuses the League of Nobles and their requests to moderate the Inquisition. Her adviser, Berlaymont, called the nobles gueux, said Bruegel. Beggars. Our Delagrete was frightened by the firmness of the League, and Berlaymont sought to comfort her. What, madam, fear of these beggars? The nobles took up the name for themselves, and ever since then, Vive les gueux has been the rallying cry all over Brussels. We know all about it, said Williblad. He gestured down at his loose gray garment. That's why I wear a beggar's robe. I have a wooden bowl that I carry with me when I go out. He wedged his tongue between his lower lip and front teeth, twisted his arms like a palsied rabbit, and lurched across the room, dragging one foot behind him. I'm a beggar, he said, in a spitty, barely comprehensible voice. With great grunting and clatterings of the chair, he clumsily took a seat at their table. He worked his jaw, hunched forward, and stuck his face close to Macon's. Do you have something for me? Ortelius winced. Williblad's fantasies grew ever more obstreperous. Don't mock the cripples, said Macon. It's cruel. They're men and women like you. She's right, said Bruegel. A little more trouble with my stomach, and I'll be so bent that I'll have to crawl around on a hand-cart. Be fair, Williblad. If Ponce de Leon's sailors had broken your legs, you'd be walking on knee pads, too. I'm evil, slurred Williblad, sticking to his act, his breath fragrant with gin and cloves. God hates me. Beneath the table, Voff whined uneasily. This was more than japery. It was a confession of despair. It made Ortelius's heart ache to know that life with him made Williblad so melancholic. Williblad laid a theatrically trembling hand upon Bruegel's cheek, but Bruegel ignored him and shrugged off his touch. What are you spending your time on these days, Abraham? He asked. Antiquities? Maps, said Ortelius, handing Bruegel his globe-sketched egg. Now do stop it, Williblad. You're upsetting everyone. Eat a proper breakfast, and we'll have a nice day. Williblad cocked a fierce eye at him, but then relented, slouching back in his chair. More maps than ever, continued Ortelius. I don't know if you remember that Williblad once got me a contract to give Fugger a copy of each new map I made. Fugger's gone off to Augsburg, but I've been doing something similar for the merchant Gilles Hoftman. That's how I met my Franz, put in Helena. He came here to pick up the book of maps for Hoftman. Here, Williblad. She set a plate of potatoes and herring before him. He mimed an extravagant gesture of thanks and began to feed himself with an exaggerated daintiness that made Macon giggle. How do you mean, a book of maps? Said Bruegel. I gave him the idea, exclaimed Williblad. This was something he was genuinely proud of. "That's right," said Ortelius fondly. "Williblad and I were talking about the stack of maps I gave Fugger, and how hard it was to keep them straight. And then Williblad suggested I make all my maps the same design and the same size, and sew them together. I've started making up map books by hand for my best customers, and next I'm planning to publish them as a real book." "A book with no words?" said Macon. "Who's to say what a book can be?" said Ortelius, full of the excitement that this new project gave him. "I've decided to call it the Theatrum Orbis Terrarum. That's Theatre of the Earthly Globe, Macon. There's a chamber of rhetoric called the Globe Theatre in London, you know. And, no, the book won't be completely without words. We'll have labels and captions in Latin. Martin de Vos is designing the engravings for the caption cartouches. They're to look like leather and stone, you understand. It gives the book an air of solidity. De Vos is a competent fellow, grown marginally less annoying than in the old days. Remember when he flipped over the table full of plaster saints in Rome, Peter? Calvin would have liked that. Calvin hates art, and I rather think it's because he's a blockhead with no eye for beauty. A Swiss, can you imagine? Of course, Calvin justifies his prejudice with the Second Commandment, and terms religious statues and icons a form of idolatry. It's a message that's well received by the rabble. For them, anything that they can't eat and turn into excrement is a waste of money. "I'd smash a statue of a saint any day," said Williblad, slipping a bit of his herring to Vaff. "When I helped Fugger dissolve his holdings, those were the least valuable of the items he owned." "Ah, Williblad, you always rush to extremes," said Bruegel. "Certainly there is some grain of sense in what Calvin says. As Erasmus puts it, the stupid and thick-headed give their devotion to images instead of to the divinities they represent. But one can't be indiscriminate. The best of images contain the divine within them. Any man who'd raise a finger against a Van Eyck or a Bosch is a Zot." "How about the paintings of your master Kirke?" said Williblad. "There's several of them in the Our Lady Cathedral, well varnished and most tediously Italianate. Tempting targets." Ortelius wondered if Williblad remembered that Master Kirke had been Macon's father. Probably so, but he'd say anything to get a reaction. "Are you the first to think of a book of maps, Abraham?" said Macon, sidestepping the quarrel that Williblad perversely sought. "The Italians have made some attempts at such a thing," said Ortelius, "but they mix everything into a jumble with no two images laid out the same way. I discussed the idea of a uniform map book with Mercator not so long ago, and he said he'd been considering something like the same idea. He'd wanted to call his book an atlas, after the mythical Greek giant who carried the earth upon his back. Be that as it may, he's being good enough to let me finish my version first, and Plantin is eager to see it into print. This will be my magnum opus. I do little on my own, but my illustrious friends learn from me," said Williblad equably. His breakfast was finally settling in. "Did I hear talk of a hedge sermon today?" "What do you think?" said Bruegel to Macon. "Maybe I should get back to the studio." "Oh, no! Let's see the excitement," said Macon. "Since Abraham so kindly invites us, we'll make a day of it and stay another night. It's good to have a change. Mother and Minamui will be happy to have little Peter to themselves, and Bengt can perfectly well gesso the 2 new panels on his own, Peter.
It's best for your health if you're not around while he's putting on white lead. I only hope he's mixing in the proper amount of massicot. Too white a gesso kills a picture. 2 new panels? Said Ortelius, marveling as ever at his friend's relentless productivity. I have commissions from some fellows I met in Amsterdam, said Bruegel. A Herman Pilgrims and a Willem Jacobs, and praise God for that. To tell you the truth, I've about lost my taste for selling paintings to my local countrymen. They underpay me, and they box my pictures away. These Hollanders look to be worthier customers. I'm going to paint a little Adoration of the Kings in the Snow for Pilgrims. He's given me free rein, and I'm going to try something new. I'm going to paint the snow as it looks while it's actually falling. Big blurred flakes in front, and smaller flakes farther away. Jacobs wants a large painting of peasants, and I'm making him a Dance of the Bride. I'll have Frankert come and model for me in my studio while I'm working on it. Nobody swings a codpiece so well as he. Well, let's stir our stumps and go see some peasants in action, said Willeblad. Or lacking peasants, we'll see the dregs of Antwerp. Wait while I fetch my wooden gueux bowl. He headed up to the bedrooms, with Vaff trotting after him. Can I tie up the dog in your garden? Asked Bruegel. I don't want to have to worry about him in the crowds. You're just mad at Vaff for liking Willeblad so much, said Macon, half joking. It's fine with me to leave Vaff behind, said Ortelius, who wasn't overly fond of the beast. There's a cool, shady spot under my cherry tree. Helena can give him a big bowl of water. So Peter settled Vaff under the tree in the garden. And then Ortelius, Bruegel, Willeblad, and Macon exited the city gate near the Van Schoonbecke windmill, just like the time Ortelius had taken Peter to Hendrik Nicolaas's hedge sermon in the woods. But there was nothing surreptitious about today's gathering. Jostling crowds stretched out halfway to the horizon, plain as day. French-speaking or no, many of the passers-by greeted the gray-garbed Willeblad with a call of "Vive les gueux!" It was a blazing hot day, without a breath of breeze. "Let's see who's the best shot," said Willeblad, pointing to the windmill. A pair of men in wide-brimmed black Calvinist hats were tethering bright red cloth targets to the end of a pole strapped to the windmill's lowest vane, which was angled towards the ground. "For a few stouvers, we can take turns trying to shoot down one of the cloth birds with a crossbow," explained Willeblad. "Be a sport, Peter, and treat us. I'm sure you've got pounds of gold from William the Sly." "Fine," said Bruegel. "I learned to shoot a crossbow back on the Graf's estate in Bruegel." "They're not birds. They're cardinals," exclaimed Macon as they approached the windmill. And indeed, the little red cloth objects were doll-like human figures, with paper mitres and with eyes and mouths painted on. "Bring down the Pharisees, good brethren," said one of the Calvinist-hatted men, a big-jawed fellow with several teeth missing. To Ortelius's eye, he looked to be an ordinary street ruffian who'd put on Calvinist airs to suit the day's activities. 2 days ago, there'd been a church procession in town for the Feast of the Assumption, and likely as not, this same fellow had been there, wearing a medallion of the Virgin upon his cap and selling rosaries. "3 bolts for a stouver," said the second man. He was distinguished by having one of his ears missing, with nothing but a little hole in the side of his head. "Take aim at the priests of the Golden Calf. I warrant this copper-skinned fellow in the garb of the Beggars can do the deed. Where are you from, my lad?"
"America," said Villeblad, eliciting a whistle of surprise. Bruegel gave the big-jawed man a couple of stovers and received the loan of a crossbow and 6 of the special crossbow arrows, called bolts or quarrels. These were valuable items with wide, sharp blades. A pair of boys stood ready to retrieve them, one fat and one thin. Ortelius smiled kindly at the boys, but they took no interest in him. They had eyes only for the crossbow and the bolts. "Would you like a shot, Abraham?" asked Bruegel. "No, thanks," said Ortelius. "I'd like to try," said Macon. "Very well," said Bruegel. "You go first. Here, I'll arm the bow for you." He put his foot in a stirrup on the bow, drew back the heavy bowstring with a special hook, and handed Macon the weapon. "Up, up, and up the Romish idolaters ride the wheel of Dame Fortuna," said the man with no ear, as his partner turned the windmill's vanes, sweeping the tip of the pole with the targets nearly 100 feet into the sky. "Have a care when the quarrel falls to earth, little lady," he told Macon with a lewd chuckle. "It could cut you a new slit. Let fly when you're ready." Macon's bolt shot off to one side and clattered off the masonry of the windmill. The fat boy scrambled up onto the crumbling stairs of the windmill to get the bolt. Bruegel rearmed the crossbow and shot. His quarrel shot up with a whir, rattled against the high vane, but missed the targets. Ortelius was eager to see his Villeblad do well, but Villeblad notched the bowstring too far back, and his bolt sailed high over the vane and off into some bushes, sending the 2 boys scampering in pursuit. This time it was the thin boy who got the prize. "I'll shoot again," said Macon. Carefully she aimed her quarrel straight up into the still air, aimed it precisely so that when it began to drop, it would head straight for the man with no ear. "Look out!" said Macon as the bolt began to fall. "It's going to cut you a new asshole." Living with Bruegel seemed to have given her a taste for coarse wit. With a hoarse bellow, the man threw himself to one side, and the bolt slammed, quivering into the ground where he'd stood. Bruegel's second bolt hit one of the little red targets, but failed to cut it loose. Villeblad targeted his last shot truly. The quarrel's blade sliced through the string holding one of the cardinals, and the little doll came sailing down. With a lithe step forward, Villeblad plucked it from the air. Ortelius was proud. Nobody was so graceful as his partner. "It's yours to keep, brother beggar," said the man with the big jaw. "Tie it to a stake and burn it in your stove when you get home. Let the papists taste of their own special dish." Beyond the mill was the public midden heap where carters dumped collected offal. The August sun had blazed without let-up for 3 full weeks now, and the smell of the refuse was astonishing. Though Ortelius and his companions gave the dump wide berth, they noticed some sailors and prostitutes frolicking at the edge of the mound. They were spreading rotten garbage upon a wide flat spot in the ground and taking running slides upon it, just as if they were playing on the ice. Bruegel paused to watch for a minute. "Hardly picturesque," said Ortelius. "The postures are good," said Bruegel. "I might use one of them in my new dance." "Do you see your pictures before you paint them?" asked Villeblad, who could never hear enough about the craft of painting. "I see the outlines in my mind's eye, but not the details. I have to work to find out the details. It's a little like there's fog over the scene, and slowly it clears away. Or, no, It's more like a gold medallion that was buried in mud, and I'm clearing the dirt away with my brush." "I wish I could paint," said Villeblad. "I feel I've got it in me." It was an old obsession of his, never acted upon. "You've told me that before," said Bruegel. "So why not start? You're 10 years older than me, eh? That makes you 49. We've still a bit of life in us. I'll give you some paints, and if you like, you can learn your colors by making patterns like your Tequesta shamans. You could be an artist's apprentice," said Macon. "But not mine," put in Bruegel with a wry smile. "God forfend this randy savage from dwelling in my house." Though Villeblad smiled to hear his prowess mentioned, the thought of having to learn a craft from the start put him into a black humor. "To hell with being an apprentice!" he exclaimed. "At my age, I should be the one in charge." Nobody said anything to this. The crowd was growing thicker, and at the center of the crowd stood little Moded of Svala. He was perched like a rooster upon a pyramid of boxes, crowing out his teachings in a loud, angry voice. His head was bare, and his face was quite red from the sun. It was a few minutes before Ortelius realized that Moded was preaching about religious art. He was for removing every trace of art from the houses of worship, and he wasn't speaking of a gradual process. He was talking about doing it today. "It will be a small matter to destroy these graven images, which are only a species of idolatry," the Swiss preacher shouted. "For think, my brethren, the Romish Church has done us 1,000 times more hurt and hindrance through their persecutions. We propose to burn paintings and to smash stone statues, but the ecclesiastics have burnt and broken those statues which God himself has made, namely, our dearest friends, fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers." Ortelius and Bruegel exchanged a glance. This was nothing like the hedge sermon they'd attended years ago, nothing like Hendrik Niklas's kindly preaching of tolerance and love. "Do it tonight, brethren! Cleanse the paint from the whore of Babylon's face," shouted Moded, and pointed straight across the level fields to the spire of the Our Lady Cathedral. "Put an end to the horrible and abominable idolatries. Sweep away the vile statues and ornaments. Strip the altars and shatter the pagan stained glass. Purify the house of the Lord." "I don't like this," said Macon. "He's a madman. His cure is worse than the disease." "You're right," said Ortelius. He was sorry to have brought his friends here. The sun was beating down like a hammer. "There's Niais," said Villeblad suddenly. "Hey, Niais! Over here!" Some nearby listeners turned to shush him, their lips pursed with Calvinist strictness. But Villeblad kept on hollering. A handsome Malay-featured woman pushed her way through the crowd to their side. Ortelius's heart clenched with jealousy. "This is Niais Saram," said Villeblad to the others. "Niais, this is my friend Peter Bruegel, the artist. This is Peter's wife, Macon Kirke, and this is my landlord, Abraham Ortelius, occupation antiquarian and map-maker." He was practically shouting so as to be heard over the baying of Moded. "It's too hot here," said Niais. "Almost like Ternate. I was thinking to go sit in the shade." She had yellowish skin, high cheekbones, and a pointed chin. Like Villeblad, her shiny black hair was threaded with gray, yet she wore the bright face paint of a strumpet. Ortelius didn't like her looks at all. "I'm with Niais," said Macon, giving the woman a pleasant smile. "Let's go," said Bruegel. They wandered back out to the edges of the crowd, stopping to buy a basket of plums. It was too hot to walk any farther, so they sat under a tree by a slow stream, eating the plums and throwing the pits into the water. 2 pigs lay nearly submerged at the edge, cooling themselves off. Nearby, 6 youths were practicing sword fighting and chanting a Calvinist psalm as they went through their moves. Farther down the stream, some children were taking turns swinging out over the water with a rope and dropping in. Feeling excluded by Williblad's attentions to Niais, and unable to do anything about it, Ortelius stretched out on the grass and sealed off his senses. He thought of flying up into the air, of making a map of this field like a sea with each person an island in it. And then he was asleep. When he woke, a cool breeze had risen to herald the onset of twilight. Niais had washed the paint off her face and was sitting cross-legged talking with the others. She had rough skin and very full lips. Williblad seemed fascinated by her. The memory of Williblad's morning unpleasantness came back to Ortelius. What if he simply let Williblad go? A few days of emptiness would follow, but perhaps it wouldn't be so long till he healed. "Welcome back, Abraham," said Macon. "Niais was just telling us her adventures. She comes from the island of Ternate in the Spice Islands east of Java and Borneo." "The Celebes Sea," said Ortelius, sitting up. "I sell a map of it." He felt dizzy with possibilities. How strange to have this vivid woman here from a far dot on his maps. Ortelius's mind drifted back to the first time he'd sat at a table with Williblad, in that room at Fugger's, showing him the Florida map. What vast realities lurked beneath the cartographer's squiggles. "I know all about maps," said Niais, pushing out her breasts. "My father was a Portuguese navigator named Francesco Saram. He came to our island for the cloves, and it was one of your great Magellan's ships that brought me to Spain years after, when my father died." "How did your father die?" asked Williblad, rapt with interest. "My mother's family poisoned him," said Niais. "They were masters of the art. Mother's father, Almanzor, was the Sultan of Tidore, envious of Ternate for their Portuguese captain. In all the world there are only 2 islands with clove trees, Ternate and Tidore, 1 mile apart from each other. The men of the one island partner with the women of the other, often by force. It's not uncommon for a man to be found stiff and blue after siring an heir upon a less than willing mate." "We're 2 peas in a pod," said Williblad. "My father, too, was a raping navigator. My mother's husband killed my father with a club." He turned his head in a way that Ortelius knew was meant to show his features to their best effect. "It's too bad you and I are too old to have children together, Niais. What a lovely color they'd be." Niais gave a whoop of laughter, planted a wet kiss on Williblad's cheek, and Williblad kissed her back, his lips sliding over to her mouth. Ortelius's skin crawled to see this importunate woman sporting with his lover. "Did you actually meet Magellan?" he asked, to break things up. "No. Some islanders to the east had already slit his throat before his ships got to us," said Niais, after finishing her kiss. "It seems he was too strenuous in trying to convert our people to your one true faith. He sailed to our Indies all backwards, you know, around the Americas and across the Pacific. The man was a fool. He deserved to die. Once his surviving sailors had loaded up their ships with our cloves,
I got aboard one of the vessels and sailed along to Spain. I've always been one for adventure." She rolled her eyes to cast a fulsome look at Viliblad. This was really too much. Nié even dared to slight the great Magellan. "I say we go back into town," exclaimed Ortelius, getting to his feet. "Yes, we'll go to the Our Lady Cathedral," said Nié, oblivious of his anger. "There's going to be a good riot. All the whores were talking about it this morning while I washed their sheets." Back in the city, people were drifting towards the cathedral. Ortelius didn't want to go at all, and Macon and Bruegel were hesitant, but Viliblad and Nié urged them along. They found a sizable crowd inside the church, with a vociferous knot gathered in front of Antwerp's little black statue of the Madonna, the same statue that had been carried through the streets 2 days ago for the Feast of the Assumption. "She's had her last walk," cried a man in a ragged tunic, his voice echoing off the stone arches of the church. "Vive les gueux!" "Smash the idols!" screeched a fiercely rouged woman with her front teeth missing. She glanced over at Ortelius and his group. "Well, hello, Nié," the harridan added in a conversational tone. "Have you come to lend a hand?" "Sure, Beata," said Nié. "The church has never done me any good. And meet my new boyfriend, Viliblad. He'll help too, won't you, Viliblad? He's as old as me, but I'll warrant that he's nimble." How did this degraded person dare to claim Viliblad as her boyfriend? Ortelius wanted to scream with frustration. He plucked at Viliblad's sleeve to get his attention, but Viliblad twisted away, drawn off by Nié. "Mary's ruled for Rome long enough," said another man, and began tugging at the grill that protected the Madonna. Nié and Viliblad joined in, and all at once, with a resounding crash, the grill fell to the ground. Ortelius looked around, hoping to see some priests or beadles to appear to put a stop to the disorder. But for some reason, the protectors of the cathedral had all withdrawn. Were they afraid? Had someone paid them off? With a wild shout, the crowd dragged the Madonna's effigy out onto the floor, tore off her vestments, and hacked her to pieces. Yes, some of the men turned out to be carrying axes, sledgehammers, and crowbars beneath their loose gray beggar robes. More image-breakers came streaming in the cathedral's side door, several of them bearing ladders. With demonic agility, the iconoclasts clambered up to the heights, prying loose statues and letting them shatter upon the stone cathedral floor. The pictures were being torn down as well. Those on panels were broken into kindling, while the linen ones were slashed to scraps. A pair of blonde-haired, shock-headed ditch-diggers began working their way around the perimeter, using their shovels to smash the cathedral windows one by one. More and more statues and pictures came tumbling to the ground. The mob systematically set upon the remains with sledgehammers and axes. A troop of harlots wandered about, carrying lit candles from the altar. A ruffian staggered out from the sacristy wearing a costly alb and carrying 2 great chalices filled with sacramental wine. The chalices passed around and were quickly refilled. Ortelius stood off to one side, watching in sorrow, Bruegel and Macon nearby. It was a scene like one of Peter's hell paintings, but unlike a painting, it was ear-splittingly loud, with hundreds of voices shouting at once. And where was Viliblad? "Look up there," said Macon, pointing. Viliblad was dangling from a rope held by a group that included Nié. He was suspended high above the main altar, his face a mask of fierce joy, pulling at a life-sized statue of Christ upon the cross, a beloved image that Ortelius often stared at while praying at Mass.
"Vive les gueux!" called the rabble watching him, and Villeblad answered with a savage whoop, a guttural ululation from the New World. Christ popped free of his moorings and tumbled with his cross to crash upon the marble altar, thence to bounce down to the pavement of the nave. A lean man in a Calvinist hat darted forward to shatter Christ's head with a sledgehammer. The blow took with it some irretrievable part of Ortelius's feelings for Villeblad. Back on the ground, Villeblad merged with Niais into the crowd. The main part of the church was nearly stripped. The fruit of centuries had been destroyed in minutes, and now the image breakers turned to desecrating the cathedral's 70 side chapels, emptying out their little treasure chests upon a mound in the center of the nave. Anything like jewelry was donned as adornment, while the missals and illuminated manuscripts were fed to little fires built from the shattered strips of oak panel paintings. A stocky, mustached man sat by one of the fires, rubbing his leather pantaloons with the same sacred oil that had anointed prelates and kings. He wore a red shirt, red socks, and had a smooth blue cap pulled low down over his round head. He looked familiar, but Ortelius couldn't place him. Might Bruegel recognize him? But Bruegel's attention was occupied by his wife. "Father's pictures!" Macon was crying. She pointed towards the side galleries of the church. "We have to save at least one. Over there, the shoemaker's chapel, they haven't gotten to it yet. It holds Father's Annunciation. Help us, Abraham." The three of them ran over to the chapel, and Peter hopped up onto the altar to get the panel off its hook. It was too big for one man to carry easily, but small enough so that Peter and Macon could handle it together. In truth, she was stronger than Ortelius. "Let's take it to your house, Abraham," said Macon. "Lead the way." Nobody paid them any mind until they reached the door of the church, but then a figure stepped forward to confront them. It was the stocky, mustached man who'd been oiling his leather pantaloons. "Where do you think you go with that?" he asked in a French accent, peering near-sightedly out from under his low hat. Hearing the voice, Abraham finally recognized the man. He was the same Walloon sergeant who'd attacked him, Bruegel, and Plantin in the street at Carnival some 10 years ago. "It's none of your affair," said Ortelius, acting braver than he felt. "Begone, you tub of guts." He hoped the Walloon would take him for a fierce iconoclast and give way. The blow of the Walloon's fist in Ortelius's stomach was unexpected and quite devastating. "The Capitaine, he want you to smash up everything," said the Walloon, stepping over Ortelius and jostling Macon loose from Master Kirke's panel. Bruegel held fast to the picture, balancing the rectangle of wood upon the top of his head. The Walloon squinted at the tall Bruegel rather than immediately launching himself at him. "The Capitaine have pay all the church cats to go away, no? So you girl and mice can play. Everything is to smash and burn, nothing to keep for souvenir," he rapped on the panel. "Now we put this in the fire, monsieur, if you please." At this point, Bruegel finally recognized the Walloon. "You again!" he exclaimed. "Swine!" By dint of main force, Bruegel twisted past the soldier and squirmed out the church door, single-handedly bearing the heavy panel. "I break her, if you no bring it back," shouted the Walloon, catching hold of Macon and getting her neck in a chokehold. Still on the floor, Ortelius struggled to catch his breath, wishing he were a stronger, braver man. Macon was letting out desperate, stifled cries. Bruegel threw down the picture and rushed back towards them, red with fury. The Walloon drew a dagger from his waist. Macon shrieked, and thud. The marble arm of a statue slammed against the Walloon's head, and he fell to the ground beside Ortelius, bringing Macon with him. It was Willeblad to the rescue, using the language of violence that he so well understood. The redoubtable Niais was close behind him. Macon twisted free from the Walloon and got to her feet. The Walloon was struggling to rise as well. The blow to the head had only stunned him. Although his breath was back, Ortelius stayed on the floor, lest someone hit him again. Niais drew a long, brown-stained pin out of her hair and lunged forward, stabbing her pin into the side of the Walloon's neck. He roared and caught hold of Niais' arm, but then, in the twinkling of an instant, he fell silent and collapsed backwards, his head bouncing on the cathedral's stone floor. Ortelius reached out and touched his neck. There was still a pulse, but the man seemed paralyzed. Niais gave a satisfied nod and stuck her mother-of-pearl-headed pin back into her bun. The pinhead was, Ortelius noticed, the shape of a tiny skull. "Well stung, Niais," said Willeblad. "My spider of the Indies. Now I'd better take my friends home with their painting. I'll catch up with you later." "I want to loot something for myself," said Niais, and merged back into the hubbub in the nave of the church. "A goodly number of these iconoclasts are in the pay of Spain, you know," said Willeblad, grandly helping Ortelius to his feet. "I recognized this particular Walloon from my days with Granvelle. Now let's go." Ortelius, Willeblad, Macon, and Bruegel ran off into a side street, each holding a corner of Master Kirke's Annunciation. Ortelius was happy to have temporary possession of it. A fine piece. "But why, oh, why does King Philip want our churches ruined?" wailed Macon, when they paused to catch their breath. "If there's enough disorder, it gives him an excuse to bring in his troops," said Willeblad. "When the burghers see the ruined church, they'll turn against the Gueux. They'll welcome Philip's army. I was a fool not to think of this before." "Before you smashed Jesus?" said Bruegel angrily. "I can't believe you did that. Are you quite mad? I thought you and I were agreed that religious statues are shit," said Willeblad with a grin. "Note that I never laid a finger on any of the paintings, save for this one. Lord, but it's heavy." "We're almost at my house," said Ortelius, looking away from Willeblad. He didn't know how he felt towards him any more. "The picture can live in my little museum until such time as it's safe to restore it to the cathedral. You recognized that Walloon, Peter? He was one of the three who attacked us in Planton years ago." "Indeed," said Bruegel. "And Frankert and I saw this same man burn down a barn at a peasant wedding." He turned his attention to Willeblad. "You and Niais did well to save us from the Walloon. I'm deeply grateful. But you know, it's no good to blame the image-breaking on Spain's provocateurs. It's our own beggars and Calvinists who do this to us. And it's despicable. I ask again, how could you? You and your Gueux friends are cripples, if only on the inside." "He has a point, Willeblad," said Ortelius, trying to soften Bruegel's words. "You style yourself a healthy pagan, but the Catholic evil, the Gueux fever, and the Calvinist dysentery have fully infected you." In fact, he felt as strongly as Bruegel. He couldn't forget the image of Willeblad's fellow rioter smashing Christ's head. "Niais and I saved your lives just now," shouted Willeblad, resorting to anger as he so often did. "And this is how you thank me?" "It's true," said Bruegel. his voice breaking in an odd, despairing laugh. "Your combat skills have put me in your debt. So I'll repay you." "Oh. Christ with his shattered head tells me you must learn to paint." "Yes, Viliblad. Preen yourself as would-be artist no longer. Rather, now, do learn the hours and years of labor that we color-mad whites do varnish away. When would you like your first lesson, my liege?" Viliblad gave Bruegel a savage look, but seemed unable to formulate a response. Instead, he turned to Ortelius. "I'm going to look for Niais," he said. "Farewell, Abraham. You and I are done." He turned on his heel and disappeared down the street. A pang of grief shot through Ortelius, followed by relief. Losing Viliblad was like pulling an aching tooth. 14. Lazy Lusciousland, Brussels, January to August, 1567. As it happened, Viliblad was one of the people whom William of Orange chose to single out when he went through the motions of arresting some people for the Beelden storm, as the orgy of image-breaking came to be called. After the business with Granville's assassin, William had an abiding dislike for Viliblad, and of course any number of witnesses had seen the half-American pulling down Christ and his cross. The image-breakers had stripped every church in Antwerp and the monasteries and nunneries as well, even going so far as to descend into the monks' cellars to stave in their barrels of wine and beer. 3 of the ringleaders were hanged in September, but as the weeks and months went on, there was still no word of Viliblad's case. Macon worried about him whenever she had a spare moment, which wasn't all that often, what with taking care of little Peter and handling the business affairs of the family workshop. And then, on a snowy day in January, Viliblad turned up at Macon and Peter's doorstep, with his friend Niais Saram in tow. Niais carried a bundle of their possessions in a striped blanket slung over her shoulder. "Viliblad!" exclaimed Macon, and impulsively reached out to pat his shoulder. Her former lover looked more worn than ever. His spell in prison had given his skin a dull, silvery tone. "How did you get out?" "William was too cautious to hang me straight off," said Viliblad, shrugging off Macon's friendly touch. "He was here as a mendicant, unwilling to risk riling Peter. I still carry a bit of royal protection from my days with Cardinal Granvelle, you know. And then the fact that I'd been seen saving your father's picture worked in my favor. In the end, Ortelius was able to pay a sum to get me freed. But I'm not going back to living with him. I'm settling in with Niais." Niais greeted Macon cheerfully. Unlike Viliblad, she was strong and well. Macon couldn't help but notice that Niais wore a gold and ivory necklace that looked to be a rosary looted from the Our Lady Cathedral. Little Peter peeped out at the newcomers from behind Macon's legs, and Vaff delightedly jumped up to put his paws on Viliblad's shoulders. "Peter said he'd teach me to paint," said Viliblad, "and Niais has plans to work for a Javanese fellow who owns a tavern." "Let's tell Mother you're here," said Macon, unsure what to say. Yes, Peter had, in a fit of emotion, said he'd teach Viliblad to paint. But to have Viliblad live under their roof was unthinkable. By now Macon trusted herself, but she mistrusted Viliblad. He'd be certain to stir up a fight, given the chance. On the other hand, it was freezing cold outside, and Viliblad looked a bit desperate. What to do? At times like this, it was a relief to have her mother to turn to. They trooped up to the second floor to find old Macon at a table covered with scraps of paper, rolls of linen, and tangles of colored wool. She was designing a new tapestry for Marcus Note, with Henny Van Mander busy with a charcoal pencil at her side. Marcus wanted a tapestry of the Brussels town hall, with himself and the other city fathers standing in front of it, a design which everyone in the Kirke house found ludicrously literal. But Marcus was adamant, and a friend, and had the money in his pocket for quite a rich tapestry, so old Macon was executing the dull commission. Henny was helping her translate some sketches of the city fathers' faces into tapestry designs. Neither of the women looked happy to see Williblad. They knew all about the troubles he'd caused.
"The house is a bit full already," observed old Macon, peering over her little spectacles. "You'll have to ask Peter." She liked to give the appearance of passing the hard decisions back to her daughter and her son-in-law, but in the end she always had her piece to say. And Macon could see that her mother hadn't yet made up her mind. In his attic studio, Peter was working on his Dance of the Bride, a big panel filled with dancing, carousing peasants, their legs and arms as fat as sausages, their codpieces bulging as never before. Peter's stomach had stopped bothering him, and he'd said he felt like painting something cheerful for a change. And indeed, whenever Macon looked at this picture, she had to laugh. The fat Frankert figure was turning out particularly droll. Pale Bengt was painting a copy at Peter's side, and Hans Frankert himself watched from a chair, fully clad in one of his peasant costumes. He and Henny had come down for a stay of 3 weeks after Christmas.
"Hello, Peter," said Williblad. "Will you teach me to paint?"
"The image breaker,"
said Frankert, a half-smile on his face. He was wearing a pink leather jerkin and skin-tight red breeches with the slit in front held together by a huge codpiece that Macon knew from Henny to be padded out by a rolled-up pair of stockings. Bengt regarded Williblad with a frown. "You really want to learn?" asked Peter, pondering Williblad's request. "I'm ready to try," said Williblad in a non-committal tone. Nier squatted down to play with little Peter. She made a pair of geese with her fingers and set them to quarreling with each other, much to the boy's delight. "But the main thing is that Nier and I need a place to stay," admitted Williblad finally.
"Aha," said Peter. "I suppose I can ask around town."
"I thought perhaps I could stay here," persisted Williblad. "There are limits," said Peter, "even for a man who saved my life." Frankert had begun to smile.
"What about the shed and the garden?"
suggested Macon's mother, who'd come up to the studio as well.
"In these times it wouldn't hurt to have an extra man around to protect the house. One of the apprentices used to live in the garden shed years ago. That fellow Cornelius, remember, Peter?"
"It leaks," said Peter shortly. The memory of Cornelius seemed to pain him. Mother had found a weak spot, and Macon sensed Peter's opposition giving way.
"I'm sure we can fix it up,"
said Nier, springing to her feet.
"I'd love to try. I've never had my own house."
She walked gracefully across the studio and looked out of the window.
"That's it down there? It's sweet. In the Americas or the Indies, a Sangaji might live in a hut that size. A chief."
She turned back and flashed Bruegel a bright smile that lacked a few teeth on the sides.
"Let us stay, Sangaji Peter."
"I suppose it's God's will," said Peter with a half-smile. By the end of the day, Williblad and Nier had made the little wooden shed quite livable. Like old Macon, Master Kirke had been something of a pack-rat, and the cellar of the Kirke house was filled with damaged or unusable goods. Williblad and Nier lined the walls of their shed with stained carpets, covered their floor with cracked tiles, shielded the leaky spot of their roof with an oak panel too badly warped to paint upon, and made up some bed-ticking from a great sack of odd-lot skeins of wool. Both Williblad and Nier were nimble with their fingers. They patched up 2 broken chairs and made a table from an empty barrel. To complete their homemaking, a rusted old armor cuirass was pressed into service as a stove. Little Peter ran back and forth, dogging Williblad and Nier's steps. The boy was fascinated to have these colorful new creatures in his garden. During the first week, Williblad made an attempt to learn painting, but in his own fashion. Disdaining to work from a drawing, Williblad said he'd directly limn what he saw in his mind. "Alla prima," as the masters said. He took thin and thick brushes, scooped some oil colors from Peter's paint pots, and set himself up beside Bengt, daubing away at an oak panel several feet across. For Williblad, nothing but the finest materials would do. Macon peeked in at them, enjoying the sight of 3 painters in the family workshop, with Vath lying on the floor at their feet. She hoped it was a harbinger of the great family painting dynasty she and Mother dreamed of. On the first day, Williblad said he was painting flamingos and alligators. He used a great deal of yellow, white, green, and red. But his birds and beasts were so smeary that on the second day he decided they were flowers, and now the expensive blue paint came into play. The oils were rather more slippery than Williblad had expected. On the third day, his panel had become a murky, mottled gray. On the fourth day, Bengt scraped Williblad's paint off for him, and Williblad made a fresh start. He would paint a Tequesta shaman's magic snake. All through the 5th day, the shape came along tolerably well, and by the end of the 6th day, Williblad had created a jagged rainbow of colors that swooped from one edge of his panel to the other, with the shades blending from one to the next in quite a pleasing progression. The Tequesta design showed up nicely against the gray background left over from his first attempt. On the 7th day, Williblad carried the still wet painting around town, fruitlessly looking for patrons, and after that he rested. Meanwhile, Nier found work as a scullery maid with her Javanese friend Raus. Raus's tavern was called the Pepperberry. It was a little place in the St. Catherine's district near the docks, at the terminus of the Willebroek Canal. This neighborhood was nearly as cosmopolitan as Antwerp, alive with the Turks, Moors, and Malay Lascars who sailed upon the barges and ships. Williblad decided not to be a painter, and began looking for work too. But his name was in bad odor among the merchants and nobles of Brussels, thanks to his old entanglements with Granvelle and his plots. As the well-loved Peter and Macon were sponsoring Williblad, he wasn't directly run out of town, but nobody would give him a job. In the end, there was nothing for it but that Williblad work with Nier at the Pepperberry. He became Raus's barkeep and bookkeeper. Nier also enlisted him to help with some kind of show at the Pepperberry. She called it a wayang kulit, and it had something to do with shadows. Life ran on peacefully in this wise, and Williblad and Nier continued living in the shed. Inevitably, the day came when Williblad managed to catch Macon alone and to try his old charms upon her. It was a rainy morning in February. Frankert and Henny had gone back to Antwerp. Both Peter and Macon's mother were at work in their studios, and little Peter was watching Mainamui make him a waffle. Macon had put on a coat and a big hat to run across the muddy garden with 2 cups of hot chocolate for Williblad and Nier, barely avoiding getting tripped up by Vath, underfoot as always. She found Williblad alone in the dim, cozy room, stretched out on his bed, staring at the carpets on the walls. The rain drummed hypnotically upon the low roof. The room smelled faintly of Williblad's sweet breath and of the musky tang of Nier. "Little Macon," said Williblad in a caressing tone, "you brought me chocolate."
"Where's Nie?"
"Off buying potatoes. Come sit here next to me on the bed, my angel."
"That's never going to happen again, Williblad," said Macon, and looking within herself, she realized that she meant it. Even so, her mugs clattered as she set them down upon the barrel-head that served as a table. "We're getting too old," she said, taking a step back towards the door, bumping against Vaff, who was peering in after her. She noticed some odd-shaped pieces of filigreed leather lying upon the table.
"Yes, yes, you're all of 22, said Williblad. "But I suppose it's me that you're talking about. Don't you want me to give you another baby?"
"Stop it," said Macon, laughing at his sally. "Little Peter isn't yours, you vain man. Haven't you looked at him? He's pink."
"As Peter tried to teach me, the mixing of colors is a subtle thing," said Williblad, his smile as long and beguiling as ever. "In any case, I'd be glad to help again."
"No," said Macon firmly, and when Williblad made as if to get up from his bed, she scampered back to her house. She'd known the test would come, and was glad to see how easily she'd gotten past it. And if Williblad still wanted her, well, that was fine. That was a nice thought to carry around, a little flattering. And for that matter, there was some attraction between Peter and Nie as well, not that Peter was likely to do anything about it. All his passion went into his art, and into his love for Macon and little Peter. Their family life was strong and solid, thanks be to God. Though things were peaceful in the Kirke house, the world outside was seething. In the wake of the Beelden storm and its riotous image-breaking, the Regent Margaret had made some concessions to religious freedom. In return, the Geur and the League of Nobles had all but disbanded. Prince William remained in charge of Antwerp. Graf de Horne was entrusted with calming the town of Tournai, and the Graf Egmont began to pacify Flanders. Even so, many Lowlanders remained in open rebellion, and it was said that King Philip was planning to wreak some terrible vengeance upon the Lowlands. Williblad still claimed that King Philip had instigated the image-breaking to drive a wedge between the rebels and the middle classes. But Mainamui repeated a popular story that when the tyrant heard of the image-breaking, he'd torn his beard for rage, saying, "It shall cost them dear. I swear it by the soul of my father. It shall cost them dear." For some reason this tale greatly amused little Peter, and he made it a habit, whenever the fancy struck him, to launch into an imitation of Philip, capering about, plucking at an imaginary beard, and crying, "It shall cost them dear." In the southern lowlands, the Calvinists took over the city of Valenciennes, and the Regent Margaret sent an army to lay siege to them. To the north of Brussels, Brederode raised an army of rebels who fought a series of battles with the royal troops. The rebels met with some success, but in March Brederode's men were massacred, literally hacked into pieces right outside the walls of Antwerp, upon the very spot where Moded of Zvala had preached. Full news of the battle was brought to the Kirke house by William's falconer, Bengt Bots. "I'm back in town to help collect some things for the prince," the brown-faced old Bengt told them, sitting on a chair in Bruegel's studio. He looked over at the original and the copy of the Dance of the Bride. "Big codpieces on these fellows," he observed. "Did you paint any of it, son?" "That one's all mine," said young Bengt, indicating the copy. "We're shipping Master Bruegel's original off to Amsterdam tomorrow." "Perhaps it'll ride on the same scow I'm loading up. Prince William's cleaning out the most valuable things from the Nassau Palace. All the falcons, for one."
"He's not coming back to Brussels?" asked Macon, feeling worried. Was Brussels abandoned to the eagles of war?
"Going to Germany," said Old Bengt. "To his estate in Dillenburg. Wants to keep his head on his shoulders, he does. He saw a letter from Philip's envoy in Paris to Margaret, saying she's to shorten Prince William, chop off his head the first chance she gets. The tyrant's out to kill all our high nobles, Graf de Horne and Graf Egmont, as well as the prince."
"De Horne?" said Peter, looking upset. Macon well knew Peter's special feelings for Phillips de Horne. She'd come to believe his notion that Phillips was his half-brother. Of all the men Macon had known, few seemed worthier to be called noble than her wise, long-suffering, hard-working man, her Horn of Plenty.
"Don't worry. He and Prince William are both heading for Germany," said Old Bengt. "They'll be well out of it before Philip's army arrives."
"But it's not fair for the regent to want to kill them," protested Macon. "They've been helping to keep the peace." The world had grown so mad and full of hate.
"Damn right," said Old Bengt. "Our William the Sly kept the Antwerp gates locked tight as a maiden's crack while Margaret's troops were killing off the rebel army. No, sir. William wouldn't let his Calvinists and Lutherans run out to join the fight. So now the rabble's saying that if it hadn't been for William, the rebels might have won."
"I hadn't heard that," said young Bengt.
"Yes," said Old Bengt. "Prince William reckoned that if the gates were opened, the royal army and the vagabonds who travel with them would rush inside to pillage the city. Antwerp's the richest town in the country, and many's the idler who'd like to plunder her. There was no point in risking it for the sake of those raggedy-ass rebels, and by God, William was right. I watched the whole thing from the walls. Margaret's troops are a bloodthirsty lot of torturers and butchers, Walloons and Spaniards. They would have mowed those reformed Antwerp cookie-eaters down with the rest of them. But try telling that to a frothing Calvinist who thinks God helped him break the cathedral statues. So now the Calvinists and Lutherans are running William right out of Antwerp, and he's too sly to come back to Brussels. So we're packing up."
"What about the Boche?" asked Peter.
"How do you mean?"
said Old Bengt, with a veiled half-smile. "The big triptych of the Garden of Earthly Delights," exclaimed Peter. "The painting with all the naked people in it, Bengt. It's the most precious thing William owns. Is he taking it with him?"
"I knew it," said Old Bengt, with a wheeze of laughter. "The prince was right. Told me that would be the one thing Peter Bruegel would ask me about, the painting with the naked people and the giant birds. You artists are crazy. And God help me, my son's one, too."
"Maybe Master Bruegel should keep the picture for William," suggested young Bengt.
"Don't do that," said Old Bengt, shaking his finger. "William says that when Philip's troops get to Brussels, they'll be looking for the Boche. Don't sit on the manure pile if you don't want to get fly-bit. That big Boche has hell on one of the side wings, and they say there's nothing the foreigner likes better. Now, don't tell anyone this, but one of the things I'm taking care of here is to get that damned picture sealed up inside one of the Nassau Palace walls. It's too big to take to Germany."
"But is it really true that Philip is sending an army to Brussels?" asked Old Macon in dismay.
"That's what Graf de Horne's brother wrote him from Madrid," said Bengt. "One of Philip's generals is to pull out 4 regiments from Spain's Italian provinces, Spanish soldiers seasoned by a few years in Sicily and Naples.
The scum of the earth.
"Oh, what can we do?" cried Macon's mother, sounding old and querulous. "God help us!" If Mother was panicked, who could Macon turn to? "Maybe he's mistaken," said her good husband. "It's not too late to pray." With the Dance of the Bride shipped off, Peter started work on his Adoration of the Kings in the Snow. He'd been thinking about it off and on all winter, periodically staring out the studio window to sketch the falling snow. But before painting the snowflakes, he had to paint the scene behind them, which was a humble and touching nativity in a Flemish village, glowing with a snowstorm's yellow-green light. It was June by the time Peter reached the final stage of brushing on the snowflakes, bigger and blurrier in front, smaller and sharper in back. The finished Adoration of the Kings in the Snow was Macon's favorite picture yet, a thing of true enchantment, with none of the sarcasm and pain that Peter had put into the Adoration of the Kings he'd painted at the time of little Peter's birth. This new adoration was just what Master Kircher had said a painting should be. A window looking into another world. Or, no, more than that, it was a door. When Macon gazed at the little painting long enough, she felt herself transported to the Nativity, not to an image of God's birth, but to the actual event itself. With so much evil in the world, God had come to save them in the form of a newborn baby. The baby was a seed that would take time to grow, the start of a long and gradual salvation. But, yes, he had come. When summer came, Macon decided to give her beloved hard-working husband a special party. It so happened that Peter reckoned his birthday as June 20th, 1527, the day he'd appeared on the doorstep of Anya and her veterinarian father's cottage back in Grote Bruegel. So June 20th, 1567 was his 40th birthday, although it was more normal to celebrate someone's birth on the saint's day for their name. But June 20th was handy, a good day to celebrate. Though Peter welcomed the thought of a feast with his friends, he didn't have the bent of mind to organize one. Macon arranged the party all by herself, keeping most of the details secret. The locale was to be at the port in the St. Catherine's district, on the other side of the Grand Place that lay at the heart of Brussels. Peter, Macon, Little Peter, Old Macon, Bengt, and Voff arrived at the harbor basin near sunset to find among the barges a lovely high caravel bedecked with pennants and ribbons. Realizing the ship was there for him, Peter broke into a smile and gave Macon a kiss. Peter loved ships. Lute music drifted down from the caravel's poop deck, which was crowded with festive figures silhouetted against the glowing horizon. At the water's edge, Old Macon's friend Marcus Note was eagerly pacing the cobblestones, waiting for them. Macon felt very happy. Everything was working out perfectly. Her hair was nicely arranged in a coiled braid, and she was wearing a new blue watered silk overdress with a low-cut square neckline, and under that a white linen chemise. "Come aboard the Lusciousland," exclaimed Note, "and let me be the first to wish you a happy birthday, Peter." "Lusciousland," repeated Peter with a laugh. The name meant something like lazy, luscious land. It appeared in folk tales as a magical place where food was everywhere and nobody had to work. "Hans Frankert's name for the ship," said Marcus Note. "His fleet of one. He's been using her to import spices and pigments from Lisbon, sending paintings and lace back in return. Usually she docks in Antwerp, but Hans brought her down the Willebroek Canal so we could celebrate your birthday on her. Getting that canal built is the best thing I've accomplished in all my years as a city father. In fact, I've been meaning to make a suggestion to you about it, Peter."
What if— "All aboard!" called Frankert, leaning over the taffrail with a great mug of beer in his hand. There was a weathered-looking sea captain at his side. "It shall cost them dear," piped little Peter, stamping his foot. "Up with you, my scamp," said Big Peter, hoisting the boy onto his shoulders and carrying him up the gangplank to the Lusciousland. Frankert was already a little drunk, and now, as he continued to gesticulate, his flat green cap slid off his head and dropped into the harbor water. It had been some time since Macon had seen Frankert hatless, and he didn't look good at all. He was bald, for one thing, with only a few greasy scraps of hair at the sides, and the flesh he'd accumulated upon his neck looked pale and pasty, like sweaty curds of thickened bile. "Shit!" shouted Frankert as his hat fell, and when it hit the water he added, "Leave it there! It's ruined now. I'll find another." Macon was suddenly struck by how bad the harbor smelled, like decay and human offal. Foolish of her not to think of this before. She prayed the air would be better on the high deck. Just then, Voff rushed past her and wormed through Peter's legs to be the first aboard, very nearly toppling her husband and her son off the plank and into the vile black water, where— yes, some kind of dead animal was floating. A cat, or a rat, or a dog that, Macon thought in momentary fit of choler, should really be Voff himself. She ran up the gangplank to give the hound a good scolding. He grew more willful every year, and now, of course, he was the first one up the companionway to the high deck where their friends were gathered, Voff pushing himself forward, whining and thrashing his tail and nosing around for food. With her humors addled by the days of preparation and by her concern that everything turn out well, Macon felt almost like throwing the beast overboard, but bald Frankert handed her a mug of beer and a fresh radish. And, yes, everything was fine on the high deck after all. Voff composed himself and lay down under the table. A sweet evening breeze came in from the woodlands across the water, and if you didn't concentrate on your nose, there was no smell from the harbor at all. "We're on a ship, Mama!" exclaimed little Peter, waving a big pretzel that the smiling Abraham Ortelius had handed him. "We're at sea!" Not that the ship was really going anywhere. They'd decided to simplify things by keeping her at the wharf for the party. "Let the captain show you how to sail, my boy," said Frankert. Seeing him sweaty and hatless, Macon realized for the first time that it cost the man some effort to play the merry reveler. A noble effort in its own small way. "Mayhap he'll hire you on as first mate," Frankert told little Peter. "Let me present Captain Adam Van Haren to you. Captain, these are Macon and little Peter, the wife and the son of the greatest artist in the lowlands." Adam Van Haren had a brown, smile-creased face and a shock of blond hair bleached to near whiteness. He doffed his little black cap, gave Macon a formal bow, and took little Peter to look at the tiller. Many old friends from Antwerp were present, such as Christopher Planton and Jerome Koch. There were a few artists as well, including some youngsters greatly in awe of Peter, and one or two older men, also in awe, but less openly so. Among the artists were young Joachim Büchelaar and his tall old uncle, Piet Artsen. They'd recently moved from Antwerp to Brussels to set up a new studio. The gregarious Joachim was playing lovely music upon his lute. Macon had decided not to invite Peter House, because she didn't want to see Anya, nor Nicholas Jongelink, because he still hadn't redeemed Peter's 16 pictures from wherever it was in Antwerp they'd been stored. No need to think about old worries today. Villeblaed was in attendance, but in something of a professional capacity, for the drinks and food were being prepared by the Pepperberry Tavern, which was only a stone's throw from where the Lusciousland was docked. Soon after Macon and her family arrived, Villeblad hurried down the gangplank and across the wharf, returning with a little cask of wine on one shoulder and followed by a procession of Niais and 3 more maids from the Indies, each of them bearing a steaming platter of food. There was fish baked Javanese style with cream and nutmeg, mussels and lampreys in curry, a fine red joint of beef studded with cloves, mounds of fried new potatoes with garlic, green beans shining with bacon fat, rounds of brown bread, fresh onions served nearly raw with shaved ginger, and to end the meal, a huge bowl of berries and sour cream with chopped mint leaves. The aromatic spices quite covered the vagrant odors of the harbor waters. As night fell, Bengt and Lange Piet, for Long Pete, Artson, moved about the ship, hanging and lighting paper lanterns with candles in them. Lange Piet was known for painting peasant scenes using live models. He and Peter had become friends quite recently. Lange Piet and his nephew Joachim had come by the studio to see the progress of the Dance of the Bride, and just for the fun of it, Peter had gotten them to pose as peasant dancers. Lange Piet was dressed in full propriety tonight, complete with a ruffled lace collar, though the lute-playing Joachim was dressed more casually in a loose linen shirt tied together with red ribbons. Little Peter followed Bengt and Lange Piet around, fascinated by the colored lanterns. Up on the high deck, the guests were lolling back in their chairs, nibbling at the berries and sipping a little more wine. Macon and Peter sat side by side. Captain Adam Van Haren was passing around a long clay pipe of the newly popular American tobacco. Villeblad in particular liked the stuff. He said his tribal elders had smoked it when he was a boy. "This year's been good to me," said Frankert presently. He'd found a sailor's hat to cover his scalp. Sitting here, wreathed by smoke, he looked at ease again. The scene he'd helped set was a success. This was the kind of moment he lived for. And now he crowned the moment. "And you know, Peter, I'm finally ready to buy a picture from you. Can you paint me a Lusciousland?" "Paint this ship?" No. Paint me the fairyland of plenty. The place where a roast pig trots by with a knife tucked into a flap of skin on his side, where a roast goose flies down to your plate, where the roofs are tiled with pies, the fences are made of chains of sausages, and pancakes push out of the ground like prickly pear cactus. Frankert gestured to sketch out his image of the picture. His joy in doing this was so palpable that Macon felt like hugging him, sweaty neck rolls and all. "That sounds like good fun," put in young Joachim Buchelar, striking a chord on his lute. "I'd like to see this picture." "I'll paint it," said Peter, smiling, "with some plump, lazy fellows lying on the ground." "A fitting image for us in the lowlands," intoned Ortelius. Macon could tell that seeing Villeblad happy with his Niais had put the old maid into a bilious humor. "We're like Nero," he continued. "We fiddle while Rome burns. Meanwhile, the Duke of Alva is on his way to massacre us." Macon felt like kicking him for spoiling the conversation. "What?" cried Macon's mother, who was alert for any hint of danger these days. "Philip's sent the troops?" "The Spaniards are swine," said Captain Van Haren, exhaling a cloud of tobacco smoke. "One day we'll have a fleet of sea beggars to bring them to their knees." "The troops are coming?" repeated old Macon. "Yes," said Ortelius. "The tyrants finally picked our executioner, one Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. Viceroy of Naples. It said that he dresses from head to toe in black. You hadn't heard? Last month, Alva assembled an army of 10,000 Spanish foot soldiers and 1,000 on horse. Seasoned men from Spain's Italian provinces. They sailed to Genoa last week, and as we glut ourselves, they're on the march to the lowlands through the Alps. Macon gasped. It was just as old Bengt Botts had warned. How she'd hoped it wouldn't come to pass. "The lanterns are flying," said little Peter, pointing out across the lower decks. "Look!" Some of Nié's companions from the Pepperberry had come up to join the party, and their motions were gently rocking the ship. The slow swaying made it look as if the lanterns were moving about on their own. Off on one side of the deck, Bengt was involved in what looked like a romantic conversation with one of Nié's friends. Life is dear, thought Macon. Life is precious. Surely God would protect the lowlands, this earthly heaven below. "I want to commission some pictures, too," put in Marcus Note, who tended to lag a minute or two behind in every conversation. "It's what I was starting to tell Peter before. The city of Brussels needs a series of paintings to commemorate the construction of the Willebroek Canal. Wouldn't that be a plum of a job?" Macon knew her Peter's expressions well enough to see that the idea bored him to tears. But he gave the polite answer. "What an interesting idea, Marcus. Perhaps I could get to it next year. A project like that would take some proper study. I wonder if I might do a less demanding work for you first." He turned to Ortelius. "But what's this, Abraham? You say Alva's coming through the Alps? It's finally come to that? What are we to do?" "Let's lie on the ground with shit in our pants and our stomachs swollen up till the Black Duke slits them open," said Velleblad with a weary sigh. "Who's for more wine? It's very light stuff, really." "Shit in our pants," repeated little Peter, cackling for joy. "Velleblad said it." Velleblad grinned at the boy and gave him a wink. Little Peter relished the irresponsibility of the older man. "Shit in our pants!" cried little Peter again. "Stop it, or you won't see the show," Macon told him. "What show, Mama?" "Wayang Kulit," said Velleblad. "We're putting it on for your papa's party, little Peter. Shadow puppets that are flat pieces of leather. Just wait. I'm going down to help Nié and Rouse." On the lower deck, Rouse, a small Malay man with a clear voice, had unfurled a large white sheet of cloth, suspending it from a convenient bit of the ship's rigging. He disappeared behind the cloth and lit a lantern to brightly illuminate the screen. Clusters of shadow figures appeared on the left and right edges of the screen, and in the middle there was a shape like a conical tree, intricately filigreed and with some animals pricked out by dots inside the shape. The guests trooped down below to get a better look, bringing their chairs with them. Perhaps 20 Malays and Indians had already gathered on the deck. Some were sailors from the ship, some were patrons of the Pepperberry. As many of them sat in the back of the screen as in front. "This is the Wayang Kulit," said Nié, standing in front of the screen to face the guests. "It means shadows of leather. In the Indies, we celebrate a great event like Sangaji Peter's birthday with a Wayang Kulit show. Relax and enjoy yourselves." She scampered behind the screen with Rouse and Velleblad, and the show began. First there was a knocking sound, which set Vath to briefly barking, and then the tree danced off to one side. There was a gentle chiming of gongs, the tootling of a flute, and now Two gnarled shadow figures vibrated out to the center of the screen and began to talk, though not in any language that Macon had ever heard. They talked for a very long time, their slender arms bobbing up and down. Like the conical tree, their bodies were filled with perforations that sketched out lines of dots to limn their features. You could see their eyes and faces and the draped folds of their garments. The shadows seemed to breathe as the puppeteer turned the flat leather figures this way and that. A new shadow appeared, a squat, farting creature named Samar. The conical tree floated to the center of the screen, and Samar picked his, or her, way around it. Encountering a fresh set of shadow figures, pop-eyed, beastly-faced fellows much larger than the first figures. Giants. On and on Rouse's voice toned, accompanied by the piping and ringing of what amounted to a little musical ensemble. Macon looked at Peter, sitting at her side with little Peter in his lap. The two of them were fascinated. Macon was happy, but exhausted. Her party was a full success. With a sigh, she settled back in her chair, letting her eyes drift closed. It was well past midnight when Macon awoke. The Wayang Kulit show was finished. The Malays were gone home or below decks, and the guests were preparing to leave. The plan was to walk to the better part of town in a single large group, lest any of them be picked off by waterfront cutthroats and footpads. They set off towards the Grand Place, quietly talking. A crescent moon on the horizon lit their way. Peter walked at Macon's side, their sleeping son cradled in his arms, and Voth at his heels. "Did you like your birthday, Peter?" "It was wonderful, dear Macon. Those shadows. A shadow's even less than a coat of paint. It's nothing at all. But even so, we see it. And what life that man breathed into them, Rouse. He told me that in Java a Wayang Kulit show lasts till dawn." "Did he tell you what the story was about?" "The usual thing. Different men woo the same woman. Evil giants are defeated. Rouse says the Wayang Kulit shows can be used to change the world." "The Wayangs teach many lessons," put in Nie, proud of the success of her countryman's performance. "At home, we say the world itself is a shadow of something higher. We're Wayangs of the gods." "You sound like the philosophers at Leuven," said Villeblad, and gave a rueful laugh. "It's damned rare I use my fine European education any more. Not that there's much to learn from the kind of men who would take Florida and the East Indies for the same place. At least they brought us together, eh, Nie?" He gave his woman a little hug. "Did you notice that some of the Wayang shadows were red, Peter? They use very thin hide with paint on it for those ones. Can you imagine a Wayang painting that was all moving colors?" "On a night like tonight, I imagine all sorts of things," said Peter genially, his fingers twined in Macon's. "But I'm especially taken with the idea that Wayangs can change the world." How comfortable his voice sounded in the dark. They were passing through the Grand Place, a great open square surrounded by showy stone buildings with ornate cornices. Many of them were occupied by guilds. Among those guilds fortunate enough to have a building right upon this central square were the brewers, the tailors, the archers, the tallow merchants, the armorers, the boatmen, the gardeners, the coopers, the tapestry makers, the painters, the butchers, the bakers, and the cabinet makers. The great town hall of Brussels was there as well, distinguished by the exquisite stonework of its tower, over 300 feet in height. The tower and the ornamented parapets of the buildings stood out in crisp relief against the moonlit clouds. At night it felt a little spooky, like the backdrop for a hell painting. "The shadow play can be a kind of prayer," said Macon, wanting to keep Peter talking. "That's it," said Peter. "So, of course, I'm thinking that a painting could do that as well. You know me. Everything always comes back to my pictures. I'm a bore." "Oh, go on and tell us what you're thinking, Peter," said Villeblad in a friendly tone. He'd managed not to get too drunk tonight. "It's your birthday, isn't it?" "All right, then," said Peter with a smile. "Remember when I painted the toppled idol in the flight into Egypt? And then Granvelle left. An answered prayer. I'm thinking I should paint something to try and stop Alva before he gets here." "Do it, Peter," said Macon, feeling a flicker of hope. "I will." Peter raised his voice. "Hey, Marcus." "Yes, Mynherr?" Note's voice was slow and sleepy. He and old Macon were a few steps behind them, walking arm in arm. "What if I painted you a picture to stop Duke Alva from coming?" "That would be nice," said Note. "With the canal?" "I'll paint the canal later, Marcus. Right now I'm thinking... I have it! The Apostle Paul. He persecuted the Christians until he saw a light on the road to Damascus. I'll paint a conversion of Paul." "A Bible scene?" said Note. "It'll be soldiers in the Alps," said Bruegel, "like Alva. Can you see it, Marcus?" "I can't see anything but flat shadows," said Note. "Ask me tomorrow. With so much food in me, I feel like that fat clown thing. What's its name? Samar. Here's where I turn off. Give me a kiss, Mevrouw Verhulst." Old Macon gave Marcus a warm embrace, and then the Macons, the Peters, Bengt, Nier, Villeblad, and Vaff headed home to the Kirke house. The next day, old Macon worked a little on Marcus, and he good-naturedly agreed to Peter's proposal. He owned a part interest in a stone quarry and had made quite a bit of money from the canal construction. Peter was very pleased. He loved nothing better than to work on two paintings at once. Bengt readied the panels for Lusciousland and the conversion of Paul, while Peter feverishly prepared sketches for the two paintings. And then Peter got to work on the backgrounds, with Bengt hard put both to mix paints and to keep his copying work abreast of Peter's progress. The Lusciousland was a smallish panel, less than 3 feet by 2 feet in size. Peter incorporated all the features Frankert had described: the pancake bush, the fence of sausages, the goose on the plate, and so on. In the picture's center he placed a tree trunk holding a round table of extra food, the table circling the tree like a hub. 3 men lay stretched out on the ground like the spokes of a wheel: a sleeping cavalryman, a stunned peasant, and a writer numb with idleness, his mouth slackly open to catch the last drops of wine dripping from a toppled jug upon the table. Nearby, a dazed foot soldier lay propped upon a pillow, vacantly gazing at the tree, his mouth hanging open in hopes that a little roast bird would fly into it. A perambulating Lusciousland pig with a slice out of his back was silhouetted between the 4 men in the background, and in the upper corner of the background a purposeful man with a big wooden spoon was crawling out of a hole in a cloud-like mound of white porridge or pudding. Like some devouring worm, the newcomer had eaten himself a tunnel through the cloud. He'd made his way to Lusciousland from a tiny white Mediterranean city perched by the sea upon the horizon at the other end of the cloud. The invader was climbing down from the cloud to a tree to the ground, and who knew what he'd do to the paralyzed inhabitants of Lusciousland? Macon wouldn't have noticed all these details on her own, but Peter was eager to point them out. In his maturity he was getting more and more voluble about his pictures. Joachim Buchelar had taken to stopping by the studio once or twice a week, and when he was present, Peter talked even more. The conversion of Paul was one of Peter's full-sized panels, some 5 feet by 4 feet in size. It showed an army marching through a high alpine gorge, with the cliffs falling precipitously off to the left to reveal a distant sea, and a heartbreakingly lovely stripe of lapis lazuli blue sky. As always in Peter's paintings, crows dotted the endless heavens. The right part of the picture was filled with mounting pinnacles of rock, threaded by a trail that led to an oddly solid-looking bit of cloud in the upper right corner. In the foreground, several horsemen looked in towards the middle ground of the picture, where a bearded little Paul was having a seizure in the middle of the trail, with a mild ray of light shining down upon him. The most commanding figure of all was a horseman who sat with his back to the viewer. No fleck of color was visible upon him. He was clothed entirely in black, with even the back of his neck covered over. Alva. "The pictures show the 2 ends of the journey," said Peter one day when Joachim Buchelar was visiting. "How do you mean?" asked Joachim. "This is where he goes in," said Peter, pointing at the cloud in the corner of his conversion of Paul. "And this is where he comes out." He indicated the man emerging from the cloud in the Lusciousland. "May Alva see the Lord's light before he gets here." Above and beyond any hope of changing the events to come, the conversion of Paul struck Macon as Peter's finest masterpiece yet. Working at white heat, he added layer upon layer of detail, filling in the fronds of the sentinel-like evergreens beside the trail to make each tree different from the one beside it, refining the soldiers' pikes and the horses' harnesses into an exquisite alchemy of lines, going over each cliff and boulder to model the pits and cracks and shadows of the actual world. When Peter walked to Italy through the Alps all those years ago, he swallowed up the mountains and rocks, said Joachim Buchelar with an admiring laugh, and now he spits them out whole. Usually, when Macon looked at anything, she tended to talk about it to herself in the privacy of her soul. But when she stared at the conversion of Paul for a bit, her eye would take over and her inner voice would fall silent. Even the literal-minded Marcus Note could feel something of the enchantment. Once again, Peter had outdone himself. What kind of painter might he become by the age of 50? But if the conversion of Paul was meant to stop Alva from coming, it was a failure. On August 22nd, 1567, almost exactly a year after the image-breaking, the Black Duke marched into Brussels with several companies of his troops. His route was to lead from the Leuven Gate to his lodgings in a house near Graf Egmont's palace. Macon and the rest of the Kirke household walked up past the gallows on the hill to a street corner where they could watch the invaders pass. First came phalanx after phalanx of foot soldiers, olive-skinned, hard-faced Spaniards clad in finely engraved armor and bristling with weapons. They were variously equipped with swords, crossbows, pikes, javelins, halberds, and harquebuses. Some were armed with a new kind of gunpowder device much larger and heavier than a harquebus. It took 2 men to comfortably carry one of these 7-foot-long contraptions. "What are those?" asked little Peter from atop Peter's shoulders. "Muskets," said a thin-lipped man next to them. "They can drop a horse." He made a noise like a moan. Perhaps he'd meant to sound comical, but he wasn't able to. "It's the chopping block for us poor keeker-fretters." "Muskets for the chicken-eaters," echoed little Peter, watching the parade with simple pleasure. Bringing up the rear were the cavalrymen. Their armor was gilded as well as engraved, and their armaments included lances in addition to the other kinds of weapons. Voff grew excited at the sight of so many horses and began barking. Macon took him by the collar and gave him a good shake. She'd wanted to leave him at home, but, as usual, he'd wormed his way out and had come along after them. "There's Alva," said Peter just then, and yes, there in a hollow space in the midst of the cavalry was a man dressed all in black, riding upon a spirited white horse. The Duke was tall, thin, erect, with a small head, a lean yellow face, black bristling hair, and a silvery beard that hung down upon his chest in two waving streams. "I wonder if I could hit him with a cobblestone from here," murmured Veliblad, and, as if gifted with preternaturally sensitive hearing, the Duke glanced over towards them. His eyes were dark and cold. Voth chose that moment to twist free of Macon's grip and to bound forward, barking as if possessed. Alva called out something in Spanish, and the closest cavalryman killed Voth with a single thrust of his sword, knifing in between two ribs of the dog's chest. So smooth was the rider's motion that his horse didn't even break stride. Little Peter shrieked, and Macon buried her face against her husband's shoulder. Niais began shouting curses, but someone murmured a warning that made her stop. Macon's mother was sobbing on Peter's other shoulder, and little Peter slid down to be in Macon's arms. Out in the street, the procession of horses stepped over or around Voth, who lay stock still, his white fur drenched with the cooling blood from his so easily punctured heart. 15. The Beekeepers, Brussels, June 1568. "Vamos, Jose!" called an aggrieved voice outside Bruegel's bedroom door. It was the wiry little Carlos, one of the two Spanish soldiers quartered in the Kirke house. Nobody but Niais, who knew some Spanish, was able to talk with them. The family had wanted to lodge the pair in the basement, but the soldiers had insisted upon a room with a window. Bruegel had tried the tactic of having Niais warn them that the attic was haunted by Master Kirke's ghost, and this had given fat Jose pause. But Carlos, a demanding man in his early middle age, had insisted that they needed a good view of the streets, so in the end the soldiers had ended up on pallets in a corner of Bruegel's studio. Bengt had moved to the basement rather than have to associate with them. It made Bruegel terribly uneasy to have these unpleasant louts occupying the very core of his life. They viewed his craft as a buffoonery, pointing to and laughing at his new panels. Every now and then the bilious little Carlos would go so far as to snatch up one of Bruegel's brushes and to mime daubing at the paintings himself, clutching his crotch and chattering in his tongue. Bruegel's stomach had been hurting all winter, and Carlos's japery brought the pain to a level he hadn't experienced since Jongelink had sent the better part of his life's work into storage. He began regularly seeing blood in his stool, sometimes fresh and red, sometimes congealed and brown like coffee grounds, sometimes black and tarry, a palette of inner decay. To lessen the danger of Carlos actually defacing a picture, Bruegel, Bengt, and Veliblad built an enclosure in a corner of the attic, a little room in which to store the paints and brushes out of sight. Although it wasn't practical to extend the storeroom's walls all the way up to the high slanting ceiling, they were a good 10 feet in height. Bruegel put a heavy lock on the enclosure's door and had Niais tell the soldiers that if they were to go in there, a formal complaint of theft would be filed with their captain. That had been over a month ago. The stairs creaked and thudded as the fat, blank-faced Jose came rushing down the steps 2 at a time, his armor clanking. He was in his 20s, phlegmatic and dull. "Vámonos, Carlos," said Jose, and then the two of them went pounding down to the kitchen, where they always grabbed whatever food they could get their hands on before heading off for duty. A minute later their voices could be heard outside, Jose talking with his mouth full and Carlos complaining.
"They're early today," said Macon, sleepily pressing herself against Bruegel's back. The bulge of her pregnant belly was like a firm hassock. Bruegel rolled over, and Macon rolled over as well, so that now they could spoon together more tightly. He breathed in her scent, running his hands over her swollen breasts and big belly. His treasure. His world. "They're going to the Grand Place for the executions," said Bruegel after a while. "Of Graf Egmont and Philips de Hoorn. A full regiment of Alva's troops will be there." "And you?" asked Macon. "It'll be my last chance to see Graf Philips. Maybe I can bid him farewell as he walks through the crowd. You shouldn't come." "I don't want to," said Macon. "In any case, it would be a dreadful thing to mix into my humors, what with the baby coming any day. If I saw a beheading, the child might end up as bloodthirsty as Alva, or take it the other way and grow up a coward. Do you really think she'll be a girl?" Downstairs in the kitchen, old Macon was scolding Mainamui about something. "I can feel her moving," said Peter, pressing his hand tight against the taut dome of Macon's belly. "Bip, bip, our little rabbit." It was good to have this life to balance against the death around them. Their door creaked open, and little Peter came trotting in, still wearing his nightshirt. He hopped onto the bed and snuggled into his mother's arms. "Mainamui said Carlos and Jose are going to chop off Uncle Phillips's head," said little Peter in a small voice. "She said he'll be dead like Vaff." "It's not sure that Phillips is your uncle," said Macon, trying to divert the flow of thought. "Papa just likes to say that. Phillips's father was kind to Papa when he was young." "Mainamui said they'll send the head to King Philip in a basket," said little Peter. "And then Grandma got angry at her. Will they put Uncle Phillips's head back on after he sees the king?" "Not a pleasant way to travel, being a head in a basket," said Bruegel, reaching across Macon to stroke his son's hair. "Did Mainamui give you any breakfast with her tails?" "No?" "Then let you and me get something to nibble on, and fetch something for Mama, and then the two of us will go up and look at my new pictures, eh? We won't have them with us much longer." Old Macon was settling into her studio on the second floor. Not that she really had any work to do. With everything in turmoil, nobody was ordering art any more. Her motions were a little angular. She was still huffy from her fight with Mainamui. Down in the kitchen, Mainamui was silently serving Bengt some porridge. Bruegel and little Peter joined him, and Mainamui slapped down 2 more bowls. She was smarting from old Macon's tongue-lashing. For a few minutes, Bengt and the 2 Peters ate in silence. A gentle breeze wafted in through the open back door. It was a fine day in early June, with the sky pale blue and the trees covered in their vernal greenery. Out in the corner of the yard, Williblad and Nier were sitting on a bench by their shed drinking tea. Williblad enjoying the sun, and Nier busy with her essences and herbs. She was something of a medicine woman. Normally, Nier and Williblad went to work at noon, but Alva had decreed that all the inns and taverns were to remain closed today, lest there be riots after the executions. "It's all done but the hammering," said Bengt presently. He was talking about the 3 new paintings he'd been helping Bruegel with. They'd spent quite a bit of time on these works, as there were no new commissions coming up, other than notes panels of the Willebroek Canal, which Bruegel didn't feel like painting. But now the new pictures were finished, and it would be the work of the next 2 days to crate them up and send them off. "As it happens, Frankert's good ship Lusciousland is in Brussels," said Bruegel. "We'll put our boxes aboard before they leave tomorrow. Frankert can collect his panel when he meets the ship in Antwerp, and he'll see that the 2 big ones continue on to Amsterdam. Can I have some more porridge, Mainamui?" His stomach felt better when he ate a lot. "And something for Macon, too."
"And what does the little mamma want this morning?" asked Minamui, setting aside her sulk. Young Macon had always been her special pet. "You decide," said Bruegel, happy to see the cook's humor lighten. "If I myself were the size of a cow with a calf, well, I think I'd like a cup of tea and a bit of bread," said Minamui. "I have a nice loaf that I hid in the oven where the pig and the monkey wouldn't think to look for it." That's how the Kirke household spoke of the two soldiers, Jose the pig and Carlos the monkey. "Trust a man to stay away from an oven. Are you and Bengt going down to the Grand Place today, Mynheer Bruegel?" "In an hour or two," said Bruegel, not wanting to reopen the topic in front of little Peter. "There's no rush." He, Bengt, and little Peter headed upstairs, stopping off to give Macon her breakfast. At first everything looked fine in the studio. The disorder of the soldiers' beds and equipment was off in a far corner. A sweet-smelling pile of alder lumber stood ready to be made into crates. In their walled-off corner, Bruegel's 3 new panels were calm in the morning light, with Bengt's linen copies to one side. His Amsterdam patron, Herman Pilgrims, had commissioned 2 peasant paintings, a peasant wedding and a peasant dance, each of them over 5 feet by 3 feet in size. At the same time, Bruegel had been working on a small panel for Hans Frankert, finally painting the image of the peasant and the Birdsnester that he'd thought of a few years back. It was the peasant and the Birdsnester that the soldiers had vandalized. The picture was a 2-foot by 2-foot panel. In the middle ground, a man in a tree was seizing a fledgling from her nest. The foreground of the picture held a peasant pointing back over his shoulder towards the tree with the nest that he trustingly assumed was still his. To achieve a new optical effect, Peter had modeled the peasant upon his own reflection in his convex mirror, which made it appear as if the peasant were about to fall right out of the picture and into the viewer's arms. To give the peasant a sufficiently guileless look, Bruegel had based his features upon little Peter's face, a friendly pie with 2 big blue eyes. It was, of course, the peasant's distended codpiece that had attracted the attention of the soldiers. Nearly every day, Carlos would point at it and say, "Mas grande," each day laughing harshly as if he'd made a fresh joke. And this morning, or last night, Carlos the monkey had climbed over the walls of the storage enclosure, gotten out a brush loaded with white paint, and had inexpertly attempted to daub a man's prick atop the codpiece's bulge, leaving a ragged streak like pigeon shit on a window pane. The brush lay tossed onto the floor. "God help me," said Bruegel, his stomach blooming with pain. He wanted to step forward and get to work fixing the damage, but for the moment his force was gone. He looked around for his chair. It was set against the storeroom's wall, where Carlos had used it to climb up. With tottering steps, Bruegel made his way to the chair and sat down. How fragile everything suddenly seemed. His paintings were but the thinnest films of oils and pigments, easily scratched, easily rubbed out, easily smeared, upon wood panels so easily broken and burned. He himself was but a sack of blood and bile and choler, fit to burst and leak at any time, and out in the world, evil piled upon evil, with no end in sight. "I'll clean it off," said Bengt, carrying the panels out into the main room and getting a palette knife and an oily rag. With calm, skillful motions, he scraped off the still wet white paint and wiped its traces away. The picture itself had been quite dry already, and hardly any of the final coat was damaged. It would need only a few minutes of touch-up work. "I'll mix the colors you need," said Bengt, looking solicitously at Bruegel, who was bent over in his chair, holding his stomach with both hands. "Are you all right, Papa?" asked little Peter, who hadn't even noticed the smear. He'd been busy looking out the one particular attic window he always liked to check. It looked onto a schoolyard. Little Peter's face was bright and clear, and to think Macon was about to have a second baby. Yes, still and all, life was good. One had to think that. Life was good. "I'll be fine in a minute," said Bruegel, sitting up. "Maybe I ate too much breakfast. How are the little peasant girls today?" Little Peter skipped over to the peasant dance and looked at the two girls Bruegel had painted into the lower corner. The smaller of the two looked to be little Peter's age. She had a bell tied onto her arm so that she wouldn't get lost. Her older sister was holding her hands to teach her to dance. Sitting above them was a squinting bagpiper, with a happily drunken man leaning close to savor his music. It was unbearable to think of these precious images at the mercy of the soldiers, to have his unprotected panels in the hands of a monkey and a pig. "I should be sleeping up here to watch over them," said Bengt, looking up from the paints he was mixing. "They wouldn't dare do it in front of me." "But what if they did?" said Bruegel, slowly getting to his feet. "If you laid hands on them, they might kill you. Those men shouldn't be up here at all. We simply have to convince them to live in the basement. Nie can talk to them some more. Perhaps I could pay them something. A pity we're so low on funds." "How about Master Kirke's ghost?" said Bengt all of a sudden. He nodded to the old scimitar hanging upon the wall. "That's a thought," said Bruegel, taking the brush and palette that Bengt handed him. He looked down at the palette, part of his mind wordlessly comparing the new colors to those on the panel, part of his mind chattering along, comparing the situation with the soldiers to the time he'd dressed up to spook Bengt. "I like the idea," he said presently, "but we'll have to be careful. Best get Williblad and Nie in on it, too. Nie can tell them about the ghost again before they go to bed." "What ghost?" asked little Peter alertly. "Your grandfather Kirke," said Bengt. "He's been seen in this attic from time to time, waving a scimitar and wearing a green silk turban. Maybe he'll teach the filthy monkey and the stupid pig not to touch your papa's paintings again." "Could the ghost chop off someone's head?" asked little Peter uneasily. The lad was hearing a lot of scary things today. "He doesn't have to," said Bruegel. "When people see him, they run away." He focused his attention upon his brush and palette, shoving about the globs of paint till he had the exact 3 or 4 shades of gray-blue that he needed to repair the peasant's codpiece. And meanwhile, the planning, talking part of his mind was babbling like a water wheel, but it wouldn't do to say too much in front of little Peter. "We'll try and finish as much of the crating as we can this afternoon, Bengt," said Bruegel, drawing a deep, slow breath to calm himself down. "Before they come back." "Good," said Bengt. "Steady now. Dab, dab, dab," and in a few more minutes Bruegel was done. He and Bengt leaned the panels against the walls to clear out space for the crating, and as a precautionary measure they turned the panels so it was their backs that faced out into the room. Bruegel and little Peter found the two Macons at old Macon's work table on the second floor. Little Peter became absorbed in playing with a box of buttons, and Bruegel quietly told the Macons about what had happened to his painting and about the action he planned. "His ghost again?" said old Macon with a little laugh. "My poor dead husband, dug up over and over, like a dog's favorite bone." "Think it through, Peter," cautioned Macon. "These men are armed. I'll never forgive you if you get yourself killed. Talk it over with me again this afternoon." How round and solid she seemed, how full of life. Bruegel kissed her cheek and caressed her curves. Out in the garden, Bruegel and Bengt found Williblad and Nie. Those two had been living in Bruegel's shed for a year and a half now. Bruegel's old rivalry with Villeblatt was all but forgotten, and they'd become true friends. For his part, Villeblatt had become less mercurial and more generous with his smiles. The four of them walked down to the Grand Place together, Bruegel explaining his new plan. In the excitement of his scheming, Bruegel almost forgot where they were going, but the sight of the scaffold dispelled all thoughts but of the executions. They'd arrived a little late. The scaffold stood draped with black cloth in the middle of the Grand Place. It was set up like a high stage. Its sinister gravity reduced the massive and heavily ornamented buildings around the square to scenery. Several thousand Spanish troops dressed in full battle array were standing at attention around the scaffold, with half the town of Brussels crammed in around the edges of the square. Though the sun was bright, the square felt grim and dark. Upon the scaffold were a little table with a silver crucifix, a black velvet cushion, 2 wrought-iron spikes, a marshal, a bishop, and a lumpy shape beneath a dark cloth. "That's Egmont," someone told Bruegel. "Already dead. Hoorn is next." There was barely time. Bruegel furiously pushed himself towards the elaborate stone house of the Bakers' Guild, where the 2 condemned men had been brought for the execution. And now the door swung open, and Philips de Hoorn appeared, his bald head uncovered and his hands unbound. He wore a plain dark doublet with the collar cut off. His blue eyes seemed to be taking in every detail at once. How long might one's last walk seem to take? With a final effort, Bruegel wormed close to him. "Bless me, Brother Philips!" he cried. The Graf gave him a faint smile. "Brother?" "Why not? Though Father always credited you to my tutor. Bless you, Brother Peter. Pray for me." The crowd lurched, and the Graf was swept onwards. Bruegel was able to push as far as the back row of the ranked troops. Philips ascended the steps of the black-draped scaffold. He glanced sadly down at the covered shape of Egmont's remains, then turned his attention to the marshal, who held a placard with the de Hoorn coat of arms reversed, a deliberate dishonoring of the family escutcheon. Philips spoke to the marshal so heatedly that the man took a step backwards and laid the placard down upon the table with the crucifix. Philips stepped to the edge of the scaffold and raised his voice to speak a few words to the crowd, but with all the troops between him and the citizens he couldn't be heard. The bishop held out the silver crucifix for Philips to kiss, but Philips refused him, kneeling down on the boards of the scaffold to pray on his own. In a few minutes he rose again to his feet, pulled a dark cap down over his eyes, and knelt upon the velvet cushion at the front of the scaffold, his head bowed and the bare nape of his neck exposed. There was a billowing in the material that hung from the scaffold's sides. The executioner stepped forth and ascended the stairs, a powerful red-haired, red-bearded man with a great sharp sword in his hands. He placed his left hand upon the top of Philips's head, raised the sword high in his right hand, and severed Philips's head from his shoulders in a single blow. Blood from the severed neck jetted out onto the front row of troops. The executioner took the cap off the head and held up the bare head with both hands. Philips's eyes were open. His mouth was twitching. The executioner walked the circuit of the scaffold, and then with an abrupt gesture he impaled the head upon one of the 2 iron spikes. Bruegel screamed. It was too horrible to imagine the sensation of the iron spike pushing up through Philips's neck, piercing the back of his throat, and blindly crunching through his skull's gentle filigrees of bone. In the shock of the execution's moment, the world around Bruegel had seemed soundless. But now, as he screamed, it was as if his own voice awakened his ears. All around him, Others were groaning and crying out as well. The executioner retrieved Egmont's head from under the cloth and impaled it upon the other spike. 4 soldiers carried up a pair of coffins, and the 2 men's bodies were laid within. The marshal and the bishop descended from the scaffold, leaving the heads and the coffins on display. The soldiers loosened the ranks, allowing the citizens to press close to the scaffold and fully absorb its lessons. Bruegel stood rooted to the spot, numb to the jostling of the crowd, staring at Phillips's head and praying for the dead man's soul. As he prayed, a kind of light seemed to grow behind his eyes, until finally he seemed to see the kind face of Christ. Though the men of the church were evil, Christ was still good. "Help Phillips," prayed Peter. "Help us all." "I love you, Peter," Christ seemed to say. "Don't be afraid." Life was a turbulent dream. The words fell away, and Peter was alone in the light, the divine light that floods every part of creation, on earth as it is in heaven. Presently Bruegel's friends found him. "There you are." It was Willeblad, Nier, and Bengt. "We should kill them," said Willeblad. "Who?" said Bruegel, blinking his eye, coming back to himself. "Any of them we can get our hands on," said Willeblad. "Carlos and Jose." "That would make us the same as them," said Bruegel. "We'll scare them, and that's enough." But how small and petty his plan now seemed. Nevertheless, it needed to be done. He had to drive the soldiers from his studio, one step after another in the long, winding tunnels of the human anthill. The light was gone. "Nier said she has fresh venom on her special pin," said Bengt. "It's from a mollusk that lives in the Indies, you know. They call it a cone shell. One touch of her pin, and your man is paralyzed for hours." Nier grinned, showing her large, gapped teeth, and patted the knot of hair on the back of her neck. A pin with a mother-of-pearl head protruded from the bun. The pinhead worked into the shape of a tiny skull, the same pin she'd poked the Walloon with on the day of the image breaking. "If needs be," Bruegel sighed. "But no killing." The show on the scaffold was reaching its finish. 3 hooded monks climbed up onto the stage. Inquisitors. Their dark hanging hoods completely covered their faces. They had 2 woven rush baskets, each with a domed top and a round lid that fit over its open bottom. "Beehives!" exclaimed Bengt. Yes, the monks were putting the 2 executed nobles' heads into beehive baskets. The baskets held purple silk cloths to cushion their terrible cargo. "They'll be shipped to Spain for the tyrant's delectation," said Willeblad. Looking at the shrouded inquisitors with the baskets under their arms, Bruegel formed a sudden mental image of grim beekeepers in woven straw head covers. People sometimes spoke of the church as a beehive, with the faithful the bees. The iconoclast bees had smashed up the insides of the hives because the beekeepers were evil and cruel. The horror of the faceless inquisitors and their baskets made his skin crawl. He tried to summon back his image of Christ, but the fiery ache in his guts distracted him. "Let's go home," said Bruegel. "Let's get ready for tonight, and I have to see about Macon. She could have the baby at any time." It made his voice crack to speak of the baby. It was a sad world to bring new life into. "So we want to frighten the soldiers from your studio?" said Willeblad as they walked up the Hoogstraat. "They'll be in the right frame of mind for it after this grisly day. Jose should be easy. I think he preferred the basement in the first place. It's a better match for his earth humor." "I've heard Carlos talking about deserting," said Nier. "Apparently the troops aren't being regularly paid.
I heard him say he wants to hop a ship and work his way back to Spain as a sailor. If we scare him enough tonight, he could be on his way." "I just hope our ghost jape will truly spook them," said Bengt. "I hope I haven't sent you down on a false path. Not everyone's so great a donkey as me." "It would be best to befuddle them first," mused Nier. "Do you have any nutmegs, mein Herr Bruegel?" "Odd you should ask," said Bruegel with a rueful smile. "Good Phillips de Horna gave us something like a lifetime supply of nutmegs for little Peter's christening." "Give me a dozen of them," said Nier. "I'll extract the oil from them and mix it with some gin." "Why?" asked Bengt. "A sufficient quantity of nutmeg acts as a poison," said Nier. "It provokes a peculiar delirium that's like a waking dream. Sometimes our tribesmen undergo a nutmeg ordeal for purposes of divination. Yes, when our little Spaniards return tonight, I'll invite them to make merry, and I'll madden them with nutmeg gin. They'll grow flushed, they'll vomit, they'll drag themselves to bed, and then the show can begin. You do have gin, don't you?" Bruegel gave her an appraising look. Nier had nearly so great a weakness for drink as Williblad. Was the gin for her or for the soldiers? Was it wise to plan on crazing two armed men? "I know where they hide the gin," said Bengt, proud to be trusted. "Shall I decant a quart of it for her, Master Bruegel?" "Don't you get so drunk that you let them have their way with you, Nier," cautioned Williblad. Despite his sorrow over the executions, Bruegel smiled to hear Williblad worrying about a thing like this. Williblad and Nier had grown quite domestic. "They'll be too sick from the nutmeg to poke me," said Nier. "And if they did, what's the difference after the life I've led? It's just a stick in a hole. Anyway, once I think they're ready, I'll bring them up to the attic, and—" But now she had to stop talking. They were in sight of the house, and little Peter was running down the sidewalk to them. "Did they chop off Uncle's head?" piped little Peter as Bruegel raised him up in his arms. "Yes," Bruegel told him. "It was terrible. Phillips is in heaven now. I prayed for him." His son felt lively and whole upon his shoulder. Tears came to Bruegel's eyes. "Let's not talk about it any more, Peter. It's too sad. How's Mama?" "She's lying down." Bruegel found Macon in bed with her mother at her side. "She feels dreadfully uncomfortable," said old Macon. "I think the baby could come any time. Did you see the execution?" "The baby's almost come?" said Bruegel. "What a wonder! What a day!" Phillips went out with great dignity. He paused to run his hand across Macon's brow. I managed to get close enough to say farewell to him. "Did you ask him if you were his brother?" asked Macon. She knew how much this had been on her Bruegel's mind. "I did. He said his father always credited the tutor, Jan Vondel. Maybe I'm not a secret noble after all." It made Peter sad to say this. He'd grown fond of the story over the years. It made him feel less like an insignificant part of the crawling human horde. It was well and good to think of mankind blended in with nature, but for oneself, frankly, one wanted a slightly superior position. But, of course, he did have an elevated position. He was a successful artist with a career and a studio and a family, and his head still firmly upon his shoulders, thanks be to God. "Jan," murmured Macon. "A good name. I feel too limp to talk, Peter. It's like I'm waiting for a storm to break." "Should I stay with you?"
The execution had left him itchy for activity and for vengeance. Macon sensed his unsettled state. "No, no," she said, distractedly waving her hand. "Do what you have to." Whatever was to happen tonight, it seemed best to fully secure the new paintings. Williblad helped Bruegel and banked in the attic. By the time dusk fell, the panels were safely boxed, with a goodly amount of lumber left over. They made some preparations for the ghost show, and then they went downstairs. Née was gaily busy in the kitchen with the gin and the nutmeg. She'd ground a dozen nutmegs into powder and was heating the dust in a little water. She'd also found time to paint her lips and to change into a very filmy and revealing yellow gown. Mainamui and little Peter were sitting in chairs watching her. "I thought you were going to press oil from them," said Bruegel uncertainly. She already appeared a bit drunk. "I tried, but none came," said Née airily. "I think the ones at home are fresher and wetter. This should work fine. See how brown the elixir is?" She swished around the liquid in the pan and decanted it into the glass quart bottle. A portion of the gin was missing. The mixture was now the color of tea and turbid with the softened dust of the nutmegs. "Don't look so worried," said Née. "I won't drink any more, or maybe just a little cup or two, so the soldiers don't think I'm poisoning them." She cocked her head. "Hush! They're coming. You men get out of sight. You too, Mainamui. And someone put little Peter to bed. I want our Spaniards to feel fully at liberty." She smoothed back her hair and pinched her cheeks. "How do I look?" "Like a whore," said Williblad gloomily. He and Bengt descended to the attic, and Mainamui went to join the Macons in the bedroom on the third floor. Bruegel felt more and more dubious about their plan. Perhaps today was full enough with the executions and with Macon on the point of giving birth. Why carry out some crackpot scheme to scare the soldiers? On the third-floor landing, he turned to start back downstairs, but now the soldiers were already in the kitchen with Née, already drinking their nutmeg gin, their voices and laughter floating up the stairs. Hearing the voices and thinking of the prick scrawled on his painting, Bruegel steeled himself to carry through the evening's plan. He peeked in at his fruitful Macon, who was staring out the window, breathing hard, Mainamui and her mother mopping her brow. She gave him a weak wave. He had little Peter kiss her good night, and then he put the boy to bed in his room across the hall. Little Peter was excited, and Bruegel calmed him with a long story about sailing to lazy Lusciousland. Finally, the little head was quiet on the pillow. Back in the hallway, he could hear Née talking in Spanish, sounding solemn and drawing out her words for a spooky effect. Presumably, she was telling the tale of Master Kirke's ghost. José interrupted with a question. Née answered, and then Carlos went off on one of his resentful-sounding tirades. The three voices were slurred with drink. Née would be bringing them up to the studio soon. The clock on the wall said it was near midnight, much later than he'd thought. Time itself seemed out of joint today. Checking on Macon again, Bruegel found her in an increased state of discomfort. "The birth pains have started," said Macon, smiling wanly at him. He went and held her hand. Her hair was damp with sweat, and her face shiny with oil. "That's good news," said Bruegel. "How much longer will it be?" "Could be an hour, could be 12, said Mainamui. She and old Macon had delivered little Peter, and they were ready to midwife again. "Little Peter took 6, said old Macon in a lively tone. "But the second time might be faster. Isn't this exciting? Go downstairs and fetch some clean cloths and water, Mainamui. What's all that stupid noise? It sounds like a ship of fools." "Nia is feeding the soldiers nutmeg and gin," said Meinamui. "Remember? To make it easier for Mynheer Bruegel to spook them out of his studio." "Do you have a worm in your head, Peter?" said old Macon with a frown. "You're doing that silly nonsense today, while your wife is having a baby?" We got started on it before we realized," said Peter. He felt foolish indeed. On this portentous day of death and birth, he and his friends were playing a childish game. "Well, get them out of the kitchen," said old Macon. "We need more hot water from the stove and less drunken cretins underfoot. Tell them they have to go up to the attic right away. The baby's about to come." "Can you go tell them, Meinamui?" said Bruegel, feeling doubly foolish. "I have to go up to the studio first, so I can hide in the storeroom, so I can play the ghost." Old Macon let out a wordless little shriek of impatience. "Do you mind if I leave you, Macon?" said Bruegel, wanting very much to edge out of the room. "Be careful, Peter," said Macon. "Bless you, darling," he said, and kissed her forehead. The finger of God was about to touch down into this room, about to incarnate a fresh human life. Bruegel imagined the tiny new soul hovering nearby, ready to pop into the baby at the moment of birth. Macon felt another pang. She closed her eyes and moaned. "Go wave your silly sword," said Meinamui, shoving him ahead of her towards the door. "That's men's work. Meanwhile, we'll be doing women's work, bringing a new person into the world." She clattered off down to the kitchen. Up in the darkened attic, Bengt and Willeblad were idly staring out the window, watching the passers-by on the moonlit Hoogstraat. Willeblad lit his lantern to help Bruegel see. It was a clever affair with a sliding, light-proof shutter. In the faint light, Bruegel quickly daubed green watercolor paint on his face and put on the old green silk kaftan and turban. Bengt handed him the scimitar. "Careful with the blade," said Bengt. "While we were waiting, I sharpened it just in case. Do you think you could take off a head with a single blow, Master Bruegel?" "If those soldiers disappear, their sergeant's going to come looking for them," said Bruegel. "And if the sergeant finds bloodstains on our floor, we'll dangle from the gibbet. We're only going to scare them." "They better not go too far with Nia," said Willeblad. "Now who's the peasant and who's the Birdsnester?" said Bruegel, unable to resist the dig. The old rivalry was never quite dead. He heard himself letting out a nasty chuckle. "Fie!" said Willeblad angrily. "How do you know that Macon didn't—" "Hush!" said Bengt, cutting him off. "They're coming." Downstairs, Macon began letting out rhythmic cries of pain. The three men retreated into the storeroom. Willeblad slid the dark shutter over the lantern's single pane, completely hiding the light. Macon was silent again. Steps came up the stairs and into the attic. They heard Jose stagger about the studio and stop in the middle of the room to vomit onto the floor. There was a thud as the oaf collapsed onto his pallet, abruptly followed by snores. This was followed by whispering, giggling, and a quiet rustling that was Nia and Carlos lying down as well. Everything was quiet for a few minutes, and then came another of Nia's low giggles and the sound of Carlos's boots coming off and hitting the floor. Willeblad opened the shutter of the lantern by a hair's breadth so that he and Bruegel could see each other. Willeblad still looked angry, and the sight made Bruegel want to burst with laughter, and now, seeing the glee in Bruegel's face, Willeblad himself began to grin. This was madness. Downstairs, Macon let out a long, wavering moan. A slight tremor began pulsing through the floor,
accompanied by wet noises. Carlos and Nie were making the two-backed beast. A giggling snort escaped Bengt. Williblad stamped loudly and pulled open a goodly chink in the lantern's shutter. The floor's shuddering ceased, and Carlos let out a questioning grunt. Williblad was beaming the ray of light down upon Bruegel's convex mirror, which lay at the ready upon the storeroom floor. Holding the lantern in one hand, Williblad took a flat leather cutout in his other hand. It was the shape of a dog-headed demon with dangling arms, great rows of teeth, and a long, forked tongue. Slowly he moved the Wayang Kulit puppet back and forth above the mirror. Looking up at the ceiling, Bruegel saw a warped, shadowy demon floating in the midst of a faint glow. "Una sombra fantasmal!" cried Nie, her voice most convincingly filled with terror. Carlos said something. Williblad intensified the light and passed the lantern to Bengt so as to free both hands.
"El espectro del Señor Köke," added Nie, even more agitated than before.
Williblad was moving the arms of the puppet so that the shadow looked as if it were reaching downward. José's snoring fizzled out. He woke and yelped in fear. It was time. Bruegel swung open the storeroom door and stepped out, holding Master Köke's scimitar at the ready. The Wayang Kulit show on the ceiling filled the room with throbbing, eerie light. Slowly, step by step, Bruegel walked forwards. José, Nie, and Carlos were sitting bolt upright, their clothes in a tangle, their faces flushed bright red from the poisons of the nutmeg. José was trembling. Carlos was naked, beleaguered, and at a loss. Bruegel flourished his scimitar, gloating at the vandal's discomfiture. He took another step forward. José broke and ran. The big, soft soldier scurried across the room and went crashing down the stairs, down past the bedrooms, down past old Macon's studio, down past the kitchen, down into the basement. Bruegel gave Nie a meaningful glance. If she would flee too, then Carlos would surely follow. But the nutmeg-addled Nie was gazing at him with a complete lack of recognition. Evidently, in her delirium, she truly took Bruegel for a ghost. "Ayúdame, Carlos!" she cried, worming around behind the wiry little soldier. It must have meant, "Help me," for Carlos squared his shoulders, snatched up his sword, and sprang at Bruegel. Bruegel froze, holding his scimitar at a defensive angle. He knew nothing, really, about sword fighting. The naked Carlos opened his attack with a heavy downward slash of his blade. Bruegel blocked the blow with a scimitar, more by chance than by design. The shock of the impact traveled into the scimitar's hilt and numbed his hand. He stepped backwards towards the storeroom, and Carlos struck again. This time the blow knocked the scimitar from Bruegel's hand. Carlos raised his sword for a death blow. Downstairs, Macon's cries were coming every instant. What a strange time this would be to die, and to die an utter buffoon. "Nie!" called Bruegel, not liking for Carlos to hear his voice, but desperately wanting for this hopelessly addled woman to take the emergency action they'd planned. If Carlos grew violent, Nie was to dart forward with her pin to paralyze him. "Nie!" cried Bruegel again. If she acted now, they could carry the felled Carlos down to the basement, and when he woke, he'd never be sure what happened. But Nie sat dazed upon Carlos's pallet, staring with her eyes as big as saucers. Bruegel turned tail and flung himself into the sanctuary of the storeroom, with Carlos and his sword close behind. Inside the storeroom, Williblad waited pressed against the wall beside the door, and Bengt stood backed into the far corner with the lantern. Carlos saw Bengt, but he didn't see Williblad, and the half-American was upon the soldier before he could resist. There was a thud, a gargling cry, and then Williblad had disarmed Carlos and seized his neck in both hands. Carlos flailed at Williblad, clawing his face. Bruegel got behind the soldier and pinioned his arms. Willibald kept on choking Carlos. The veins stood out in Williblad's forehead from the effort. Slowly, Carlos slumped down towards the floor. His tongue slid out of his mouth, dark and thick and bloated. Willibald didn't let up. 2 minutes later, Willibald had strangled Carlos to death. The three men looked at each other in silence. Bruegel wondered about what they'd just done. Was the killing of Carlos a justifiable retribution for the beheading of Philips de Horne? Self-defense? Or was it a mortal sin? If a sin, to what priest would one dare confess it to? A baby's first coughing wail sounded through the floorboards. "My wife!" exclaimed Bruegel, wanting to run down to her. But first he had to conclude the episode up here. "You're a noble friend, Willibald. I'm sorry I teased you before. We were overwrought." "Go see your baby," said Willibald with a half-smile. "I have an idea," mused Bengt, staring down at the nude corpse. "We'll crate him up, like a boxed painting. We'll ship him off with the other panels. A fitting revenge for daubing on Master Bruegel's picture, eh? Boxed like a painting himself." "Good," said Bruegel, edging out of the storeroom towards the stairs. "Do it right away." "And how's the mad niais?" said Willibald, walking across the studio to where she still sat on the bed, her skirts up around her waist. "I saw a ghost," said niais, her eyes unblinking. "It came out of the ceiling." "You need to sleep," said Willibald in an even tone. "Sit here and watch us work, niais, and then we'll go down to our shed." He pulled down her skirts and patted her cheek. "My little spider, caught in her own web." Bruegel found Macon propped against a pillow with a tiny red baby in her arms. The baby's eyes fastened on Bruegel, truly seeing him. The eyes of God. Bruegel felt unclean, as if Carlos's death were stuck to him. "It's a boy," said Macon. "Let's call him Jan, for your true father." Upstairs, Bengt and Willibald began hammering. The baby woke them many times in the night, which seemed to last 100 years. Bruegel was plagued by every manner of strange dream, of Philips's head, of the shuddering in the attic floor, of baby Jan's eyes, of a painting that was a corpse, of a father who denied him, of blood and swords. Every facet of the long, strange day was mixed up together, as in the maddest scenes of Master Bosch. At sunrise, Bruegel stopped trying to sleep. His stomach was gnawing with hunger pangs, and he felt weak. Yesterday he hadn't eaten lunch or supper. When he used the chamber pot, there was an unusually large amount of bright red blood in his stool. He drank some milk, and then he went to the shed in the garden and woke niais. She was her old self again and full of apologies. The gin and nutmeg had gotten the better of her. She confessed she'd never actually sampled the decoction before. It was more potent than expected. At Bruegel's request, she went down to the basement to wake José and find out his state of mind. It was important to know this right away, for if the news was bad, there was no time to lose. Bruegel sat on a stump by the shed, waiting for niais' report. A patch of the sleeping Willibald was visible through the half-opened door, lit by the grey light of dawn. Willibald had saved his life again. A costly friend, but a lethal enemy. And now Bruegel was a father again, with a second son. Peter and Jan. Might both be painters? This business with his stomach. How much time did it leave him? A moot point if Alva learned of Carlos's murder. Bruegel felt a slight pang of remorse. Perhaps they'd get away with the killing, but his stomach could well do him in. He looked around the yard, feeling lonely for Vaff. It would have done him good to have that long, furry dog to pet. Poor Vaff. Poor Carlos. In his worry and weariness, Bruegel glimpsed something moving at the very edge of his vision, a sly, exultant figure seen more with the mind than with the eye. It was lean, stinking Death. Skeleton Death, passing by. Bruegel had seen him before, at that peasant wedding years ago. What was it poor Father Michael had said about the months? February and September. Nier reappeared from the basement with her report. Everything was fine. Jose was unclear about what had happened the night before, but above all, he knew that he never wanted to sleep in the haunted attic again. On hearing that Carlos was gone, Jose had expressed neither surprise nor concern. Jose had said that Carlos was looking for an excuse to desert, and that seeing the ghost had probably decided him. Jose hadn't liked Carlos all that well anyway, and was just as glad to be rid of him. Jose was planning to grab some food and go tell his sergeant that Carlos had disappeared. Bruegel spent the rest of the morning sitting with Macon, staring at Jan, and discussing the baby with little Peter. Jan's gaze wasn't so sharp today as it had been yesterday. Big and little Peter concluded that a baby could see clearly in the hours after he was born, and that then he rested for a day. Little Peter said it was good that Jan had sharp eyes, since they were a family of painters. He was enthralled by the baby's tiny fingers, and he loved it when the baby took hold of his own larger finger. Meanwhile, Mainamui and Bengt cleaned up the studio, moved the soldiers' equipment down to the basement, and transferred Bengt's possessions back into the attic. Of the soldiers' possessions, they hid the shirt, pants, and boots that Carlos might have worn had he really run away. They could burn them another day. A little before noon, a horse and wagon arrived to haul the 4 boxes down to the harbor basin. Shitting out so much blood had left Bruegel feeling rather faint. Bengt, Williblad, and the teamster handled the loading of the wagon. The unmarked box with Carlos was only a little thicker than the others, and seemed not all that much heavier. Oak panels were massive things. Just to see things through, Bruegel rode along on the wagon to the harbor. Bengt and Williblad followed on foot, with Nier coming along as well. It was in fact almost time for her and Williblad to start their day's work at the Pepperberry. After all yesterday's turmoil, it seemed odd to imagine anyone going to a normal day of work. The Lauleckerland bobbed cheerfully in the black harbor water, her flags and pennants flying. Captain Adam Van Haren gave them a warm welcome. It was a simple matter for Bruegel to privately explain to him about the 4th crate. "I'll see that it falls overboard on a high tide running out to sea when we hit the Scheldt tomorrow," said Van Haren. "It'll float out with the rest of the garbage. Don't worry about a thing." "What if it drifts to shore?" "The box will bear no witness, and in these times it's common to find a body." "How soon are you leaving?" fretted Bruegel, still not at rest. "I'm worried the Spaniards might think to come down here and search the ship." "I'll put a lookout in the rigging, and we'll weigh anchor if we see them coming," said Van Haren. "Meanwhile, we've still got some lace to load." "Could you have your lookout send someone into the Pepperberry and warn me, too, if there's any sign of the Spaniards?" asked Williblad. "I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, but if they come down here, it just might be for me instead of you. I wouldn't care to face the Council of Blood." This last was the name for Alva's tribunal, which was currently handing down scores of death sentences every day. Van Haren agreed. Nier and Williblad started their day's work at the Pepperberry. Bengt and Bruegel returned home. Waiting in the garden were 3 armed men, Jose, a sergeant, and some new Spanish soldier. The sergeant was an all too familiar figure, the Walloon with the heavy mustache, brown leather jerkin, baggy leather pantaloons, red socks, and smooth blue cap pulled down low over his round head. Tilting back his head to see out from under his cap, the Walloon gazed near-sightedly at Bruegel. Though this was the 4th time they'd met, the sergeant still seemed not to recognize him. "I like to see the room where the soldiers were lodged," he said in his thick French accent. The nape of Bruegel's neck tingled as he led the 3 soldiers up the stairs, but there was nothing to see in the studio except Bencht's copies of Bruegel's new pictures, and these were of no interest to the Walloon. "Where you put Carlos's equipment?" he wanted to know. Bruegel led them down to the basement and showed them Jose and Carlos's things. "Corporal Miguel will live here now," said the Walloon, indicating the new soldier, a long-nosed fellow with thick lips and a narrow chin. "He speaks a little Flemish. He going to notice everything that happen and tell me. He going be in charge of Jose." The Walloon paused and glared at Bruegel. "Miguel don't believe in ghosts. If there more trouble in this house, we burn it down." Bruegel said nothing. And then they were back out in the yard, and it seemed as if everything would be all right. But still the soldiers lingered. "Williblad Cheroux," said the Walloon, pointing at the shed in the corner of the yard. "He live here, no?" "The image breaker. I see him doing it couple years ago. Antwerp was wrong to free him. Jose say Cheroux live here with the woman named Nie. She a kind of witch, I think, from what Jose tell me. I hope they're not good friends of yours, because when we finished here, we going to the Pepperberry to arrest them." The soldiers took everything out of the shed and threw it on the ground, searching for evidence, or more likely for valuables to steal. But they found little more than Williblad's fine winter cape and the looted rosary that Nie wore for a necklace. They took these and clattered down the street towards the harbor. Bruegel felt sick with worry for his friends. He hoped the lookout would spot the trouble coming. He passed the rest of the afternoon trying to draw his vision of the baskets and the masked beekeepers. Little Peter sat next to him with a charcoal and his own piece of paper, drawing what he said were tigers. Bruegel was too light-headed to make much progress. Time had slowed to a crawl. He and little Peter played with the baby, chatted with Macon, looked in on old Macon in her studio, then tried to draw some more. Near sunset, Bruegel could stand the suspense no longer. He walked down alone to make inquiries at the Pepperberry, and, yes, the Lusciousland had sailed, and yes, the lookout had warned Williblad and Nie in time for them to get aboard. "Have a beer," said Rouse, the innkeeper. "Relax." Bruegel took a large foaming mug and seated himself on a bench in front of the Pepperberry. All day he'd been faintly tasting blood at the back of his throat, and it was good to have the thick, sweet lager wash the sensation away. The sun was low in the sky, gilding the dirty stones of the harbor with warm light. Bruegel ate some bread with his beer, which helped settle the pangs in his stomach. Today, this very day, he'd become the father of a second son. He was well content. In his mind's eye, Bruegel floated out along the Willebroek Canal, caught up with the Lusciousland, smiled at the escaped Nie and Williblad, peeked into the crates, and took one last look at— oh, not at Carlos, may God bless his soul and forgive his killers— took one last look at his peasant dance and peasant wedding. Bruegel savored the thought of these two pictures, secret mementos of the doomed celebration he'd attended with Frankert these 8 years gone. All around him, life was going on. On the bench beside him, a red-faced woman was arguing with a toothless man in a cap with flaps down over his ears. On the cobblestones before him, 2 little girls were playing jacks with a leather ball and a handful of pig vertebrae. A new ship was gliding into the harbor, with sailors scrambling up into the rigging to strike the sails. A gull and a crow were fighting over a fish head at the wharf's edge. 2 young men were coming around the corner singing a new Beggars song about yesterday's executions. Life was endlessly rich and endlessly various, and it could take a man 8 years simply to paint one single moment of one single day. Bruegel took another sip of his beer. The things he'd painted right. It might be that his stomach was going to kill him before long, and half his life's work might be out of sight in storage, but he knew he'd painted things that mattered. He'd painted what he saw, and more than that, he'd painted what he couldn't see, the God that fills the world, as above, so below. 16. The Magpie on the Gallows. Brussels, January to September 1569. It was winter again, the season of black bile, the earth frozen hard, the snow and ice so cold that they seemed made of dry metal rather than water. The sun was orange on the horizon, and night was coming fast. Macon added some wood to the fireplace in her mother's studio. Money was short this winter, and the Kirke house wasn't so well heated as usual. This was the one room, other than the kitchen, that they always kept warm. With no particular work to do, Macon's mother was sitting in a rocker by the fire, knitting. She'd taken to wearing spectacles for close work. As an artist, she wasn't content to knit ordinary things. Rarely did she knit even a hat with less than 3 colors. Little Peter was at the table, daubing with some watercolors. Bengt was at the other end of the table, working on a drawing based on his copy of Peter's Lusciousland painting. They hoped to sell it to Jerome Koch for engraving. Peter lay sprawled upon the couch, staring out the window at the low winter sky, brooding over something, his lips slightly moving. Baby Jan lay asleep on his stomach. Each morning, Macon was at pains to thoroughly wrap the boys in the colorful wool outfits old Macon made them, and they were flourishing like greenhouse tulips. Jan was sturdy and lively, with a ready smile, and little Peter was more fun to talk with all the time. But her poor husband was wasting away. Though Peter didn't like to discuss the matter, it seemed there was considerable blood in his stool every morning. His stomach gnawed at him between meals and in the nights, and of late he was finding it harder and harder to swallow. This week he'd been too weak to do any work on his 2 new pictures. Always more pictures, though with each one Macon wondered if it might be the last. By some slow alchemy, the unthinkable had become a constant background to her thoughts. If nothing changed, Peter must soon die. A sad thought on a gray morning. There was a light footstep on the stairs. It was their unwelcome lodger, the Corporal Miguel, more spy than soldier, coming up from his lair in the basement. He glided into the room, his long nose pointing this way and that, and paused behind Bengt, studying his work. "It's for fun," Bengt said, without looking up. "A fairy tale, nothing of politics or religion." Though Miguel understood Flemish, he didn't answer. After another penetrating look around the room, he proceeded upstairs to the studio, not that anything had changed there for the last few days. Macon would have liked to dandle Jan for a distraction, but if you took him off Peter's chest when he was sleeping, he always began to cry. She looked out the window at the bleak monochrome street, then poked the fire again, wishing there could be some good news.
And then, behold, Mother's friend Marcus Note was at the front door, stamping the snow off his feet.
Macon's mother let him in, exclaiming with joy at what he told her. Marcus came up to the second floor to share his good news, sonorously reading it from a scroll of paper that had been slit to ribbons at the bottom, so that a big red disc seal could dangle from one of the strips. On this same day, by this communal council, it was decided that Master Peter of Bruegel shall be discharged of the Spanish soldiers quartered in his house, and that the masters of finance of this city shall offer to the same Bruegel a certain gratuity in order that he may pursue his activity and his undertakings in this city. "What?" exclaimed Peter, his haggard face lit by the first real smile that Macon had seen for weeks. It was like seeing the sun come out. Peter sat up, cradling little Jan in the crook of his arm. "This is really true?"
"A proper triumph of truth," said Note, and when Miguel popped out of the staircase with his large, dark eyes staring, Note pointed at him and called, "Adios!" Miguel silently padded over to examine the proclamation in Note's hand. "The city is paying the cost for you and Jose to lodge yourselves elsewhere," explained Note, reaching into his pocket and brandishing a plump little purse. "You and Jose are to pack up and leave tonight, Corporal. Pick any inn you like." Miguel peered at Note's scroll some more, and finally murmured a question. "That's right," said Note. "I can give you this month's money right now, my man." He extracted 2 coins from the purse and handed them over. Macon noticed the purse was still fat. She wondered if perhaps Note might give them some of that, too. Their diet was down to potatoes and mussels. "Mind that you sign a receipt for me," Note told Miguel.
In another moment, he and the Spaniard had finished their business. Miguel sidled down to the basement where he could be heard talking to Jose. Little Peter ran over to look at the seal on the city proclamation. "It's a picture in wax, Mama." Macon examined it with her son. The seal showed an archangel with a sword. That's the kind of help they needed in this hard time. An archangel. "You're wonderful, Marcus," Macon's mother was saying, her arms around their friend. She kissed him on the cheek, knocking her spectacles askew.
"Perhaps now Peter can do some work on those paintings of the Willebroek Canal," said Note.
Catching Peter's neutral expression, he added, "Or not." Peter had told Macon he lacked the energy and will to document the building of the canal, and that he only wanted to paint a few last things from within his head. One day, in a particularly sardonic humor, he'd gone so far as to say that the best thing about his terminal illness was that, with any luck, he'd die before he had to paint the Willebroek Canal. Macon always rose to the bait and scolded him mightily when he'd say things like that. It was what he expected her to do, and she did it. In the waning of their time together, their common rituals had begun to seem like formal dance steps. Tiresome, but at least familiar, something to fill the hours before the arrival of death. "In any case, I convinced the city fathers that you deserve a little peace of mind," concluded Marcus Note. "A gift from the city." With a flourish, he handed Peter the whole plump purse. "A miracle," said Peter simply. "Thanks be to God." Things were a bit better for the rest of the month. The fire in the attic studio was lit again, and Peter and Bengt went back to working up there every day. At the end of January, they had another guest, Abraham Ortelius. "How's Peter?" he asked Macon at the door. With Williblad fully out of the picture, Ortelius had regained his old surface polish and equanimity. Yes, his hair was thinning, but he seemed more energetic and collected than when he'd been running after the other man.
"Peter does poorly," said Macon. "He's a handful, always talking about dying."
Though she was intimately familiar with the thought by now, speaking of it still made her voice break.
"All he can eat is milk, sometimes with a little bread soaked in it. And always he loses blood. We don't know how long he will last."
Up in the attic, Peter was sitting in his chair, staring at his two new pictures, a pair of watercolors on canvas, all in tones of blue, green, and gray. Bengt was to one side, working as usual on some copies. Little Peter was playing by the fire. "You've done well to get new commissions in these times," said Ortelius, taking a hearty tone. He settled in a chair next to Peter, and Macon took a seat as well. Jan was safe downstairs with her mother. "Nothing slows the pace of our Bruegel," continued Ortelius, straining for joviality.
"I don't suppose Macon had a chance to tell you who these are for?" asked Peter, closely regarding his friend.
"No, she was probably talking about my health. I'm a terrible worry to her. Guess, Abraham, for whom might these paintings be?" "I wonder," said Ortelius, willingly entering into the game Peter proposed. "It's an unusual subject matter. Of your own choosing, I'd wager. Nobody but Bruegel would conceive pictures as odd as these. One panel shows 6 blind men leading each other into a ditch. Most saturnine. And the second one, what is it?"
"I call it the misanthrope," said Peter, with a slight smile. "It's a picture of me about to die."
"Don't say that, Peter," snapped Macon. Little Peter was lying right nearby, playing with some blocks. She didn't like for the boy to hear talk like this every day. Even though little Peter didn't look up, the stillness of his head told Macon he was listening. Big Peter glared at her in his most provoking way. His final illness was making him quite unmanageable. Macon disliked the misanthrope. Unlike all of Peter's other paintings, it was composed as a circle, a circular scene set against a gray background. The main figure was a bitter-looking, black-caped man, walking slowly to the left. His profile, beard, and folded hands did indeed remind Macon a bit of her husband, turned old and broken and sad. The part of the picture that he was walking into held only a decaying tree and 4 or 5 slimy brown mushrooms. He was walking into the land of death. "Quite traditional," said Ortelius in a careful tone. "Like a roundel in a book of hours. I see you've even written a caption on it. Dat de wereld is zo ongetrouw, daarom ga ik in den roe." This meant, word by word, "For that the world is so untrue, therefore go I in sorrow." "Master Bruegel and I enjoy the Zakkenroller," put in Bengt, using the Flemish word for pickpocket. "I'm just now copying him. It's a clever bit of work." He was referring to the grotesque little figure crouched behind the misanthrope to steal his purse. The Zakkenroller held the heart-shaped red purse in one hand and used a pair of shears to cut the ribbon that attached it to the unaware misanthrope's waist. Macon hated the Zakkenroller. He looked sly and mean. He was ensconced in a transparent bubble with a cross, his body inside and his arms and legs sticking out. The parts on the inside were drawn a bit darker and fuzzier. Peter had been pleased when he'd achieved this effect. He kept discussing it with Bengt, as if how he laid on the paints was as important as the sad, bitter things that the paints said. "And look at these," said Peter, letting out a chuckle. Though it was beyond Macon's comprehension, it pleased Peter to pretend this picture was funny. With a grunt, he got to his feet and pointed at some spiky objects painted on the ground before the misanthrope. These were the caltrops that were sometimes strewn on battlefields to lame soldiers and horses. They were 4-pointed metal stars, shaped a bit like children's jacks with their points arranged so that one was always pointing upwards. On the floor beside the painting, Peter had a real caltrop he'd picked up somewhere for a model. "The misanthrope is going to step on a caltrop," said Peter. He nudged the sample caltrop on the floor, then wagged his finger at Ortelius. "Beware, Abraham. That's what happens to people who feel sorry for themselves. They get their purses stolen and they step on caltrops." "I'm glad you're not sorry for yourself," said Ortelius, leaning back in his chair, eager to jolly Peter along. "That's a relief. It makes this visit that much more of a pleasure." But now he caught a glimpse of Macon's troubled face. "What do you think of the misanthrope, Macon?" Macon simply shook her head. Peter was tired of hearing her nag him about the picture. She already knew what he'd say anyway. He'd say that they could laugh or they could cry, so why not laugh? She herself found it hard to see any point in acting as if dying were funny, especially when you were going to be the one left behind. If Peter thought he could keep his spirits up that way, then good for him. A bit puzzled by her silence, Ortelius turned back to Peter. "What's the glass ball around the pickpocket?" he asked. "The world?" Macon braced herself for the answer. She'd heard it too many times before. "With the Spanish overlords gone from our home, I can openly say that it's the symbol of the Habsburgs," said Peter. A hard, fanatical glint appeared in his eyes. Despite his assumed airs of mirth, Macon knew well that his heart was far from peaceful. Thanks to a letter they'd received a few months ago, he'd become more obsessed than ever by the fate of Yongelink's confiscated pictures, with 16 of his finest among them. "The Zackenroller is the Archduke of Austria," said Peter, his voice tight. "He's the one who robs us the most. He robs Peter Bruegel. I have evidence of a plot, Abraham. I have it from Cardinal Granvelle." Ortelius looked askance at Macon, almost as if he were wondering if Peter had gone mad. "Granvelle is the Viceroy of Naples now, isn't he, Peter? At the far end of Italy. You can't tell me that the Cardinal writes you." "It is he who commissioned these pictures," exclaimed Bruegel, abruptly lightening his humor. He'd grown quite volatile of late. "The work comes due to the good offices of Granvelle's secretary, this particular man being an old friend of yours, and to some extent of mine." Peter allowed himself a little smile now. Even in his weakened state, he had an excellent sense for the dramatic. "You mean Williblad," sang Ortelius, the years sliding off him. He beamed like a happy girl. "Williblad is in Naples?" "The very same," said Peter. "I had a letter from him in October, shortly after the last time you were here." I don't suppose he mentioned me?" asked Ortelius wistfully. Macon's heart went out to the frail, balding map-maker. It would be hard to carry passions the world thought wicked or absurd. Not for the first time, it struck her how odd it was that she and this man had shared the same lover. It wasn't a comfortable thought. But Ortelius's homely, yearning face spoke to her nonetheless. "He did mention you," said Macon, gently patting his knee. "Quite warmly." She wished the discussion were over. She didn't want to hear Peter shouting about that letter again. "Bring the letter," Peter told Macon, as if reading her thoughts. Again she shook her head. It was no fun arguing with a sick man. "I'll get it," piped little Peter, proud of knowing the family hiding place. "Can I?" "Good boy," said Big Peter, and little Peter ran across to the corner of the attic, where there was a loose floorboard under a bit of carpet. It's where they'd been keeping the papers they didn't want Corporal Miguel to see. Even though the spy was gone from their house, by force of habit they were still being secretive. So little Peter brought Willy Blad's letter to Peter, and he read it aloud, sitting in his chair. Macon braced herself. "Willy Blad Charu to Peter Bruegel's salutation. Nier and I have made our way to Naples, a climate much to our liking. We have found employment with the viceroy of the province, who is none other than our old acquaintance Cardinal Granvelle. The viceroy is in robust health, that is to say, fat as a varken. He often voices his dismay over the dispersal of the hoard he had amassed in Brussels. He particularly regrets the loss of your painting, The Flight into Egypt." "I'm so glad Williblad's safe," exclaimed Ortelius. "Captain Van Haren didn't know what happened to him after Amsterdam." "You hear that about my picture?" put in Peter. "They're becoming more rare and costly all the time, thanks to the Habsburgs." There was no trace of his earlier good humor. He gave the paper a loud rattle and read on. "When I assured the viceroy that I could arrange for him to purchase some new pictures by you, my position with him was assured. I am again one of Granvelle's secretaries, with the responsibility of advising him on his art purchases, much as I did for Fugger." Peter paused again, glaring as if daring them to interrupt. Stubbornly, Macon held her tongue. "Listen to this next part, Abraham," said Peter. He continued reading, his flushed, meager face growing smooth and tight. "The Cardinal reports that the Habsburg court has a keen taste for your work. Dear Peter, I trust you recall my belief that the confiscation of Jongeling's paintings came about so that your works might find their way to the Archduke of Austria. Granvelle confirms this. He himself helped de Braune bring about Jongeling's financial ruin." "Aha!" shouted Peter, furious all over again, even though he'd read this letter dozens and dozens of times. "Aha! Aha! Aha! The Zackenroller in the Imperial Orb. He cuts away my heart as I slink off to die in the woods." He burst into a cracked fit of coughing, finally having to fetch up a cloth to his face and spit out some blood. "That's enough, Peter," said Macon, more sharply than she meant to. "Calm yourself. You don't have to read the whole letter." "I can read it myself," said Ortelius, holding out his hand. There was a slight tremor in it that broke Macon's heart. The poor man was desperate for news of Williblad's feelings for him. "No, no," said Peter, selfishly clutching the letter to his chest. "I'll read the rest. The rest is easy." He patted off his mouth, took a sip of water, took a breath, and resumed. "The redoubtable Nier is a maid in the Viceroy's household, one among several. She finds it agreeable, as there is little work for her to do. There are some Javanese here as well, though Nier has lost her old love for shadow puppetry, for reasons you may well recall." Peter read over that part quickly. Macon very well knew the reasons why Niais no longer liked shadow puppets, but Ortelius didn't, and in these times there was certainly no reason to tell him. Peter pressed on. "The Viceroy's table is quite to our liking, and we are lodged in a room with a window opening out onto an orange tree. The villa is on a hill with a view of the Bay of Naples that looks good enough to paint. Perhaps I shall undertake a second work in my own American style. Since coming to work for the Viceroy, I brought my wardrobe back into a befitting state. The tailor has made me 3 costumes of silk and velvet, 1 yellow, 1 maroon, and 1 green. The Neapolitans are very clever with these things. The fasteners on my clothes are Turk's head knots of silk cord, which fit through loops of the same cord, and my boots are of a remarkable softness." "I'd like to see him," said Ortelius, with a faraway smile. "The Viceroy instructs me to offer you a commission for 2 paintings. He places no restrictions on the subjects, so long as there are no gross and obvious offences to the Church, the Crown, or the personage of his worship. As payment for the 2 works, he offers you 4 times the commission he paid for your flight into Egypt. Upon receipt and approval of the new works, the Viceroy will send you a letter of exchange for the Medici Bank in Antwerp. The Viceroy desires that you paint the new pictures on canvas rather than panel, both for ease of shipping and so that it will be easier for him to take these treasures with him should he again relocate in haste. I implore that you temper any lingering bitterness towards the Viceroy and fulfill this commission. Your acquiescence in this matter will appreciably enhance my standing in his household." Peter paused. He seemed to have recovered from his little fit of fury. "And here's the part about you, Abraham." He read out the end of the letter. "Please give my warmest regards to Macon and little Peter. I often think fondly of Abraham Ortelius, remembering the many kindnesses the dear man did for me. Greet him as well. Do know that Niais and I are most content in our new home. With warm affection, Williblad." Peter folded the letter and handed it over to Ortelius, who studied it and then passed it to little Peter to stick back under the floor. Macon was glad they were done with the letter once again. It grew tiresome indulging the whims of a cantankerous invalid. "Praise God," said Ortelius, still lit up by the joy of having heard Williblad mention his name. "Except he hasn't sent that letter of exchange," said Macon, sour with Peter's self-indulgence and angry at his impracticality. "It's a poor price they offered anyway, and Peter's been painting these pictures for free for 4 months. I don't trust Granvelle." "The man values my art," said Peter simply. "That makes up for his sins. We'll have our money before Easter, Macon, long before the city's gift runs out." "I'm sure you enjoy the freedom to pick the subjects that most speak to you," said Ortelius in a soothing tone. He gave Macon a sympathetic look. She could see he understood how burdensome it was for her to be with Peter during these last times. "Assuming you don't write a full explication on the back of the misanthrope, I'd say there's no obvious offense to the Crown, Peter. Your modes of thought are too subtle, too oblique. And your panel of the blind leading the blind. How apt an image for these times." "God knows it's more to my taste than painting some men digging a ditch for the city," said Peter. "Yes, the work's going well, even though I'm terribly weak from shitting out blood. There's little left of me but bile, choler, and phlegm. It's a blessing to have those soldiers gone from the house. In the last 2 weeks, Bengt and I have all but finished these 2 paintings. Speaking of money, did you bring something for me, Abraham? This was a question Macon wanted the answer to as well. Not everything you hoped, said Ortelius, unrolling the bundle he carried. I sold your little panel of the crippled beggars to Planton, and Jerome Cock is engraving your drawing of Summer, the one with the reaper's scythe sticking out. Fine. But nobody wants to print your Beekeepers. I tried others besides Cock. They all feel the same. There's too big a risk of it being deemed heretical. It's your misfortune that there happens to be a new Calvinist tract called The Beehive of the Holy Romish Church. The inquisitors are quite frantic to burn the author of the book, and Cock feels that if he were to publish your drawing, he might end up facing the Council of Blood. Ortelius unpacked Peter's Beekeepers drawing and unrolled it on a clean spot of the floor, weighting its corners with some heavy pebbles Peter kept about the studio for just that purpose. Spooky, eh? Said Peter, looking down at the sinister, masked beekeepers manipulating the hives. That's the executioners with Duhorna's and Egmont's heads in their baskets, you understand. And see the man climbing up the tree? That's Williblad escaping to Naples. I drew it to give him good luck, and it worked. Where are the heads? Cried little Peter, jumping to his feet. Is Uncle Phillips's head in that basket? Oh, Peter, protested Macon, must you always stir him up with your fantasies? When I saw the execution, it made me think of Beekeepers, said Peter stubbornly, and this is what I drew. Not that anyone has to know that. So remember, little Peter, it's our secret what's in the basket. Jerome Cock's onto the wrong scent entirely. How can he imagine this has anything to do with Calvinists? Well, we couldn't help but notice that the church in the background has no cross on top, said Ortelius. One might say it's a Calvinist church. They don't have crosses, you know. But the picture is Beekeepers, protested Macon. It was a shame not to sell this well-made drawing. Why did men make everything so complicated? We've never even seen a Calvinist church, she added. Are there really such things? There was one in Antwerp, said Ortelius. Alva's men had its roof torn off, and now the former members of the congregation dangle from the rafters. Well, well, said Peter, clearly upset, but trying to keep an even tone. I suppose we'll perforce add the Beekeepers to our studio collection. There were a number of his smaller paintings and drawings on the walls. Banked. Mount it in a paper mat so we can hang it. The Spanish might always come by to inspect your studio again, said Ortelius. There could be trouble if they saw it. What a fussy old maid he could be, thought Macon, thoroughly tired of this discussion. This will put them off the scent, said Peter, taking out his pen. He was overexcited, not really himself. He knelt down next to the drawing and began slowly inscribing a proverb on the corner. Die den nest weet, die weten, die en roft, die haten, he intoned. These days, Macon sometimes wondered if her husband weren't breaking down under the strain of his wasting disease. This was the same motto he'd used about Williblad and Macon. Who knows the nest knows it. Who robs the nest has it. Explicate, said Ortelius, humoring his friend. I do but ill perceive your meaning, Mynheer. He let out a scholar's dry chuckle. The nest is both God and the church, said Peter, not looking up from his task. His voice was coming in jagged bursts. Who knows God no matter what, and who steals the church has only the church. The tyrant steals our church and thinks he has our God. Alva makes me ashamed of our church. Did you hear that he tortured William's steward until he showed them where to find the Bosch triptych sealed up inside in the wall? The Garden of Earthly Delights. It's in Madrid by now. Philip has the Bosch, but I know it. Die den Estveit, die weten, die Roft, die haten. Again Ortelius gave Macon that sympathetic look. The nest of God, he said, sententiously clearing his throat. But then he fell silent. Nobody could make sense of Peter's farrago. Macon reached over and poked Ortelius, wanting more help. It's not such a bad thing, you know, to imagine your paintings in the Imperial Palace, essayed Ortelius. Peter glared up at him, his mouth set in a feral grimace, saying nothing. Macon poked Ortelius again. So now the good Ortelius came up with a fresh topic. He began talking about his Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, the book of maps he was working on. He'd brought a rough version of it along. The book took Peter's attention off his obsessions. Ortelius and Peter leafed through it together, taking a little tour of the world, with little Peter looking on. The two men sat and chatted for the rest of the afternoon, Macon coming and going. When it was time for Ortelius to leave, he bowed his head and prayed with Peter for his health, and then they embraced for what was to be the very last time. A few weeks later, Granvelle really did send a letter about the money, and Hans Frankert was able to get the cash from the Medicis. There was another tearful parting when Frankert came to bring the money and to say his last words to Peter. Frankert's own health was not so good. His skin was turning yellow, and he'd lost the roll of fat from around his neck. But he wouldn't speak of it. He wanted only to talk of Peter, and long after Peter had dropped off to sleep, he sat in the kitchen drinking wine and talking of his old times with Peter. When Frankert finally left the house, it was near midnight, and he was quite overcome with tears. With most of their guests, Macon didn't allow herself the luxury of crying, for once she began, it was too hard to stop. And who would run the affairs of the house if she were blinded with tears all the time? But seeing Frankert's kind face, so pinched and sad, broke down Macon's reserves. She cried on his shoulder for quite some time, though when she was done she felt no better than before. For Macon, it wasn't a matter of enjoying one big emotional farewell. For Macon, in these last months, each moment was a farewell, every day, all day long. Peter and Bengt finished up the 2 canvases and sent them off to Naples. With everyone impoverished or at war, Peter had no prospects for a new commission other than the Willebroek Canal panels, which he resolutely refused to paint. He began idly making drawings of Spanish soldiers with the faces of pigs and monkeys, engaging in every vile and loathsome act. It made Macon uneasy to see these sheets. What if, in some fey humor, Peter were to sail one of the papers out of the studio window? Wearily, she remonstrated with him. Why not do another painting, she proposed. A happy painting. Perhaps a cheerful landscape, just for fun. The idleness was poison for him. All right, said Peter. A happy picture for you. There's an odd little bit of panel that I've always meant to put something on. I'll get right to it. Don't overwork yourself? But of course Peter did overwork himself, as he always did when he became engrossed in something. When he worked, it was always at white heat. He finished the new picture in a month. As for cheerfulness, the centerpiece of the new little landscape was a gallows, but at least it was an empty gallows, nicely lit in the sun, and with a lively magpie perched on top of it. That's you, said Peter, pointing to the magpie. And see her mate down here on the stump pecking out a worm? That's me. The gallows looks twisted,
said Macon, intrigued. "The top and the bottom don't match. Did you mean to do that?"
"Or did your father fail to teach me perspective?" asked Peter with a smile.
"No. It's supposed to look wrong. Executions are from another world, a mistaken world, a crooked world. I saw a gallows like this 17 years ago when DeVos and I walked to Italy. What a beautiful day that was. I wanted to put that day into this picture for you. I was young, and the whole world was still ahead of me." "I can see it, Peter. I love the way the leaves of the trees are shimmering." Besides the sweet pair of magpies, there were some merry little dancers, a bagpiper, a village, a castle, a watermill with pigs, a river winding out through cattle pastures to a city by the sea, boats on the river, and a heron in the sky. All these details conjured up by little flicks of Peter's brush, and in the front corner of the picture crouched a bare-assed man taking a shit. "I shit on death," said Peter. But that night, the last day of February, he vomited up a whole basin of blood. Peter never got well again. The vitality ran out steadily from the hidden wound inside his belly. As spring turned into summer, Peter grew too weak to go up and down the stairs. He spent most of his time in their bed. Macon began wondering how many more tears she had left. Not that Peter was one to ask for her pity. In the afternoons, he would prop himself up on a pillow and draw a little. But by the end of summer, he was too listless to even draw. He grew uneasy about his scabrous drawings of the Spanish soldiers and had Macon burn them in the fireplace. In the month of August, he did little more than lie in bed, a hollow-eyed stick figure watching the day's light moving across the wall. Early in September, a priest came to take confession and administer extreme unction. It was Father Ghislaine, the same man who'd married them and baptized the boys. "Deep down, I never really thought I'd be dead," Peter told Macon that afternoon. "I wonder what it'll be like." "You'll be in heaven," said Macon softly. They'd long since dropped any pretense that Peter might recover. "I never painted heaven," said Peter. "I hope there's crows and trees, and that someday you'll join me. But not soon. No, not soon." Macon stroked his hand, his strong, wise fingers. How could he leave her? It was hard to imagine raising her 2 sons on her own. "I didn't dare confess about helping Williblad kill Carlos," said Peter after a while. "I don't feel I can trust even Father Ghislaine." "Tell God yourself," said Macon. "He'll forgive you." "Yes," said Peter. "I see him all the time. He shines through everything. I can see my whole life, too, Macon. I can move back and forth through it. You're the best part of it." "Dear Peter." She leaned over to kiss him, her tears falling on his cheek. Macon was wakened before dawn by a shaking of the bed. She sat up, filled with terror. Peter's breath was making a harsh crackling sound. "Peter?" There was an answer, but she couldn't make it out. Macon lit a candle. Peter was trembling all over, and his fingers were plucking at the sheet. "Peter!" His eyes fluttered open as he looked at her, seeing her as no other man could see. "I'm ready," he said in a soft voice. And then he died. That afternoon, Macon and little Peter went upstairs to Peter's studio, Macon carrying baby Jan. Peter's own brushes and palette sat undisturbed where he'd last left them. His spot? A chair, a table with his paints and brushes, and a fresh unmarked panel on the easel.
The Magpie on the Gallows hung on the wall. How strange it was to see Peter's paintings, thought Macon, and him no longer here. They were like pools you could dive into, like wells, like Peter's eyes. After a bit, little Peter walked across the room and picked up his father's brush. Acknowledgments. In writing As Above, So Below, I've tried to stick as closely as possible to the known facts of Bruegel's life and times. The historical documentation of Bruegel's life is sketchy. We have Carol van Mander's 2-page Life of Bruegel, written 30 years after his death, and a mere half-dozen primary documents. But of course we have the artworks as well, and if As Above, So Below is an accurate measure, a picture is worth some 10,000 words. Among the most useful of the art historical books on Bruegel that I studied were Bob Clausen's and Jean Rousseau, Bruegel, Alpine Fine Arts, 1981, originally published in 1969, and Roger H. Maranissen and Max Seidel, Bruegel, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1971. I'd like to acknowledge my debt to 2 earlier novels that tell the story of Bruegel's life. These are Felix Timmerman's Peter Bruegel, or Droll Peter, Coward McCann, 1930, and Claude-Henri Roquet, Bruegel, The Workshop of Dreams, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1991. Though perhaps more a meditation than a novel, Roquet's work is a gem. 2 final acknowledgments. Gert Hoffmann's Parable of the Blind, from International, 1989, originally published in 1985, is a tale in the style of Samuel Beckett, told from the point of view of one of the blind men who posed for Bruegel's painting. The tale served as an inspiration for my description of the St. Luke's Group's Landuvale performance. Michael Frayn's highly entertaining contemporary novel Headlong, New York, Henry Holt, 1999, envisions the title The Merrymakers for the lost painting in Bruegel's Cycle of Seasons paintings. Further acknowledgments and a complete account of my alchemical novelistic processes can be found in the Notes for As Above, So Below document posted on the book's website, www.rudyrucker.com/Bruegel. End of As Above, So Below, a novel of Peter Bruegel, by Rudy Rucker. RUDYRUCKER. Read by Ray Childs in the studios of AMI Talking Books for the Library of Congress, December 2003. Published by Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. www.tor.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.